These young men have gone through brutal training since they were children. Today, they face an exam in the form of a fight. When it's our hero, Sig's turn, he steps forward, completely relaxed. He only needs a few punches for his opponent to lose his temper and fall. When the opponent tries to counterattack, Sig easily breaks free from his grip, surprising the instructor with his technique. Then, our protagonist throws his opponent to the ground, securing the victory. Everyone is astonished. After all, the guy on the arena floor was supposed to be one of the best in the group, while our protagonist was seen as a weak loser. Why is our protagonist so strong? Because he's a regressor. Meet Sig Draker. He was born into the house of Draker, a family descended directly from legendary dragon hunters. However, his time to boast the family title was brief. He was soon cast aside because his family saw him as inadequate. They wanted a swordsman, but Sig was a cursed healer, someone ignored by everyone. In his quest for power, Sig wandered across continents and finally stumbled upon a relic, an ancient treasure, desired even by the emperor himself. But in the end, he was struck down by soldiers sent by the emperor. The wounds inflicted were so severe that even his healing magic couldn't help him. However, fate had other plans. The stolen relic activated an upgrade system that sent him back to his younger self, with these new, ancient powers awakening within him. From this moment, his real story begins at the Draker family's training institution, the Cradle. Before we dive into Sig's story, it's key to understand his family's background. The Draker family is one of the three great transcendent houses. This fame comes from their ancestor, Tarakan. Draker, the hero who saved the land 1,000 years ago by killing the evil dragon, Bahamut. It was Tarakan's victory that laid the foundation for House Draker's prestige. Perhaps due to their lineage, every descendant of Draker blood has inherited the blessing of aura, allowing them to awaken a high-level aura effortlessly and excel as knights. That was the case until Sig came along. Unlike his ancestors, he was born without the ability to wield an aura, a deviation that made him an outcast in his own family. After regressing, while Sig is relaxing on his bed carefree, the system window suddenly startles him. He goes on high alert, listening intently after hearing the unusual sound. However, after checking the room and seeing no one, he convinces himself he might have imagined it. But then, more system windows pop up. Of all the system windows, one in particular has the juiciest detail. It announces that Sig's soul has received the will of the Elder Dragon and has completely merged with his soul. Soon, Sig is also granted authority over part of the system. And as soon as the activation is complete, his vision is flooded by a multitude of system windows. The initial window displays his general stats, with class skills and a special category called Draconic Ability. This ability is unlocked by accumulating 10 points, but right now, his karma points are at 0. Curious, he begins to mess around with the system, and quickly learns how to navigate and operate it. Among all the information displayed on the administration status window, what catches his attention the most is the class skill. The reason for his curiosity is that this term, class skills, is from the Draconic language, which isn't used in the current era. He had heard about these class skills from his master. According to his master, people in the ancient world were classified by their strengths. Each class trained in specialized techniques called skills. Since Sig's class is a healer, his corresponding skill is called healing. After Sig awakened, his master, who was a woman, by the way, trained him relentlessly, pushing him to the brink of death. Her training methods were bizarre, and he still remembers the intense pain she caused him just so he could heal it. Unevi, Zeke decides to check if he really is a healer, just like the system says. As soon as he activates his powers, he realizes that he is, in fact, a healer. He's shocked because in his past life, he didn't become a healer until he was in his 20s, right after his ether room was unlocked. Since he can't use his healing ability without his ether room being unlocked, it clearly means that his ether room has already been opened. This news is as good as it gets. Not only has he returned to the past with all his memories intact, but his abilities have also come with him. And this puts him in an even more advantageous position, as he decides to explore the system more thoroughly to see what other surprises await him. Someone calls his name and knocks on the door. He hurries to close the system windows. Before anyone sees, the impatient visitor enters the room without waiting for a reply. It's Decker, Zeke Sevant. It seems he's here to see if his young master is ready for the upcoming event. Zeke has no idea what he's supposed to be ready for, which irritates this terrifying man. He's clearly annoyed by how clueless Zeke seems. The thought that the young master forgot this special day enrages the butler more than you can imagine. On the other hand, the unfortunate boy instinctively starts to tremble under Decker's piercing gaze. Now that Zeke reflects on it, he remembers that in his previous existence, he was always terrified of Decker. Even though his mind is that of a 32-year-old man, his subconscious can't shake off the fear ingrained in this body. Just then, one of his class skills, known as Composed Mind, activates. Almost instantly, all of Sieg's trembling and any trace of fear on his face completely disappear. Apparently, Composed Mind is a skill that ensures the user's mental state remains unchanged, no matter the situation, allowing him to maintain a calm and serene mind. Sieg finds it convenient since it activates on its own, while the butler keeps repeating himself, reminding his young master the importance of the upcoming event. Sieg doesn't respond right away. After much insistence from the butler, Sieg finally pays attention and admits that he remembers. He clearly remembers the evaluation test, known as the pancration. To understand what the pancration is, you need a little context. All Drakes go through a training system called the Cradle, starting when they are 7 years old. For 5 years, they undergo rigorous basic training. Each year, the instructors evaluate the new students through fencing and combat competitions, specifically the pancration, a no-holds-barred, no-rules combat. Opponents are usually chosen by the instructors, but sometimes students can choose their own adversaries, as long as both parties consent. Since there are no rules, injuries are common, and sometimes students don't survive. But because this competition decides which class they'll be in at the academy, the children have no choice but to fight with all their might. Finally, the day of the pancration arrives, and the students are gathered in the amphitheater. In the center of it all is the instructor, who reminds everyone that today is the day of the pancration, and it marks the final part of their evaluation. All the students enthusiastically affirm what the instructor says, and seeing their excitement, even the instructor feels intrigued by the crowd's high spirits. This man is actually the head instructor, Panmark, and without further delay, he decides to get things started. Among the crowd, the students start to notice Sieg standing among them. Some students find it laughable that Sieg is here again after the humiliation he suffered last year. The duel between two students finally begins, and a student named Aaron ends it before it even starts, landing a single hook that leaves his opponent unconscious. While the other students find the quick fight fascinating, Sieg isn't impressed. He remembers when he too used to be terrified of these fights as a kid, but compared to what he went through in his past life, this is nothing. As Sieg yawns, repeatedly, waiting for his turn, a particular student, Leon Conrad, eagerly awaits the moment to have a duel with our boy. Finally, it's time for Sieg's match, and his opponent turns out to be Leon. As our boy rubs his tired eyes, Leon throws a punch at him, reminding him instantly of the humiliation Sieg suffered the previous year. Of course, Sieg hasn't forgotten. He remembers well how he begged Leon for forgiveness back then. Those memories hurt, but they're in the past now. Leon has been Sieg's rival every year. Our boy knows him well. He knows what a dirty player Leon is and the despicable family he comes from. He's sure the reason he's facing Leon in this duel is because Leon pulled some strings behind the scenes to set up the match. In his past life, Sieg would have preferred a biting dog over a cousin like him. Sieg never knew his 4 blood siblings, but he had more than a dozen cousins, and many of them were all too willing to bully him. Leon calls out to Sieg once more, and just like before, he tries to humiliate him by reminding him of the miserable defeat he suffered the previous year. Then he asks Sieg if that humiliation wasn't enough to keep him away from pancration. While Leon keeps throwing hurtful comments, Sieg remains as cool as a cucumber, and it's all thanks to his serene mind skill. Although Sieg is calm and composed, there's still a limit to his patience. He won't tolerate some insolent brat insulting him repeatedly without consequences. Our boy's response only provokes this bastard further. This time, Leon even grabs our boy by the head, but his reckless move only earns him a solid punch to the face that sends him flying. This brutal blow was possible thanks to Sieg's skill, Critical Hit. The skill inflicts significant damage on the opponent and has the added risk of being countered if the attack fails. Luckily for Sieg, the punch landed squarely, leaving no room for a counter. The bastard, for his part, writhes in pain, covering his face while Sieg thinks that he only meant to knock the guy out, not activate this skill. The instructor rushes to tend to the injured boy, while scolding our boy for attacking before the match began. My boy just acts indifferent and wonders aloud why they should wait for someone's order to start the battle if they're already in the arena. You see, the one who strikes first has the advantage, so he didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity. As he says this, he looks menacing, and the amount of killing intent he's exuding is enough to leave the poor instructor trembling. Meanwhile, Leon simply reassures the instructor that anything goes and tells him to let the battle begin. After all, if Leon backs down at a time like this, it would be too humiliating to bear. As soon as the instructor gives the signal, Leon recklessly lunges toward his opponent, but his charge earns him a punch to the face. Surprisingly, Sic's punch didn't hurt him. At first, Leon was afraid of taking another direct hit, remembering how painful the first one was. But upon noticing that this punch didn't hurt, his foolish confidence only grows. All he has to do, he thinks, is raise his guard, and Sic won't be a threat. Leon quickly notices that our boy is using his left hand to counterattack again, so he ducks at that critical moment. He takes advantage of Sic's vulnerability and grabs him to push him to the ground. But suddenly Leon gets hit so fast we couldn't even see what happened, leaving him trembling like a leaf. Even the instructor on the sidelines is bewildered, unable to understand what he just saw a 12-year-old boy do. That move was so skillful. When Leon dodged Sic's counterattack and tried to take him down, the instructor thought Leon would win. But Sic struck Leon on the chin and escaped his grasp. It was Leon's fault for letting his guard down, thinking he had Sic right where he wanted him. But our boy, on the other hand, stayed as cool as a cucumber even though his counterattack failed. The concentration and precision to deal such exact damage is an achievement in itself. The instructor wonders if this is really the Sic Draker they knew. However, the insolent brat is a mess after taking that brutal hit. His brain is scrambled, and before he can react, he takes another blow that makes him stumble, but he quickly stabilizes himself and counters with a punch of his own. In that crucial instant, a skill from SSS-Class activates on its own, heightened senses, which improves his perception for a short time. With this skill, Sic sees the punch approaching at 960 frames per second. The slow motion makes it easy to dodge. As soon as the punch flies past Sic, he quickly grabs Leon's extended arm and slams him hard onto the ground, and the impact was so strong it shattered the floor. Another skill activates, called Precise Stab, which helps Sic aim for Leon's weak points to deal critical damage. After pinning the brat to the ground, Sic clenches his fist, ready to smash his face in. Poor Leon begs him to stop, but my boy goes ahead and lands a punch right in his face. The brutality of the act leaves the instructor sweating heavily, along with the spectators who watch in stunned silence. The final blow feels very satisfying. After this fight, where he beat the crap out of him, Sic feels calm. He's glad that, thanks to this display, his other cousins will think twice before messing with him again. Although it doesn't matter. If they dare to say or do anything, he'll make sure to shut them up for good. It seems that wasn't enough to instill fear in these incompetents. One bully in particular, too confident for his own good, challenges our guy and picks him as his rival in the Pancration. This arrogant bully is Jakin Bardek, eager to make a statement, though he plans to let his fists do the talking. Well, Sic couldn't care less. In fact, he's sure he'll be bored if Jakin comes alone, so he offers him a chance to bring other students to make it more interesting. Our guy mentions another student, Liam Stone, and suggests he join Jakin. Apparently, Liam is right up Jakin's alley. This suggestion feels like a slap in the face to Jakin. The idea that he'd need help to fight a brat like Sic is a humiliation he can't bear. Sic keeps pushing his buttons, further enraging this piece of trash. Jakin is boiling with rage, eager to beat Sic to a pulp. While they're both in the arena, the instructor warns Sic not to move before the command. Well, it looks like Jakin did bring his servant after all, which makes Sic even happier. After all, in Sic's past life, Liam had a reputation as an exceptional fighter, even earning the title of Mercenary King. Back then, as Jakin's servant, Liam joined the cradle and the academy. However, being a distant relative, he was ignored in his education. He begged to join the higher education at Valhalla Academy, but ended up in the knightly order of a small nation called Baronin. When Baronin fell, Liam became a mercenary. In those chaotic times, the strong attracted followers. With his experience as a mercenary, Liam rose as the Red Knight and founded the Stone Mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups, earning the title of Mercenary King when the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries. Liam entered the Continental Wars, where Sic, along with those from the north, faced him as a formidable adversary. This time, our guy wants to forge a different future for himself. When the instructor gives the signal, Jakin confidently moves forward, throwing a punch so hard it disrupts the air around him. But as expected, Sic catches and blocks the punch effortlessly, as if it were nothing. Jakin quickly pulls his hand away from our guys and counters with a kick. But that kick ends up backfiring on the filthy bastard. As soon as his kick connects, Jakin feels immense pain, causing him to stagger. He hits Sic's barrier created around his elbow, causing serious damage to Jakin's leg. While Jakin looks at his injured leg, Sic lunges forward, clenching his fist with his skill activated, ready to throw it. But poor Jakin quickly tries to protect himself, putting his hands over his face. It seems Jakin miscalculated Sic's moves because our guy wasn't planning on hitting him in the face. Instead, he hits him on his injured leg. After that cunning move, he follows up with a punch to the ribs, enough to make Jaken spit up a lot of blood. The overconfident bastard is finally on the ground, with no pride or dignity left. He furiously orders his minions to kill our guy. It's finally time for our guy to face Liam, and this bastard is giving off serious killer vibes as he approaches him. The most annoying thing about fighting Liam is his incredible reach, which puts Sick at a disadvantage if he lets Liam attack first. So my boy takes stance and decides to take the initiative, unleashing blows with his slicing skill. Sick moves so fast that all you can see are silhouettes throwing a barrage of punches. The slicing skill allows him to launch a flurry of attacks at the enemy, interfering with his opponent's vision. The guys watching from the sidelines feel a sense of despair, seeing just how impressive our boy is. Sick knows they're curious and confused because no one has ever seen anything like this before in a place where the sword reigns supreme. Seeing a fighter's hand-to-hand combat technique is rare and almost unheard of. As impressive as this skill is, it also takes a heavy toll on his body. But that's not the biggest challenge here. The monstrous physique of Liam is what's really putting Sick to the test. With no counterattacks or dodges, Liam just takes it all with his guard up. You can only imagine how aggressive he was in his prime as the Mercenary King. As Sick fails to deal any real damage, he prepares to unleash a devastating final blow, one so powerful it'll shatter Liam's guard. Just as our boy throws his punch, Liam effortlessly dodges and redirects it, which only infuriates Sick even more. It's the fact that this bastard didn't even blink or turn his eyes to see the punch, and he dodged it like it was nothing. In the next instant, Liam seizes the opportunity to act, hoisting Sick into the air, ready to slam him hard into the ground. Sick isn't going down without a fight, though. He quickly strikes Liam in the head. His class skill, Sharp Sense, activates, changing the entire tide of the battle. Pressing his advantage, he catches Liam in a deadly chokehold with his legs, cutting off his air supply. No matter how strong Liam's body is, he's still powerless without oxygen to the brain. However, it seems Sick overestimated himself. Liam brutally counterattacks, landing one devastating blow after another. The relentless barrage of punches even forces the boy to spit blood. But despite the blows, Liam's body begins to falter. His strength wanes, and finally, he succumbs, losing consciousness from the lack of air. The spectators are stunned, their breath caught in their throats at such an impressive battle. But among them, there's one student who, instead of being worried or shocked, seems strangely thrilled. He's excited and eager to face Sick as a rival. After the day's Pancratium matches are over, the boy returns to his quarters, where his servant asks how he's doing. He'd heard that Sick was injured in the matches. At this, Sick just shrugs, saying he's fine. However, the butler doesn't back down and insists on checking his pulse to make sure everything is in order. Sick realizes the old man just wants to see if he has finally awakened his aura. He extends his hand to the servant, who quickly sends a blue energy through his own hand and into Sick's. Seeing this blue energy makes our boy pause and wonder if his servant might be a blue knight. When checking if someone has awakened, most people simply examine their dantian, but this man is being unusually thorough. Imbuing someone else with aura is already difficult enough as it is. But for this old man to control it with such precision, he must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They're ranked by their prowess and skill with aura. White swordsman is the initial level, and most children before the rite of blessing are white swordsmen. A yellow swordsman is the level you achieve upon awakening your aura and opening your dantian. All apprentices at the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the rite of blessing. Once you learn to control your aura, you're called a knight. The purple knight is when you can reinforce your sword with aura, and the blue knight is when you can manifest an aura blade. Beyond that is the realm of those who have transcended their limits, the realm that the Mercenary King Liam and our boy reached before his regression. It's called the Red Knight. Then there's the Black Knight. There are only a few of these monsters on the continent. With that in mind, Sick wonders how someone as skilled as a servant, talented enough to be a commander, ended up as his nanny. Still, no matter what, Sick is sure that this guy can't detect his ether, something only 2 people in the world can use. Finally, the old man finishes his examination. In a firm tone, he questions his young master, asking if he might be hiding something. Of course, Sick plays it cool and feigns ignorance. He replies by asking if the butler perhaps knows something that even he doesn't. A silence fills the room, but soon broken by our boy, who drops the conversation, saying he was just kidding. The butler hesitates, but can't help but ask Sick about how much he's changed. This makes our boy pause. He turns with an intense gaze. His butler's question is completely wrong. Instead of asking why Sick changed, the butler should have asked why it took him so long to do so. He then tells him that there are still many surprises to come. so there's no reason for the servant to be repeatedly surprised. He should just follow orders. The humble servant nods at his master's words and bows his head, ready to obey without question. The butler reports that the training room Soc requested is now ready and waiting for him. Soc is pleased and dismisses the old man, telling him to get some rest. As our boy walks away alone, he fears his butler has been ordered to watch him. To counter this, he decides it's best to keep the butler close to manipulate him and get the information he needs. Soc still needs to find out who ordered his butler to watch him. He's sure no one from his mother's side would dare, which only leaves his brothers. Upon entering the personal training room, Soc is impressed by how luxurious the place is, confirming that this house lives up to its name. Before starting his training, he decides to check the system with a command. The system panel appears before him. There, he notices his slashing skill has reached proficiency. He doesn't know how it happened, but assumes it leveled up from using it a lot. The skill activates on its own based on his actions, with no need to do anything specific to trigger it. From what he understands, if he learns something new, it will probably be added here as a skill too. He's still not sure about the difference between a skill and a class skill, though he notes they both activate similarly on their own. Lastly, there's the draconic ability, but he can't see it yet because he needs 10 points to unlock it. He presses the option, and the system window informs him that he can earn karma points by killing monsters. His current karma points are at 0. Speaking of monsters, Soc reflects on how there are many of them in the dungeons, but he needs to be at least a purple knight to gain access. For now, however, he's more curious about why he returned to the past and what this system is all about. The concepts of skills and class skills are also on his list of curiosities. In the back of his mind, he feels all of this might be linked to that ancient relic. However, he can't be sure, because he doesn't have enough information to put the pieces together. Be that as it may, he takes his sword and decides to use everything at his disposal to become stronger. But whether it's the system or the Draker bloodline, in this world, there are two known powers, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in dungeons, and mages refine their mana through circles. These two powers are on opposite ends of the spectrum, meaning if one awakens a power, they cannot awaken the other. However, Soc was not fortunate enough to awaken either a Danteon or Circle. This inability led to his abandonment by House Draco, forcing him to wander aimlessly until he met his master during his wandering days. His master taught him many things, but the most valuable lessons were the art of healing and the Hall of Ether, a unique technique his master created. Through the Hall of Ether, Soc learned to use the natural energy called ether. To this day, he and his master are the only ether users in the world. After just 2 hours of training, Soc feels like he's about to collapse. However, his class skill, healing, activates along with another skill, vigor recovery. Healing is a very rare skill, one that Soc didn't even know existed before meeting his master. If others saw him using it, they would call him an irregular. That's why he refrained from using it during his fight against Liam and had to hurry to heal himself the moment he got back to his room. After his body fully recovers, Soc decides to continue practicing. He knows he can't afford to waste a single moment. By dawn, Soc is completely exhausted after a hard training session. The entire hall shows his efforts, with gashes on the floor and marks where his sword struck. A week later, we're at Cruddle's cafeteria. Soc overhears some students talking about him. They think he's become a completely different person. Now that he's a natural-born loser, they think he might have dabbled in black magic. Meanwhile, in another private room, all the important students are having dinner together. The first one to devour her steak is Raina Darun. Then there's Owen Simmons, calm and composed. Across from him is a battered Leon, looking rowdy and impatient. As always, Owen tries to tell him he should eat properly because he'll need the energy for the fencing duel. Leon, on the other hand, gets angry for no apparent reason and slams the table so hard in his frustration that the juicy steak he was served needlessly falls to the floor. Because of the table slam, Raina's steak also flies off her plate and falls, leaving her furious. Her intense glare manages to humiliate Leon a little. It seems all 4 students hate our boy, so it's no surprise they're together, but even though they're in the same group, they don't seem to get along. The only thing holding their relationship together is their shared resentment towards Soc. Owen admits that Soc was brave and impressive during the pancration. However, he's sure he'll be pathetic at fencing. According to him, Soc doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, so he's not a threat to anyone. One says that Soc is so weak he needed a custom sword because the normal ones were too heavy for him. Still, Leon doesn't understand how he lost to that inferior piece of trash. He's convinced Soc only beat him in pancration out of pure luck. Well, it seems that Raina doesn't share the same thoughts. If you all really believe this nonsense, then none of you have the right to be knights of House Draker. With those words, the lady leaves the room. Before we get to the day of the duel, here's a little context on what this sword duel is all about. Unlike pancration sword duels use real swords being the main cause of most incidents at Cradle, it's also where the difference in the cadet skills becomes clear 1 month after the final exams. The Rite of Blessing will begin the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. The day the duel has finally arrived, and the instructor tells Sick to get on stage. My boy calmly heads to the stage with a huge sword on his shoulder. The sword is bigger than him, which doesn't go unnoticed. Everyone finds it hilarious thinking that. Sick thinks the bigger the better, and that it'll give him an advantage. The person coming from the other side is Reina, who looks very enthusiastic and throws the gauntlet dramatically to challenge our boy to a duel. My boy is ready to accept the challenge and does so without hesitation. Reina is not pleased to see Sick lifting a great sword with ease. Now that she's facing him, she realizes this isn't the same Sick she once knew. The person she knew could barely hold a sword. His presence is so impactful that it starts to intimidate her, but she quickly composes herself, annoyed with herself for thinking she could be intimidated by him. Backing down is not an option now, especially since she was the one who threw down the challenge. Meanwhile, Sick is also intimidated. He knows his normal tactics won't be enough to achieve the victory he's looking for, but a duel against the Lightning Knight is no joke. It's truly nerve-wracking. You see, Reina Tarun was well-known and had earned the title of the Lightning Knight in his past life. She made a name for herself during the Continental Wars and is recognized as one of the best of the next generation of Drakers. She is one of the few who awakened her aura before the Rite of Blessing. According to what Sick remembers, she must have done it years ago. She hasn't used it at Cradle because she's been focused on improving her fundamentals. As soon as the signal is given to start the duel, they both cross swords immediately. After the first clash, Reina backs away and charges again. With one blow, she forces Sick back. These two exchanges were enough for him to conclude that she's even better than he thought. The fiery lady lunges at him once more, swinging her sword as fast as she can, lighting up the area with sparks in the background. Her friends are getting restless and impatient, urging her to just finish him off in one blow instead of playing around. But one of the wiser ones reminds these fools that Reina isn't playing around. It's Sick who's giving her a hard time. Changing her perspective, she sees clearly the openings and vulnerabilities in Zick's guard, but every time she tries to take advantage of them, her sword is quickly blocked by his, almost as if he's applauding her attempts. The most frustrating part is that after blocking an attack, he leaves another vulnerable spot for her to strike. It's as if this duel isn't about winning, but about teaching her a lesson. After several exchanges, Reina finally backs away, exhausted from the back and forth. She wants to catch her breath before going in for more. Meanwhile, Zick doesn't have a single drop of sweat on him, nor does he show any fatigue. In fact, he looks bored, completely unimpressed. She fights honestly, without using her aura, but that's to be expected from someone obsessed with the basics. Now that they're at it, he decides to help her break out of her shell. He takes a very low stance, as if he intends to close the distance in a single move. Reina is confident in her speed and doesn't think much of it, but in an instant, Zick closes the distance and is right in front of her. Before she even has time to react, he swings his sword with so much force that it literally cracks the ground with the power of its massive blade. The girl, on the other hand, is sure that as long as there's distance between them, she can react to his moves. Zick swings his sword into empty air, but he never intended to hit her. Instead, the debris he kicked up with the force of his blow smacks her right in the face, leaving her with a pretty battered nose. Then Zick lunges at her, his huge sword in hand. Seeing that gleaming blade just inches from her neck, she's sure she's done for. But surprisingly, the sword Zick was holding suddenly flies through the air and lands a few feet away. With that, the crowd quickly declares Zick the loser, showering Reina with praise for winning without using her aura. However, the instructor knows this isn't what it seems, and his face is painted with pure horror, as if he'd just discovered he has more than one father. What the cadets failed to notice was that as Zick's attack closed in on Reina, she used a minuscule amount of aura, so subtle it was barely noticeable. For Zick to force her to use her aura, despite her vow not to until she entered the academy, is unthinkable. While Reina stands there, filled with doubt and regret for breaking her promise, Zick suddenly lunges at her with a clenched fist and strikes her in the throat, reminding her that this isn't over yet. She drops to her knees, blood spurting from her mouth. The other cadets are furious, arguing that this was supposed to be a sword duel and they won't tolerate such a cheap shot. They all point at Zick with contempt, calling him shameless for his action. While Zick remains indifferent to the noise and insults, he calmly asks Reina if she wants to continue. Reina, for her part, stubbornly believes she hasn't lost, reasoning that he only hit her because she let her guard down. But as she thinks about it, she realizes if he'd had a knife instead of throwing a bare-fisted punch, she'd be 6 feet under by now. For that reason, She accepts her defeat with honor. The crowd that was just jeering at Zik falls into a stunned silence. Zik, Draker, labeled as human scum just days ago, has achieved a clear victory against one of the most talented children from the famous houses. That Reyna Terran, the Lightning Knight, was defeated is inconceivable to many. The scene shifts to Abel Castle. Outside, a dangerous battle has just ended, leaving bodies in the moat. William sees the horrific scene and doesn't understand how Abel. Calmly sipping his tea without a care, Abel is focused on a letter that mentions Sick Draker's victory over Reyna, the prodigy. He stands up and asks how long until the blessing rite. Since there's time until the full moon, Abel thinks it's a good moment to visit the Draker family. Hearing this, William is surprised he decides to go alone, but this sword master is anxious to find out what kind of awakening the youngest of his family will experience. Although Sick's victory surprised everyone in the cradle, he didn't pay it much mind and simply continued training, refusing to celebrate. A month passed, and the day of the blessing rite arrived. Sick still doesn't understand how he became a Red Knight in his original life, especially with the deplorable body he has. After finishing his training, he asks to open his status window. His mastery skill is, as expected, at the expert level. The best part is that every time a skill ranks up, its mastery level resets, as shown by his mini D and E rank skills. He has also improved his mastery of the quick step skill, the same one he used against Reyna. With his sharp senses, he notices the butler, Decker, watching him. He informs his master that they must leave in 2 hours for the event. Sick thinks it's time to get ready. Sick hasn't been to the main residence in a long time. He heads towards the Draker family house in the Duchy of Troy. Although the main residence is in the center of the continent, the blessing rite is held where the legend of the Dragon Slayer was born. Arriving at his destination, Sick gets out of the carriage and enters the dragon's nest lair. As he moves forward, he has a clear revelation. The people here are VIPs with incredible fame. He knows for a fact that some of them are informants sent to watch him. Despite their intentions, Sick thinks everything will go wonderfully once his awakening blows up in their faces. That is, until he sees one particular man. A man whose mere presence makes his blood boil. That man is Abel, who is shaking someone's hand and saying he had no interest in attending the event. No one, except for one person. That person is his younger brother, the second son of the Draker family. He is known as the Sword Lion, but he has a more famous name that Sick remembers well, the Butcher Knight. Our boy does his best to stay calm in front of his older brother. After all, he doesn't have many options in this situation. In his past life, the second son didn't show up to see Sick at the blessing rite. This indicates that his actions in the pancration competition have changed the course of the future. Sick, clenching his fist in frustration, realizes he has an opportunity. Soon, the blessing rite begins. Aaron is called out as the first warrior. He quickly puts his arm into a mystical pool, flooding it with blue essence. During each blessing rite ritual, every member of the Draker lineage awakens their sealed aura just as they are about to graduate from the cradle. This happens at 12 years old, and Aaron is one of the first to awaken compared to regular knights who awaken after they turn 20. This process is very fast for the Draker family. Only a few exceptional cases, those with an aura, can also awaken a particular trait of the Dragon Slayer. This trait is called mana inhibition. Curiously, the mana lamps react violently with red sparks. Those who obtain mana inhibition become so strong they can rival the red and black knights. This is called a pure blood awakening. Because of the mana inhibition trait, candidates must wear special gloves made by the family, as they cannot live a normal life without them. This is seen with Reyna, who has already gone through the awakening process and always wears gloves. Once someone proves to be a pureblood, they receive the Draker name. They also receive a lot of support and infinite benefits to help them. The spectators murmur when the most anticipated awakening candidate finally appears. Everyone thinks this child awakening will surpass even Reyna's. When Sick stands in front of the statue, he is surprised to find himself here again. The previous experience in his past life was traumatic. Although the blessing rite was the only thing that helped him get through the ordeal, it was a day that only brought him shame. However, his reality is different now. He has the ability to heal, manipulate ether, and on top of all that, he has learned to be tenacious and strong with his own abilities. That's why he expects a lot from the bronze statue to grant him a favor here, as he dips his arm into the pool. The statue reacts. It trembles before stopping abruptly, surprising everyone in the room. This is something that has never happened to any candidate before, and it has left even Abel speechless. Pulling his arm out, the boy confirms his thoughts. He knew this time wouldn't be any different. This led Abel to jump to conclusions and become very confident. The others are shocked that the most anticipated candidate didn't awaken. They mock him for not awakening despite being a direct descendant. Then there's the issue of him beating Reina, which everyone thinks was just a deceptive trick or something similar. Still, our guy doesn't care and focuses on getting stronger through other awakenings. The system greets him with an apology after an error. Soc is perplexed when the system tells him it's missing the necessary information to identify his class. This part of the message catches his attention. The system informs that the entry is complete and the terminal has identified the user's talent as a healer. With that, he unlocked his class and gained access to the rare class. Soc can't believe it when the statue lights up with red lights, signaling the awakening of a pureblood. No one can believe he's starting as a Red Knight right from the beginning. The system connects and unlocks the blessing of the ancient dragon from Soc's soul. Meanwhile, Abel calmly watches his brother. Kim's talent is the first thing to awaken, and then his already awakened talents combine, transforming into a new class of its own. There's so many things happening that Soc doesn't understand, especially when he sees a new and unique class called the Immortal that the system has chosen for him. The golden glow enveloping his body attracts the spectator's attention. They thought they saw the statue's red light, but they're filled with doubt. Soc understands the situation and believes there's no point in arguing now. They wonder if the statue is broken, but how do you explain the mana lamp reacting to the reading? There was no mana inhibition, so it can't be that. They want to believe it's a pure blood awakening. That's when Abel starts to applaud, mocking the people for not immediately congratulating the newly awakened pureblood. He believes it's an opportunity to celebrate the occasion instead of murmuring doubts, since they can't speak out against him. They give him a round of applause. Abel demands that a pair of gloves be prepared for his younger brother. Soc receives the gloves, but doesn't like them. He walks away while Abel is happy with what he sees. Our guy is annoyed because Abel helped him in front of everyone. The blessing right in soon, followed by a party for everyone. Soc, in his Sigma male mindset, doesn't want to go. He stops suddenly upon hearing his name. This surprises Soc, as he didn't expect Abel to suddenly appear. He wants to know where the boy is going and congratulates him with a handshake. Even though he hates his older brother, rejecting his handshake here would cause him problems, so he acts nice and extends his hand to shake it. That is, until he remembers a bloodbath from his past life for some reason. Soc pulls his hand back and says nothing as Abel shows a hint of his malicious nature, blaming his younger brother for the awkward situation in his thoughts. He just can't accept shaking the hand of someone he considers so disgusting and despicable. Abel doesn't care and just waves goodbye, saying he hopes to see him later and walking away without bothering him any further. True to his words, Zach confirms that he's also determined to see his brother one day. Fast forward to the party, where many are busy, talking about the recent awakening of the two purebloods. No one has figured out what 6 golden light means, since it's never happened before. They wonder where he is, since he's nowhere to be seen. We see Soc, but he's just relaxing in another room, barely surviving the suffocating social event. Besides, he still doesn't understand why he's the only one who isn't affected. Pure blood awakenings have mana inhibition as a trait. This shows that the Draker family is against dragons, who are known to be the source of mana. However, most machines need mana as fuel. A pure blood requires special gloves for this, so if Soc is a pure blood awakener, he should have had problems when he took off his gloves, but right now, he seems completely unaffected. This leads him to open his status window, which has different properties than before. Instead of mana inhibition, he possesses a unique trait called mana reflection. Intrigued, Soc decides to read the skill's details more thoroughly. There, he discovers that mana reflection creates a distortion field that's responsible for nullifying nearby mana. It's a skill, and it doesn't react to mana lamps because it isn't passive. Before the blessing, right? He was identified as a rare class healer, but now he's considered a unique immortal, which he doesn't understand. The confusion comes from the fact that all graduates from the ceremony get a blue aura with normal awakenings. The only exception was Reina, who had a red pure blood awakening. The same thing happened with our boy, but then his turn to gold. The system informed him that there was missing crucial information about the classification. Soc wonders if the system considered the bronze statue as his classification terminal during the awakening. When the system injected the necessary information into the terminal, the statue reacted intensely and emitted a red light. It's all starting to make sense now for Soc. He thinks the statue isn't there to determine if someone has awakened, but rather to judge their class. Red implies a rare class, and gold implies a unique class. Furthermore, the statue is a relic that's been here since even before the time of Terrakin, the man who founded the Draco family. Class identification doesn't exist today, so the statue's only purpose is to distinguish the awakened from the unawakened. They've misinterpreted the red light as a pure blood awakening, when in reality, it indicates they've reached a rare class. What's fascinating is that not even the clan head knows this yet. Curiously, Soc discovers that he has 100 karma points to his name. He wonders if he got them from the ceremony and decides to use them by purchasing the draconic ability. The system updates with new information after the purchase. He has acquired several basic skills, like Dragon's Eyes, Dragon's Might, and Devour. The first two make sense to him, but the last one doesn't, since it only helps with digestion. He doesn't want to spend his points on something uncertain, so he chooses Dragon's Eyes and Dragon's Might. The second skill is riskier because it uses aura, so for now, he activates Dragon's Eyes to see what's so special about it. It's a bit disheartening because Soc doesn't notice anything new or special to his senses or his surroundings. That is, until he opens the window to look at the statue in the garden. The ability increases its magnification, allowing him to see distant objects up close. He's also given the ability to see details about the object he's observing, all sorts of properties. Information about the statue's construction floods his body. It takes a toll on his body, and he feels extremely exhausted after using the power. So, he thinks his powers will be pretty useless if they have such a huge drawback. Fortunately, his healing factor kicks in, repairing his exhaustion. The surprising thing is, Soc didn't even try to heal himself. It just activated on its own. Upon checking the system screen, he notices that all his class skills are now passive, and his healing factor has even leveled up. It repairs his body without needing to activate the skill. It's a great upgrade from his previous ability. Although the healing seems very powerful, it's not something you can always use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the beginning. At the same time, the healing factor is infinite. To test his improved ability, he takes a blade and makes a small cut on his arm. Seconds later, the healing factor activates on its own, healing the cut without leaving any marks. The normal time to graduate from the academy is 5 years, but Soc is sure he'll manage it in 2. The Draker Academy is the best-known knight academy. Any aspiring knight would sell anything for a spot there. Located in the Duchy of Troy, the academy flourishes with life. In the springtime, as a new semester begins, as Soc walks among the others, he notices that the higher-ranking students are no different from adults. They're just as capable. And if he were to compare these kids to babies in a cradle, then they're nothing more than children from great families. Soc thinks his entire family is unhinged. Among the prosperous secondary families that support the Drake family, 3 stand out and have the influence to be called the Great Families. The first is the Tarun family of strength, to which Reina belongs. The second is Sea Means of Wisdom. And finally, the Bardak family of gold. The children of those 3 families are here, but Soc didn't give them a second thought. The scene shifts to the luxurious dormitory of the Platinum Mansion. This luxury dorm has a training room, an exquisite library, and various premium facilities. The top students get to enjoy these amenities. For the Pureblood Awakeners, they're given the extra privilege of being floor masters. This floor is called the Platinum Floor. A maid greets the young man and soon leads him to his assigned floor, where others are waiting for him. Upon arriving, Soc is a bit exhausted from meeting so many people. Despite having awakened as a pureblood, they tell him that Decker is waiting for him in another room. Without wasting any time, Soc goes to meet him to see what's going on. The butler has something to show his master. He surprises him with a pair of premium gloves that he initially received upon awakening. Soc already has new gloves, but now he wants a new sword. He chooses his sword, and the butler approves it without any problem. The Duchy of Troy is famous for its proximity to the mountains. That's why it has an abundance of good iron and skilled artisans, which prove to be a source of strength. Irreplaceable for the Draker students. He wants to find an artisan for the young master, but Soc is fine handling it himself. He wants to see them in person and asks Decker to schedule an appointment in advance. The name, Galleon Halbert, is someone even the butler has never heard of before. He plans to contact this man for an appointment soon. Meanwhile, he reminds Soc to review the documents before his first class tomorrow. Later that day, Soc reviews some notes and makes an interesting observation. The Platinum Floor is all his, so he could test and develop his new draconic abilities there. A maid informs the young master that Reina has sent him a dinner invitation. Soc is surprised and decides to go. He arrives at her floor and is a bit bewildered because Reina is there, doing her best Al Capone impression, or something like that. She welcomes him and apologizes for the peculiar dinner atmosphere. Soc isn't bothered and sits down. First they eat, and then they talk. From across the table, Soc notices she's using aura in her lower abdomen. Even here, he wonders if she wants to be a purple knight, which could explain about why her sword skills have hit a limit. He thinks it's a waste of good potential. They finish dinner. Soc is exhausted and surprised that she ate more than him. With their appetites satisfied, she wants to get straight to the point. Reina offers the full support of the Turuan family to Sick. He thinks this is a misunderstanding and reminds her that they are both pure-blooded awakeners. She replies by stating that he's the one who's mistaken. As purebloods, they have a ton of privileges to enjoy, including the platinum floor in that package. However, they also get no advantages in growth. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge that are stored in this brilliant academy. Plus, there are personal instructors to guide you and improve your skills. If someone lacks these things, they'll be left behind. Reina argues that supporting families are key. She mentions Abel Draker, a pureblood from the family and the youngest to become a white knight. At his current level, he's one of the strongest black knights, and even he receives support from the Simons family. Although the patriarch of the Turuan family, that hasn't explained why, his orders are clear. He wishes to extend the Turuan family support to Sick Draker. Reina reaffirms her point, but our boy, Dot is in the mood to play with her feelings and calmly says no. This shocks her, as she doesn't understand. That why it's a bad deal for him. Sick. Dot gets up from his seat and says he's really not interested in any of that, besides being a pure-blooded awakener. To thank her for the meal, he has some personal advice to share. Sick. Dot says her swordsmanship is very powerful and assumes it's related to those men behind her. Sick. Dot suggests that her great strength lies in the flexibility of her adaptable body. He advises her not to attack her opponents head-on. Instead, she should use her fluid movements to calmly redirect her opponents and deliver a precise strike. Sick. Dot believes that if she achieves that, she'll become much stronger than she already is. With that said, he takes his leave, leaving her frustrated. She wanted to utilize her family's tradition of strength, which is what she has been doing until now. Still, Reina can't deny parts of what he said. She has tried relentlessly to be worthy of her family's name, which has greatly influenced her sword style. Sick was able to realize that although Reina was young and praised as a genius prodigy, no one was offering her any advice. This interaction with him has led her to reevaluate her opinion of Sick Draker as a person. Jumping to Sick's monologue, he reflects on how strong he's become with his new abilities. After all, not even a full night of training could stop him. Now, the guy has infinite stamina. Now he'll last longer in bed than the age of the universe. In his past life, this place was hell for him. With his newly awakened state, he's pretty calm, so now he enjoys a peace that can't be bought with money or power while he's minding his own business. The representative of the Simons family approaches him. Owen is the third son of the family and is an expert in manipulation. He blackmailed and harassed our boy in his previous life. Funnily enough, he also invited Sick to a dinner, only to be rejected to his face. Surprisingly, Owen acts way too friendly in this life. Sick understands which invitation he's referring to and makes a sarcastic comment. Owen asks why he didn't reply, and Sick coldly says he doesn't care about messages from an imbecile. His rude comment captures the attention of Owen's friend, who thinks the guy is being too harsh for a polite invitation. Sick responds, "And who are you?" He really didn't want to get to know him, so he leaves, noting that this show-off is just trying to get on Owen's good side by acting tough. Surprisingly, this guy has the nerve to attack Sick without warning. He managed to block the attack, despite it being covered in aura manipulation. Dorvin Roswell roars his name and claims he's the most powerful of all. Yeah, the strongest refrigerator. Perhaps. Young Draco just laughs at his speech, since this man is no gentleman and barely a cadet. Sick moves with lightning speed, hitting the guy's abdomen. With a hook that could rival Mike Tyson's, knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Sick cheerfully invites the next member of the Simons family to come and face him. Owen approaches him and says he's not impressed by the provocation of Sick about his own strength. The group leaves Sick alone, who thinks they're just a circus act. Let's explore the complexities of Draker Academy for a moment. It's divided into two classes. The first is the normal class, where those who lack talent are taught. That class is overcome with effort and a disciplined regimen. The second class is the special class, where certain cadets can choose their subjects outside of the core curriculum. In this academy, the big shots and elites gather in the special class. That's why Sick had expectations about who would be here. But no one seems remarkable. They're just the Silver Spoon students he already knows. He even jokes that it's not a special class, but rather a cradle class. The class is in session, and the instructor at the podium is pleased to introduce someone very special today. This mysterious person was the commander-in-chief of the Empire 20 years ago. And blocked the invasion with his flawless strategy. Dean Howard Drake is warmly welcomed. The man who runs the show at this academy. Known as the war hero, Howard is seen as a symbol of hope and a model for tactics. But in reality, the truth is darker than his fame suggests. The information he leaked to the enemy to survive helped him get out of the situation just fine. In short, He's a lucky opportunist, who lived to enjoy the glory. Sick despises him deeply and claims he's the one responsible for getting him expelled from the academy the first time. With nowhere to go, Sick wandered aimlessly and lost in the Duchy of Troy. There, he was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. This man's existence, is rooted in a traumatic memory for our protagonist, and you better believe he's damned. One day, he will get his revenge on this fat old man. The dean's speech ends. The professor takes over to start his classes. The cadets are instructed to go immediately to the arena for indoor training. Inside, Sick is baffled by having to review the basics, the fundamentals of dragon slaying. In his past life, he couldn't handle aura and lost 2 years, when it takes most people 3 months. The instructor greets the students, introducing himself as the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. He's in charge of teaching them the fundamentals of dragon hunting. The students are a bit disappointed because they don't know anything about him. The name sounds familiar to Sick. He remembers that Andre isn't a pure-blood awakener, but he still graduated from the academy quickly and was praised as Valhalla's top student. He's not even from the family, but his talent is so remarkable that he earned the Draker family name. This is the guy your girl tells you not to worry about. He admits that special class professors vary in skill, but this guy is known for his terrible personality. Andre gives them a demonstration, telling them to keep quiet so the class can begin. He has the cadets draw their swords, preparing for training. His gaze lands on Sick's special sword, which is huge compared to the others. Sick has no problem demonstrating how easy it is for him to handle it. Andre, with a scowl, orders him into the arena. He thinks the kid is being way too overconfident by choosing a sword unsuited for his body. Of course, this is just the typical teacher talk, and Sick actually wanted this to happen, which is why he chose that sword. He brags that he could beat the instructor with the same weapon. It's a provocation that rattles Andre. The scene is getting tense, so much so that the system activates a mental defense skill so our boy can handle the situation. Happy to oblige, Andre gets ready to draw his sword and offer the kid some hands-on experience. It's exactly what Sick wanted. The instructor even sets a condition for Sick to win. Not only will he ignore the kid's arrogant words, but he'll also give him permission to do whatever he wants in his class. The instructor even gives him a handicap, saying he'll go easy and won't even use his aura on the cadet. But that plays right into Sick's hands. Besides, he's very confident he can beat Andre since he knows his weakness. However, with his brother watching, Sick doesn't want to risk drawing unnecessary attention like before. His tactic is to tear Andre's uniform a little before surrendering. The fight begins when Sick launches a quick strike at his master's neck. However, Andre parries his blow even at that distance, showing off the skills of a Blue Knight. The fight will be tough, and Sick knows it. He moves fast, attacking from all directions, only to be deflected by his master's quick reaction time. The cadets are stunned to see the knight's skill, withstanding 6 attacks for 30 minutes. Curiously, Andre feels his sword tremble and his body slowly tiring out. He can't understand how the kid is fighting tirelessly without getting tired, despite him greatly suppressing his powers. The fight is starting to become difficult for him. This shows just how brilliant the average pure-blood awakener from the Draker family is, to the point where it's considered unfair to compare them. As for Sick, he's taking advantage of Andre's low stamina. A typical Draco's aura cultivation is unique. It must be active during training and daily tasks. Even while sleeping, it's as essential as breathing. In this case, since Andre is so used to maintaining his aura, he feels uncomfortable and weak when suppressing it. That's the only factor helping Sick gain an advantage over his instructor, Andre. He parries the cadet's sword once more, but Sick hasn't given up. He doesn't want to lose this way. His ego demands that his opponent use aura. Sick changes from creating openings to a different approach, one that will force Andre to use his aura one way or another. In short, an extreme situation. He leaps back to the ground. But now he advances with incredible speed. It's the activation of the skill, Swift Step. Andre finds himself overwhelmed by the cadet's lightning-fast movements, attacking from his blind spot. Sick activates Critical Hit, as if putting everything into this single attack, while Andre is still wondering how a cadet can use such an advanced skill. As he turns to face Sick, he channels a bit of aura into his feet, allowing him to evade the swift attack. Without waiting any longer, Andre activates Celestial Slash and sends the cadet flying. It was an incredibly powerful attack, so much so that it splinters Sick's sword and wounds him enough for his healing factor to kick in. Despite his deteriorated healing factor, he collapses onto the sand while Andre sheathes his sword and walks away, frustrated. He officially announces that Sick is exempt from the class and asks if there's anyone else like him who is willing to give it a try. Since everyone is terrified by what happened to Sick, no one dares to speak up against his fury. From then on, the class continues for everyone except for our boy, who is relaxing in a hospital bed, thinking about his performance against Andre a little while ago. His plan to cut his uniform was in vain, but he succeeded in making Andre use his aura, forcing him to acknowledge the boy's skills. It's a good result, since his master was humiliated in the fight. That said, the final attack Andre used was actually the most basic move of the Dragon House arts. Celestial Slash is a basic technique, but it was enormously amplified by the power of a Blue Knight, resulting in a monstrous outcome. Even so, Sick is happy to have held his own against the Blue Knight. He's confident he's at that level thanks to his infinite stamina and healing ability, but those two things alone won't be enough for a life full of freedom. He seeks a true freedom that could only come from overwhelming strength, the kind of power that would make him immune to the force of his superiors. While he's lost in thought, a drunkard approaches the boy, noticing that he's the youngest son of the Draker family. Our boy is surprised to see the idiot's face, since a drunkard is the last thing he'd expect in a medical ward. Not only was he unable to sense this guy's presence, but he also said some pretty nasty things about the patriarch of the Draker family. Sick tries to figure out his identity, but this drunkard is busy injecting himself with more liquor. The man is very curious and asks the boy about his regenerative abilities. After all, he just survived a severe internal injury. The system evaluates the situation and activates mental defense for him. Sick refuses to give in because he knows for a fact that no one at the academy knows about his healing ability. He feigns ignorance, which leads the man to take serious measures by trying to attack the boy. Sick dodges his palm strike, which is sharp enough to slice through the bed. This makes him wonder if this guy is some kind of assassin. Sick uses the bedsheet to blind the lunatic and feels extreme danger, so much so that he activates every single one of his skills for an all-out attack. Although he's blinded and doesn't know what's happening, the man catches the boy's sword and praises his ability to adapt quickly. Sick backs away anxiously and wonders what he means by mercenary. He thinks the mysterious guy might know something about his past. Seeing a Draker like Sick drop his sword and prioritize his life, the man thinks he's more suited to be a mercenary instead of a knight. Our boy finally understands his words, and the feeling he gets from the mysterious guy confirms his doubts. The power difference between them is so great that the guy could easily kill Sick if that was his purpose. That's why the protagonist thinks he might be at the level of a red knight. The man points to his large sword, Claymore, and thinks he just took it from the basic supply. He wonders why Sick, with such incredible talents, would waste his potential on a weapon like that. The protagonist is convinced that the man could be stronger, but out of nowhere, Andre appears, looking for the mysterious guy. He surprises Sick and calls the gardener Dexter. Sick can hardly believe it, while Dexter wonders how Andre managed to find him out. The knight remembers seeing Dexter in the training hall before. He tells Sick to leave if he's already healed. Our boy awkwardly tries to leave, but Dexter stops him and suggests going to the academy's western greenhouse if he wants to learn something useful. Everyone is silent for a moment. Then, Sick arrogantly refuses and leaves the room. Dexter gets annoyed and feels nostalgic, as Sick's father had the same attitude. Since Sick is no longer a naive child, he quickly realizes and believes that if the gardener has the nerve to mention the name of Arthur, the patriarch, so casually, then he is definitely the person who only ever took Andre as a student in his entire life, Duke Drake, the Gale Knight. He is also one of the knights who can use martial force. The madman faced an entire kingdom alone. He suddenly disappeared after the issue with the city, so Sick never expected him to be living peacefully at the academy. He assumes that maybe Andre also came here for Dexter. He wonders if Dexter got the title of Duke due to his overwhelming tenacity or something. He remembers a rumor that the madman became a black knight just because of his obsession with the color black. He finds it hard to believe, and although he's sure the Duke is interested in him now, he doesn't care because he's not looking for simple lessons. He's so ambitious that he wants to learn the man's secret move if he's going to be Dexter's disciple. Sick smiles and decides to turn his interest and ambition into tenacity. At the Magic Academy, Professor Phantom continues his lecture awkwardly and asks if anyone has any questions. The entire class is asleep from boredom, which disheartens the professor a bit. So he just continues with his lecture. The protagonist raises his hand and asks about the law of mana energy transfer that the professor mentioned. Phantom gets excited and starts acting differently. Since it's the first time he's ever received a question, he takes his time and explains everything to Sick. When the class ends, the students wonder why they're being taught magic theory, while others simply call it nap time. Sick has a completely different opinion of the class because he was able to understand everything with ease. He believes the professor is definitely a capable man. Phantom stops him and expresses his feelings. He's happy that he was able to explain something to a passionate student after so long. So he offers the protagonist the chance to come and ask about anything without hesitation if he's curious or doesn't understand a concept. He awkwardly shares that he's an alumnus of the Delphoa Magic University, so he has access to a lot of information. This surprises Sick, as he didn't expect the professor to be connected to the Delphoa Magic University, the nation where magic originated. He accepts Phantom's offer, since there's no harm in getting close to a skilled mage. He believes that mages with a good grasp of mathematics are usually great thinkers, so it's better to have one as a colleague instead of a boring knight. He hopes the professor will be useful in the future. As soon as Sick leaves the academy, he sees Dexter and realizes the guy is already losing his patience after just 1 week. Dexter asks if he's finally done, and before the protagonist can say anything, he interrupts the boy and starts questioning why he didn't show up at the greenhouse. Dexter expected him to get the hint when he mentioned he was ready to teach something useful, but Sick repeats his words and makes it clear that he's not interested. Dexter gets angry and acts like a child, but Sick tells him that he's sure Dexter is no ordinary person, but he's busy with personal training, so it will be difficult. Dexter understands his reasoning, but suddenly retracts his words and, in an instant, moves behind Sick. The protagonist has no time to react and is easily knocked out by the Gale Knight. After a while, he regains consciousness and still can't believe he was knocked out so easily. He assumes Dexter was fed up after waiting for a week. Sick notices he's in the western greenhouse. Dexter asks if Sick is awake yet. He says this is a kidnapping, but the man casually confirms it and arrogantly reveals his interest in him, no longer hiding it. Sick assumes he has no patience, but remains persistent and tries to escape, using his swift steps, believing this isn't the right time, but Dexter appears in front of him, surprising the boy. Sick tries to run again, but fails as Dexter catches up to him. Sick doesn't want to be treated so lightly, so he decides to taunt the guy and asks Dexter why he finds him so interesting. The man reminds him of his incredible healing abilities. Sick smiles, finally understanding the reason. He challenges the man to force an answer out of him. Then, Dexter suddenly disappears. Sick wonders what he's plotting, and suddenly, a sword nearly strikes him from behind. He catches it and wonders what Dexter is after. Sick takes a fighting stance and questions Dexter's actions. The man appears and reminds Sick that he was the one who challenged him first. But that seems boring, so they should make a bet. Dexter dares him to touch even a single piece of his clothing to have his wish granted. But with an intimidating glare, the man demands to know everything Sick is hiding if he loses the challenge. After 3 full hours of continuous fighting, Dexter begins to question the boy's tenacity. The man discovers that not only does Sick have incredible stamina and endurance, he's also capable of limitless healing and recovery, making him unstoppable. The protagonist gets up again, and without wasting a second, he activates his healing abilities and infinite stamina, allowing him to keep going all day. But he admits that even those skills won't help him win. So, he remembers his power of the dragon skill, which seemed a bit dangerous, so he never used it. Sick thinks it'll be fine to use such a skill against a Black Knight. His gaze changes instantly as he prepares to attack once more and continue the fight. Dexter observes his cold eyes and gets excited. This is how a fight should be. Our boy emits a purple aura and activates his swift steps to move forward and launch an attack. But Dexter can see through his old attacks. He admits the boy is faster than before, but recalls that it's nothing compared to some people he's fought in his past. However, he sees the insane hatred in the protagonist's eyes, which surpasses any kind of tenacity. The guy loves it and decides to use a bit of his own aura. Suddenly, our boy activates the power of the dragon and surprises him. Dexter breaks his sword and pushes him back, but he's confused and wonders what happened. He uses the surrounding dust to hide and wonders if Sick used a technique to block his vision, doubting our boy could find him with so much dust but with the dragon's eyes. The protagonist manages to locate him and tries to attack from behind. He finally manages to land an attack, but the Black Knight instantly disappears, surprising the protagonist. He believes it's that Duke's secret technique that allows him to move instantly, causing a gust of wind. He finally understands why Dexter is known as the Gale Knight, but while he's contemplating, the man appears behind him, and without much effort, he gets close and declares it a draw before completely shattering the protagonist and ending the fight. The system indicates that his accumulated fatigue has surpassed normal limits due to the excessive use of skills. So, his consciousness will be forcibly shut down for his safety. Sick starts to lose his vision. He tries to get up but can't manage to do anything. After a few hours, he regains consciousness and is in his room. Our boy believes the Duke brought him here. He regrets losing, but he thinks it's to be expected from the Black Knight. Even though he gave it his all, he's still lost. Soc remembers using the same attack pattern repeatedly, hoping to lower his opponent's guard. Then, as soon as he had the chance, he instantly switched it up, using his strength and the dragon's eyes to land a blow. But all his efforts weren't enough. He thinks Dexter's final ability was his secret move. Soc regrets getting knocked out for overusing his draconic abilities, but he's glad he got to see the man's secret move. At least, the incredible speed that Dexter used with his highly trained body is the same move that allowed Andre to reach a high rank despite having low stamina. Soc regrets losing the opportunity, as he desperately wanted to learn it, but he still feels somewhat satisfied. He's sure that the dragon's power ability, which made even a Black Knight hesitate, will destroy any lesser opponent if they ever face it. Soc receives a message from the system and checks everything. He discovers that his swift steps have improved, his soul has developed, and system functions are now available, which he can unlock whenever he wants using his karma points. He's surprised to see options to unlock a mini-map, an inventory, and a quest log with enough karma points. Seeing a bunch of things appear, Soc takes his time to understand what he's seeing. First, he buys the inventory, and the system helps him understand it. He can store items and take them out just by thinking of their name or shape. It explains everything. So, the protagonist selects his sword as an item to store. Since he can activate it with just a thought, he loves it. With the claymore in his hand, he stores it. It disappears and reappears in the inventory window. Now he understands the system's instructions. He thinks of his sword to take it out, and the claymore instantly appears in his hands, exceeding his expectations since he thought it was just a subspace for storage. He remembers having looked for a good place to store the artifact he had in his past life. He discovers that he can expand the storage using karma points and that the entire function is just a low-rank administrator skill. The protagonist is surprised and wonders what he'll unlock when he reaches the high-rank administrator function. He understands that karma points are extremely valuable, so it would be foolish to use them without thinking properly. He decides to make some changes to his plans, but while he's trying to think, Dexter appears and asks for permission to enter. Soc is surprised, but lets the butler Indiana. He says there's a message for our boy. The man mentioned that Soc will understand if he says it from the gardener. Our boy smiles. Model, realizing that his efforts were not in vain. Reading the invitation, Dexter assures him that he can come whenever he's ready for another challenge. He remembers the man called it a draw before defeating him, which is why he's so excited, since he still has this incredible opportunity. The butler shares something else. He managed to locate the blacksmith our boy mentioned. Soc asks about the appointment, but the butler says awkwardly that it didn't go as planned because the blacksmith refused any appointments. Soc is surprised, but finds out that the man has stopped forging weapons. The next day, Soc arrives at the blacksmith shop he used to visit in his past life. He finds the name amusing and goes inside, asking if anyone is there. In his past life, he remembers using a sword called Graham's Radiance. It was a masterpiece forged by Galleon, who considered it payment for saving his life. He believes Galleon deserves the grand title of Soul Blacksmith because he's rumored to be able to read his clients' souls before forging a weapon for them. Soc recalls that the blacksmith didn't disappoint him in his past life, forging a weapon with the one ability he needed most. The sword was capable of replacing ether with aura. Galleon used to be the best blacksmith on the entire continent, but Soc is disappointed to find him in such a drunken state. Galleon notices the boy and orders him to get lost, saying his shop is no place for teenagers. Soc knows the guy had a terrible attitude, but he didn't expect such a foul temper. He wonders what happened before Galleon met our boy in his past life. Without hesitation, Soc throws a bucket of water on the drunkard. Soc smirks and asks if he's finally awake. He demands an answer for the previous rejection. Galleon comes to his senses and recognizes Soc Draker. He immediately bows and apologizes for his disrespect. He starts trembling in fear and continues, repeating his apology, but he believes a mediocre blacksmith like him can't possibly make anything good for others when he can't even forge what he himself desires. So, he has stopped taking commissions for a while. Soc is a bit surprised to see that even a famous blacksmith like him has gone through a slump. He suddenly remembers that the guy was already an incredible blacksmith when he met him. Galleon never mentioned anything about his life, probably because he was too embarrassed to share his failures. But Soc doesn't have time to wait. Galleon starts freaking out over his existential crisis, but Soc snaps him out of it. The insecure man apologizes for his disrespectful behavior, but Soc assures him it's nothing and demands to see the weapons he failed to forge properly. As the blacksmith leads him to the back, The protagonist realizes he needs to help the depressed man find his way. Arriving in the courtyard, Galleon apologizes for the mess, but Sick tells him not to worry, as it looks fine. Galleon thanks him, and Sick starts looking around. As he observes the swords, Galleon warns him to be careful, because they are all still sharp. Our boy keeps checking and discovers that they aren't failures at all. Instead, they have the same quality as the ones he forged when he was the best on the continent. Sick's dragon eyes help him see through everything. He notices something and asks the man if there's a problem with his forge. Galleon is shocked that he knew, but Sick orders him to just answer. He points out that the guy smelts using his own methods. He can see Galleon mixing various metals for a lighter and stronger material. Sick breaks one of his failed swords and says its durability is pathetic. He explains that the real problem is that too many impurities weren't properly removed while forging the sword. Galleon is stunned to see that Sick not only understood his forging method instantly, but also pinpointed all the problems and their root causes. Effortlessly, Galleon gets an idea and calls out to Sick. Although it might seem weird, he wants to ask him for something. In the shop, Sick asks what he's planning. The blacksmith shows him a blueprint and reveals all his secrets without hesitation. Sick remembers that it's the same blueprint the man revealed in his past life, known as the blueprint for the Galleon magic brazier. He didn't want to hide his secret from someone who saved his life, so he revealed the blueprint. Sick does the same this time. He thinks the casting method will be perfect with this. Galleon expected our boy to recognize it, but Sick wonders that why he isn't working on it, even though he has the blueprint. Galleon explains that he's still missing that the most important part, but the commission from the magic tower is 10,000 gold coins. Even a normal family only spends 10 gold coins a month. That's 1,000 times more than their budget. Our boy finally understands why it took him 10 years to succeed. He admits the price is totally insane. Galleon knows this is going to sound pretty absurd, but since the protagonist is a breaker and a pure-blooded awakened, he hopes Sick can help him get the brazier. In exchange, that he's willing to do any commission for free for as long as he lives. Sick thinks about it and sees the request as nearly impossible. Because he's not the family's guardian knight, there's no way to gather such an absurd amount, even as a pureblood. He needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Then he thinks of a solution. Sick understands it's a problem with the laws of mana energy. So, he suddenly gets a brilliant idea and accepts the request. Sick takes the blueprint, but Galleon still finds it hard to believe. So our boy assures him that he knows a mage willing to help, and that he'll inform Graham if anything works out. Before leaving, Sick orders him to stop drinking, but the man kneels and grabs our boy's leg. He bursts into tears and promises to serve the protagonist for his entire life if this works out. He's still thanking him as Sick tries to leave the workshop. In the Draco Academy's research building, Sick finds it absurd and wonders why the mages from the Magic Tower charge so much, even though the task seems easy. He remembers that phantom specialization that was related to this, so he tries to remember that guy's research lab. As he keeps looking for it, he notices something happening in an alley. A kid is being beaten up by some bullies. He tries to apologize with tears in his eyes. The protagonist remembers that the same thing that happened in his past life. He grits his teeth in frustration and decides to check out the alley. Leon calls the poor kid complete trash and continues to beat him, taking out the frustration and anger he feels towards Sick on the poor victim instead. Leon doesn't admit his defeat and calls it all nonsense. That as he stomps his victim's head against the ground. Leon thinks his defeat was unavoidable due to the surprise attack, but he calls it pure luck and doesn't believe Sick has the right to be called a pure-blooded awakened because of it. As soon as Sick appears and speaks, Leon's expression changes instantly. The protagonist smirks arrogantly, but suddenly gets serious. And with terrifyingly cold eyes, he orders the bullies to kneel if they value their lives. Leon accuses him of being arrogant and doubts he really went through a true pure-blooded awakening. But the protagonist shuts him up and orders him, terrifyingly, to kneel or else he's finished. His words send chills down Leon's spine. He gets scared and starts to sweat. Anxiously, the bully wonders why he feels such intense pressure, even though Sick that was completely insignificant just a few months ago. Leon grits his teeth in anger and frustration, calling him a lowlife. He orders his lackeys to attack the protagonist immediately, but Sick remains unfazed despite seeing a punch coming. He warns them again and easily dodges the blow. Our boy takes down the first guy, moves forward, and beats another. Sick catches the guy, flying towards him, and throws him back with ease. He finishes off the entire gang instantly. As he watches everything, Leon sweats anxiously, finding it hard to believe this is the same. Sick he knew. The protagonist approaches him and assures the weak boy arrogantly not to worry, as it will only hurt for a second. Leon pulls out his sword in fear and orders the protagonist to stay. away or else you'll get hurt. Zack reminds him what it means to draw a weapon in the training area. The coward sweats anxiously and is left speechless, only to be saved from the killing intent of Leon, who drew his sword outside the sacred training grounds. Zack announces that he will fight in the name of honor, draws his sword as well, and makes it clear that their battle will only end when one of them finally dies. Whoever drew their sword first assumes responsibility for what happens, and the opponent will not be at fault regardless of the outcome. Zack makes Liam the bullied guy his witness, and then the fight begins. But the cowardly bully stops him and apologizes. Leon wets his pants and begs the protagonist to let him go this time. Our boy remembers what happened in his past life, so he calls Leon a miserable wretch, and in an instant he cuts off the bully's ear as payment for what he did. Leon starts screaming in pain, but the ruthless protagonist warns him to never cross him again, or else he'll cut off his head the next time they meet. The victim calls out to Zack and asks him why he went to the trouble of saving the guy. Our boy brushes it off, saying he wasn't helping anyone. He was just helping himself. As he leaves, he wonders if Galleon made him change, since he almost said something embarrassing. He finally finds the professor and asks him if it's possible. Phantom gives him a direct answer and reveals that it is possible. Zack leaves it in his hands, but the man stops our boy and asks him to listen properly to what he has to say. Phantom says that the overall composition isn't complicated, but the real problem is its core, which is essential for power output. It's mentioned that the core is the heart of the machine, but this circuit has strange restrictions. It may look small, but it requires a lot of energy. They also have to manipulate the output in time. Zack understands everything and asks if there's a way to do it. The professor explains that they have two options. He might be able to make some changes to the design due to the core's condition, but he mentions with disappointment that such a task will take a full decade, or maybe 15 years. Zack is surprised, but the professor reiterates that it will take a long time. He then explains that the second method will allow them to avoid redoing the core's design by just using a different material. He admits this method will save time, but the material needed is a high-compression mana stone. Zack considers it absurd and stands up upon hearing it, remembering that it's a very rare ancient artifact that no one can replicate, not even with modern technology. Phantom tells him he's right and reminds him that finding such materials in a ruin is even harder. Getting a stone that works with their original design is going to cost them 3,000 gold. Zack is speechless at first. His frustration is understandable, as it could be expelled if anyone finds out he's not an Aura user. 15 years is too long. He scratches his head and admits he can't gather 3,000 gold coins either. He finds it hard to admit defeat and just forget about the blacksmith. Almost everyone believes he can use Aura because of the event during the blessing rite, but the truth is it was just a fake reaction he was able to show using his ether and healing abilities. It still doesn't change the fact that he isn't able to use Aura. Ether is a power that common humans don't control. Apart from his soul spirit ability, he can't use any sword skills that include Aura. But even with that ability, he can only reinforce the sword and swing it. Compared to Ether, Aura is easier to use, so he must get Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Zack is frustrated and keeps thinking about the mana stone to find a solution. Phantom is amazed and thinks that whoever made the blueprints must be incredible. He calls it an efficient design and believes that even among the relics of the Golden Age, it's rare for someone to be able to create this. Zack listens and suddenly has an idea. He stands up and tells the professor to handle the design until he gets back. The confused professor asks if Zack wants him to remake the design and dedicate 15 years of his life, but Zack clarifies that he's going to bring one. He shares confidently that he knows how to get a high-compression mana stone. The Golden Age, the War of Liberation, began so that humanity could escape the rule of the dragons. It ended when the dragon Bahamut died at the hands of Turok and Draker. Humanity achieved peace for a century. But in that time, the relics found in the dragon's lair became vestiges of the Hero King's era, the Golden Age of magic. These relics surpassed anything humans could create. Among them, the high-compression mana stone had enough energy to satisfy the mana needs of an entire village easily. A relic from the hero's era. Our boy arrives at the central library of Draker Academy. Although no one uses it anymore, the central library is still maintained because everyone believes the hero, Turkin Draker, established it himself decades ago. While expanding the record rooms, they found several relics from the Golden Age. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana soon got involved. During those months, they found many relics from the hero's era, and rumors about them spread quickly across the continent. Soc recalls that this happened in his past life. He enters the library, thinking that the relics still haven't been found by anyone. He can try all day, but he doubts he'll find them that easily, so he uses his dragon's eyes and scans the entire library. Finally, he sees a strange tile, so he touches it to see if there's anything behind it. He activates the soul of the spirit and remembers that it's the only use for ether. His master taught him that the ether can materialize, allowing the user to apply properties like cutting to use it in different situations. It still has several drawbacks and disadvantages. The ether can't be used unless the user expends a lot to do something. He feels fatigued after using the technique, but without wasting any time, he enters through the tile. Inside a cave, he lights a fire and remembers. The news from his past life never mentioned it being this deep. Suddenly, he hears something. Although he remembers the ruins were discovered at least a decade later, he wonders if someone has already discovered them. But he takes a look and notices skeletons with shovels and pickaxes in their hands. He uses his dragon's eye to confirm they aren't made by a lich. So he activates critical hit and moves quickly to destroy them. He receives 2 karma points for defeating them. Sick smiles, thinking that he'd forgotten about karma points because he was so focused on getting the artifact. Suddenly, he puts on an evil face and thinks it's the perfect opportunity to farm karma points. He continues, moving forward and destroys 20 more skeletons to get karma points. The system shows all the available options, so he decides to see what he can buy after checking the karma point requirements. He realizes that aside from a mini-map, nothing is affordable right now, so he buys it quickly. The system shows him his exact location. He finds it, similar to a magic map. Something catches his attention, and he wonders what it is. The mini-map transforms into 3D. Sick is amazed, but he notices that only one room has a different color. The system indicates that it's a storage room. If he accepts, it will give him directions to get there. Sick is surprised, remembering that the search party took days to find it, but he discovered it effortlessly. The system offers him the best route, which Sick finds hard to believe, since with such a useful skill, he couldn't possibly get lost. He finally reaches his destination, but he's met with a huge door in front of him. He wonders what to do. Now, since the door won't open just by pushing it, he tries anyway, but a strange magic repels his hand. He thinks that's why. The Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower were involved. He observes his burning glove and thinks he would have lost a hand there. He believes he can't open it, so he asks the system. It responds and connects to the security device. At his request, the system tries, but fails, so he activates the manual device. Sick is surprised and asks if it really responded. The system says yes, leaving him stunned. He decides to use it and demands an answer as to why. It regressed. The system has nothing to say, so he questions the system administrator. The system has no answer again, so he throws out another question and asks who developed it. The system has no answer again, so he gets frustrated and gives up. Sick orders it to open the door. The system confirms his request and opens the door to the Dragon Slayer storage room. Sick is amazed as soon as he lays eyes on the chests inside the room. Just like what happened in his past life, all the chests are filled with valuable relics and treasures. Getting even one of them in the ruins is a miracle. He checks the chests and finds the compressed mana stones. He finds 4 of them, so he uses 1 karma point to expand his inventory and store one. He doesn't have enough space, so Sick decides to come back someday when he can take everything. He thinks this is enough for now, but just as he's about to leave, he feels a strange and ominous sensation. He looks back, and suddenly several magic circles appear around him and teleport him to another location. The magic circle that suddenly surrounded Sick Draker made him stagger. When he opens his eyes, he notices his surroundings have changed, so he hurriedly asks the system where he is. It quickly replies that he's in the Dragon Slayer's house. In his past life, he never heard of a room full of coffins in the bulletin. Opening the mini-map, he sees that he's not far from the previous room, where he was. But no matter how he looks at it, there's no path connecting to the Dragon Slayer's house. If that's the case, it's most likely a hidden area that's never been discovered or documented. Determined to take advantage of the strange situation, he runs to a coffin and opens its concrete lid. Inside, there's a medieval suit of armor at rest. According to the system, it's an exclusive Dragon Slayer item. Sick grabs the armor and notices the wear and tear all over its surface. Upon closer inspection, he determines that this Dragon Slayer equipment is different from the armors from the Golden Age. On the back, he finds a circular hole that connects the dots. He guesses it must connect to the loot he recovered a minute ago. Sick accesses his storage and takes out a highly compressed mana stone. He can't pass up such an interesting opportunity. As soon as he inserts the ancient relic, the system notifies him of the successful installation of the mana battery in the Dragon Slayer's equipment. The armor lights up as it activates. Seeing this, Sick smiles in anticipation. This find could be huge. A second later, The armor behaves erratically. His optimistic anticipation turns to terrified surprise as the armor explodes, filling the room with smoke. According to the system, an overload caused an equipment failure, stopping the activation. It even warned him about the imminent explosion, but the warning was a little slow. The system apologizes for the late notice. Fortunately, it didn't cause much damage. At least he had confirmed that the highly compressed mana stones were the power source for these ancient armors. He couldn't help but wonder what features this armor had to require such a powerful energy source. Sick reminded himself to ask Professor Fannin about this as soon as he could get out. For now, he decides to wander around the strange room to keep searching. Aside from the room full of strange coffins, the other rooms were empty. Finally, he reaches the last room. Like the ones he had searched before, it was a huge, empty space. That was until he saw a glass cube situated in the center of the room. A system notification appeared before his eyes, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He started to sweat. He could only think about how crazy Tariq Draker was. The cube in the final room was the founder's legacy. It's the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Who would have thought that his ancestor would leave the heart of the dragon he killed as a posthumous gift for his descendants? This explained the ominous feeling that Sick felt upon entering the warehouse. But compared to the dark presence from before, Bahamut's heart emitted something different. As soon as the system informed him that the heart of the cursed light dragon was reacting to his presence, Sick felt the dark presence surrounding him. He heard a voice in his head. A venomous voice told him he had no choice, a voice screaming that he must kill them all. Before his mind could be consumed by the dark presence, his indomitable mental defense kicked in. Snapping out of the brief trance, he felt a sharp pain in his head. For a brief moment, something had taken over his mind. Its presence still lingered in his body, turning one of his eyes black. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he feared the cube that housed the dragon's heart, still reeling from almost being possessed. The system assigned him an urgent mission, Tariq Draker's trial. He must overcome the powerful curse in the heart of Bahamut. The dark presence resurfaced again, and when his strong mental defense tried to cleanse the effects, the activation of the reliable class skill failed for the first time. With that, overwhelming, murderous thoughts consumed his mind. The voice telling him to kill them all grew stronger and more powerful than ever. His eyes turned black as the voice demanded to be accepted. If he chose to accept, it promised he would be completely free. With sheer willpower, Sick regained some control and slammed his head hard against the glass cube. The pain cleared his mind. He smirked as blood ran down his face. Sick doesn't like that annoying, murderous whisper. That stupid voice promised to give him freedom, but he firmly believes that freedom isn't given. Freedom is earned. The glass cube shattered into 1,000 pieces as he overcame the curse of the light dragon, completing the urgent mission. For overcoming the light dragon's curse and completing the urgent mission, as a reward, he has been given ownership of Tariq Draker's parting gift. Mental exhaustion quickly caught up to him. If he hadn't had the willpower after his skill failed, the situation could have been worse. His body felt the damage and activated his healing factor and infinite stamina to recover. With that, the process of absorbing the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has begun. He looked up to see the heart, glowing with a vigorous light as it floated towards his chest. An overpowering power filled his flesh and bones, causing unimaginable agony. From what he can tell, a pure and dense source of mana he had never encountered before is beginning to flow into every cell of his body. This is bad news for someone like him who doesn't have a single circle to properly accept such an intense torrent of mana. Without a place to store it, all that mana is overwhelming and destroying his body in the most excruciating way. Sick knows he has to do something, anything, or this process could be the end of him. With a skillful movement of his hands, he summoned the purple ether. Using the soul spirit, he created a mini black hole to seal the unimaginable amount of mana. With very limited skills in his arsenal, he thought using ether was his only hope. So, he gritted his teeth as he focused all his attention on maintaining the ether hole's seal in his hands. This caused a massive explosion of magic with him at the center. The entire room filled with a thunderous cloud of smoke. The explosion created a large crater. Luckily, Sick is unharmed. Every nerve ending in his body is screaming in intense pain. As soon as the pain began to subside, he sighed in relief. It was difficult, but he managed to get out alive. His uniform was torn, and on his chest, the mark of Bahamut appeared, the heart. The heart inside the broken crystal cube had vanished. Bahamut's mana was no joke. It's a miracle he survived. Thanks to his quick reaction, from the remains of the shattered cube, he saw the reflection of the mark on his chest. It seems that sealing the rampaging mana, a behemoth has yielded surprising results. Finally, the system notified him of the successful absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart. The absorbed mana has drastically changed his body. His constitution has changed from ordinary to divine. Detecting a power he can't yet control, the system compressed and sealed 95% of his strength. As the heir to the ancestor's legacy, he has obtained the right to open the secure library of Draker. The beginner's mission book has been unlocked, along with the tutorial for the low-level administrator, 6. He scratched his head. A divine body? The library of Draker? Some kind of tutorial? He had no idea what the hell all this confusing stuff was. He dismissed all the notices except for one. It seems the first Dragon Slayer was generous on his deathbed centuries ago. A message appeared before him, asking if he wanted to open the other posthumous gift from Draker. Just when he thought he couldn't be more surprised, Six saw the second gift from Draker. After his brush with death in that cursed room, Six returned to the Platinum Mansion and stored the treasures he looted in a safe place. His eyes were fixed on the system message in front of him. His title changed to He Who Received the Ancient Dragon's Blessing. The heir of Draker gained dragon control and the divine body constitution. Among the new additions to his arsenal, he was very curious about the draconic ability called Incantation. This locked skill will give power to his words. He gained a lot from that near-death experience, but he's still too weak to take full advantage of some rewards. Dragon Control grants him control over Dragonkin. The Dragonkin under his control can be summoned and will follow his orders unconditionally. As for the divine body, it will allow him to perform at the highest level. His learning rate for combat and the transfer of ether in his body have increased. The descriptions don't help him understand everything, so perhaps some practical tests could help. Besides the ancestor's second farewell gift, there's another window about Draker. Although he has access to the secure library of Draker, an information update is still required. As helpful as ever, the system offered to pinpoint the location for the update on his mini-map. Six isn't happy about the extra work, but there's no other choice. To his surprise, he recognized the location, marked on his mini-map. From the look of the layout, it seemed to be Valhalla. You see, Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution in existence. People who aren't administrators can't see or enter that area. As he is now, even Six would have trouble getting in there. To make matters worse, he wasn't even planning on joining the institution in this life. But if there's something related to Draker's farewell gift, it might be worth changing his plans. It seems fate is pushing him to stay in this damn family. He then checked the beginner's mission book. The tutorial for low-level administrators will begin soon. Upon finishing it, he will receive a mission to boost his growth. Missions bring rewards. Six compared this system to quests from an adventurer's guild or mercenary tasks. Curious, he asked the system about the tutorial. With no time to answer, the mission started automatically. His surroundings began to change. It seemed like reality was shifting before his eyes. In seconds, he was in what looked like another dimension. Grid lines emerged beneath his feet, and an infinite darkness surrounded him. The young man remained calm. He looked around to figure out where he was. It seems he'd been teleported again. Getting transported against his will twice in one day is insane. But this time, it felt a little different. Instead of a physical plane, it seemed like the entire area had changed. It felt like he'd been taken to another dimension. Suddenly, he sensed a hostile presence, approaching fast from behind. Turning around, he saw orcs advancing with their clubs, covered in spikes. The system explained that for the tutorial mission, he must defeat the monsters within 60 minutes using at least 2 different skills. Upon completion, he would earn points and the system shop would open. While he was still thinking, his battle senses kicked in and a sword appeared in his hand. It seems this tutorial creates situations to take advantage of the system. It would have been nice to have this feature earlier, as 3 orcs attacked him from different angles. Sick vanished instantly. The attacks caused the entire tutorial area to ripple rapidly. He activated rapid steps and continuous cut, to properly evade and counterattack. These kinds of monsters are no longer a threat to him. He can simply slice through their bodies without much effort. He noticed that the claymore he was using felt as light as a feather. This increase in brute strength must be an effect of having a divine constitution. He thought that with a stronger physical form, that he could easily defeat a purple knight now. After one-shotting the tutorial orcs, he returned to where he was before as the separate dimension dissipated. He wondered if that was just an illusion, even though it felt incredibly real. Besides completing the tutorial, he got a critical bonus and a time bonus. In short, his mission reward was a gain of 40 points and access to the shop. He was thrilled to see that he could now buy items through the system. Yes. He quickly opened a shop tab and saw a bunch of incredible items for sale. Among them were giant's meat, a flame giant's breath, and more. Every item listed is a rare relic that costs a lot on the market. Maybe he could use this tab to make a fortune by reselling. Besides buying, he can also sell items he has in his inventory. His training claymore isn't sellable, but the elven dagger is worth 4 points. It seems the shop only accepts ancient relics. His elven dagger could sell for 100 gold pieces at an auction, but it's only worth 4 points in the system. He decided not to sell anything unless he really needed the points. With that, he left his personal training room to end the day. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours, so it looks like he'll sleep well tonight. The next day, Soc went to the Draker Academy's research center to see Professor Fannin. The magic professor couldn't believe that this kid had found a high-compression mana stone in just one day. When asked how he got the stone, Soc refused to explain because it would be too complicated. He hadn't even finished the tea in his cup, and Professor Fannin had already finished adjusting the power source. The magic nerd is incredible at his job, although the professor tried to hide it. Soc could feel he was suspicious. Every time a high-compression mana stone is found on the continent, it's recorded in various ancient texts. This is used to register and manage the ownership of these valuable mana stones. By checking the registration number, you can find out who the current owner is and where it was found. However, the mana stones Soc has are unregistered. No matter how much you search, they won't appear in the Central Continent's registration encyclopedia. Professor Fannin's skepticism, rather than blind belief, is valuable. His judgment and skill are the real deal. Soc thought that someone so talented shouldn't stay in a place where he won't be recognized. Finally, the professor tried to activate the design, bringing us back to the breath of Papnir. Upon completing the design, they delivered the device to the sole blacksmith, Galleon Halbert. Soc and Professor Fannin watched the master blacksmith in action. His workshop glowed with intricate magic circles. The look of pure joy on Galleon's face, that now that he can fulfill his dream of creating weapons that meet his standards, is contagious. Soc and Fannin are witnessing history in the making. After the successful demonstration, Professor Fannin said his goodbyes to head to a conference. Galleon was extremely grateful for Soc's help. He thought he'd never see a complete magic brazier in his lifetime, but making a deal with a young man was the best thing he'd ever done. Since Soc had fulfilled his part of the deal, it was time for Galleon to do the same for him. Of course, the blacksmith was eager to repay the favor. Soc pulled a material from his bag and showed it to Galleon. With just one look, the blacksmith instantly knew what it was. Inside the elegant case was a dragon's fang. Among the rewards for inheriting Terrakin's was the sharp fang of Bahamut. The blacksmithing maniac was practically drooling at the sight of such a large and perfectly preserved dragon's fang. Terrakin's second posthumous gift was the ideal reward. From the heart to the fangs, that ancestor of yours must have loved collecting valuable things. Suddenly, Galleon began to tremble. Tears and snot streamed down his face, confusing Soc. He had created the magic brazier, and now he was giving this humble craftsman the chance to forge a weapon from a dragon's fang. Galleon promised to thank him by crafting a weapon that would surpass all of his expectations. The sole blacksmith swore on his name to create a sword worthy of Soc, even if it cost him his life. Those words sounded familiar. It was the same oath from his past life. Even in his second chance, Galleon was still the same earnest idiot. That fact made Soc feel a little emotional inside. Leaving the breath of Papnir and entrusting the craftsmanship to the expert, Soc eagerly awaited what kind of sword Galleon would forge for him. With the best blacksmith on the continent on the job, he was sure to get something incredible. After the trip to the forge, Soc went straight to his room in the Platinum Mansion. He'd been through a lot just to secure a weapon, and now he could finally relax. A week had passed since his duel with the Duke. That's when he received a note telling him to stop by again for the second round. Just as he was thinking the crazy gardener would make a move soon, he felt a familiar presence in his room. Behind him stood Duke Draker, and he looked furious. Soc hadn't accepted his invitation, and the eccentric knight glared at him with fury, demanding an explanation while emanating a clear bloodlust. It seemed like he genuinely wanted to kill Soc right then and there. Playing with the old knight's emotions, Soc insisted that he had no intention of challenging him again. In an instant, Duke Draker closed the distance between them and demanded the truth. Soc tried to break free from the Duke's grasp, but before he could react, the crazy bastard threw him out the open window. Caught off guard, Soc felt his body plummeting. His room was on one of the mansion's upper floors, so a fall from this height was extremely dangerous. He could die before his passive healing even kicked in. Panicking, he tried to grab onto the balcony, but just as he caught the ledge, the Duke's hand clamped tightly around his neck. The old knight didn't believe for a second that the boy misunderstood the letter's true meaning. Sick was clearly avoiding him on purpose. First in the treatment room, and now this. It was as if he was intentionally provoking him. Done with the games, the Duke gave him 5 seconds to tell the truth and stop messing around. Sick smirked and pointed out that the Duke hadn't even revealed who he really was, insisting he was just a gardener. And yet, here he was demanding sincerity. Seeing the lack of fear in the young man's eyes, Dexter, the garden's keeper, loosened his grip and smiled. The old knight tossed him back into the room, like a rag doll, sending him bouncing across the floor. The impact wrecked the room, but Sick's sturdy body didn't take any serious damage. Dexter, the garden's keeper, admitted that Sick had a point. He offered his hand to help the young man up and confessed that he was once a Black Knight of Draco. Sick feigned surprise, even though he already knew who the man was from putting the pieces together. He put on his best act and apologized profusely for disrespecting an esteemed family member and an honorable Black Knight. Skeptical, the Duke asked if this had been Sick's plan all along. The young man shamelessly continued to play dumb. Seizing the opportunity, Sick asked why Lord Duke called himself a former Black Knight. Refusing to give any more details, the old knight simply stated that he no longer holds that title. While it's known that one can rise through the ranks, Sick didn't know you could also be demoted, yet he still refused to answer his incessant questions. Duke stood his ground and changed the subject. Sick noticed the old knight's trembling hand and dropped his personal questions. Since Lord Duke was honest in revealing his identity, Sick decided to share the truth as well. He knelt down and confessed that he already knew Duke's identity and that he was deliberately trying to annoy Duke to become an official apprentice. Surprisingly, the old knight smiled, amused by the young man's audacity. And so, Nightingale decided to accept him as an official apprentice. Sick was surprised by how easy it was to secure a powerful master. He believed he would face more obstacles and thought it best to accept the offer before this fickle old man changed his mind. Bowing before Duke Draker, he declared his intention to be the apprentice of the Knight of Knights. He promised to honor his master's name, follow his orders, and acquire wisdom and power. The Duke was surprised that the boy knew the apprentice's vow, which had been forgotten by the new generation. Sick added that culture is an essential virtue for a knight. However, he wanted to ask his new master something else. The Duke doesn't like being called that, but he honored the boy's request. Sick then asked why the Duke accepted him as an apprentice when he was known for not taking students. Only Andre, the genius of the century, became this old man's apprentice after years of begging and pleading. Although Sick has a general idea why, he still wants to hear it. According to Duke, he assumed the old knight saw a potential greater than Andre's during their duel. Duke smiled and asked him to guess. Sick stated sincerely that he was accepted for being a family genius. Duke just laughed at his confident but incorrect answer. If he had chosen an apprentice based on raw potential, he would have picked the girl from the Tarun family. But he chose Sick for his sheer tenacity. Talent isn't the only thing one needs to reach the level of the Red or Black Knights. In reality, talented people rarely face serious problems in their lives. As a result, most of them fall easily in the face of adversity, extinguishing their talent and their lives. After a lifetime of hard work and adversity, Sick agrees. Many geniuses who are expected to reach the Red Knight level not only fail to meet expectations, but most of them remain at the Blue Knight level. After answering, Duke stood up and ended the chat. Now he wants to take his new apprentice to his first lesson. They both headed to the gym, the empty one in the West Greenhouse. Sick didn't know there was a gym under the greenhouse. Duke simply ordered him to run around the track. Since then, he's been wondering what his new master is planning. 3 hours have passed since he started, and Duke just watches him in silence. Finally, Duke shouted at him to stop and asked him a question. Sick gladly stopped his jog and asked what his master wanted to know. Before he could react, Duke's burly body was already behind him. The old knight's hand went for Sick's arm, and the young man reacted instinctively to deflect the grab. His combat instinct kicked in, and every fiber of his being made him back away to a safe distance. Duke failed to grab his hands and arm, but the brief contact nearly ruined his special glove. The old knight asked his student if he had a problem with him checking his pulse. Sick knew this cunning old man wasn't just planning to check his pulse. Duke knew there was something strange about this boy from the very beginning, when they fought in the infirmary and when they faced off in the greenhouse. And even after running around the track for 500 laps, Duke didn't sense a single drop of aura from the boy's body. He reacted suspiciously when Duke reached for his wrist. So the old Black Knight asked Sick if he couldn't use aura. The question, which touched upon his greatest secret, shook Sick. Duke had done his research. He saw the bronze statue, and he also knew about the uproar over the unprecedented golden light that Sick unleashed. If he was wrong in his assumption, then he asked Sick to let him check his pulse. He looked his master in the eyes and saw no malicious suspicion, just simple, genuine curiosity. Despite the huge scandal that could arise from the news of a Draker who can't use aura, it seems the Duke's curiosity comes first. Sick is lucky that the Duke is an eccentric. He's still confident about getting his greatsword to avoid suspicion about his aura. This is a warning, and he must be more careful until then. He affirmed his determination. He doesn't need to make up lies. Unlike his past life, where he was the first failed awakener in his family, things are different now. Sick carefully removed his special gloves, stripping himself of the symbol of a pure awakener. He showed his mana reflection, proof that his pure nature is legitimate. For unknown reasons, he cannot use aura. Sick hopes that sharing some truths will cover up his lies. Even so, he apologized to the Duke. If they find out a Draker can't use aura, he's afraid he'll be kicked out of the family, man. He can cry on command and look like a scared puppy. Give this man an award. Sick offered his pulse to be examined, and the Duke carefully extended his aura into his apprentice's body. Seeing Sick cry and look scared, the Duke thought that a child is still a child, even if he's holding a mallet that doesn't suit his age. As expected, not a single drop of aura was detected in the boy's body. Even though he had successfully awakened, the perplexed Duke racked his brains, searching for an answer that wouldn't come. Sick already expected skepticism, even after the pulse examination. That's how absolute the results of the blessing rite are for a Draker. Even if it's true that he can awaken his aura, the Duke will undoubtedly find a reason to explain the phenomenon, to rationalize and deny the evidence in front of him. The old knight called him an irregular. Of course, that's his conclusion. People who don't know the concept of classes usually think that way. Still, he played along and asked the Duke what an irregular is. His master explained that it refers to people with anomalous abilities. For example, some can use both aura and mana together. There are also irrational abilities like seeing the future. Therefore, irregulars aren't treated well at all, so it would be best to keep this secret between master and apprentice. Regarding his irregular ability, the Duke suggested it's his great stamina and recovery. But just like with any injury, healing internal damage takes time. However, that doesn't apply to Sick. He recovered from serious injuries almost instantly. Before, the Duke thought that such a rapid recovery must have consumed an indescribable amount of energy. That energy is aura. The old knight hypothesized that because Sick's aura is constantly being consumed in exchange for stamina and regeneration, there's hardly any left to be perceived in use. Sick was surprised that this old man had come up with such a plausible explanation. Keeping up the act, he innocently asked if he would never be able to use aura, afraid of not meeting his master's expectations. The Duke just laughed and told him not to worry. His Gale arts are special and powerful. They don't use aura. He explained that a special art is a unique technique created by a knight upon reaching their peak. It's usually an application or specialization of the dragon-slaying arts, so it requires proper use of aura. Since the wind arts prioritize physical training, the Duke decided to demonstrate it for his student. He asked Sick to pay close attention. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked with a simple leap. Sick struggled to follow the Duke's incredible speed. In seconds, the Wind Knight crossed the arena, and with his speed, even his afterimages were invisible to the naked eye. Then he landed right where he had started, without breaking a sweat. When asked if he saw the movements, a surprised Sick asked if he could try it himself. The Duke asked the boy if he didn't want to see it again. The eccentric old man laughed and praised Sick's confidence, which reminded him of a certain Black Knight, and allowed the boy to try. Sick stepped forward and took his stance. He visualized and replicated the movement his master showed. But just a moment ago, his first step left a crater right on top of the footprint. Of the Black Knight. After seeing the technique just once, he replicated the Duke's movement pattern by directly imitating his master's movements and trajectory. He starts to notice things he didn't see before. It's clear these steps were taken as if facing someone. Some patterns showed attacking, dodging, closing in, and creating distance. Every step has a purpose, right down to the final stance. Sick steadily slowed down. The Duke couldn't believe his eyes. He knew the boy had talent a week ago, but he wasn't this good. What could have happened in 1 week to cause such a huge leap in potential? The difference is like night and day. The Duke had never seen anything like it. He had never found such an ideal prospect, but Sick ruined it by acting arrogant. If he could just control that, he'd be perfect. The Duke caught him, playfully in a headlock, and teased him for crying so much after showing a near-perfect replica of a difficult technique. Some time has passed since the Duke began training him. Today, Sick can be seen in the Academy's dining hall. On his plate was a mishmash of meat, seafood, bread, and anything else he could get his hands on. It's been a month since he became the Gale Knight's apprentice. With his continuous training, his appetite keeps growing. Today, his lunch was interrupted by instructor Andre himself. who asked if he could have some time to talk because he has a very busy schedule. He asked Andre to just say what he wanted to talk about right here and now. Andre had a simple question for him. He wanted to know how Sick convinced Sir Dexter, since Andre has not yet become the Duke's official disciple. At this point, the news that Sick has been accepted probably made him a little anxious. While still eating, Sick replied that he didn't really do anything special, that Sir Dexter simply chose him on his own. Andre was clearly irritated by that answer. He looked at him with obvious contempt and hatred. He concluded that Sick was chosen as a disciple just for being a pure-blood awakener. Our boy didn't like that accusation at all. He finished his meal and gave the genius of the century a harsh dose of reality. Sick pointed out Andre's severe inferiority complex, which the instructor did not like at all. His arms trembled with anger. He called Sick Cadet, hoping to put him in his place, but the young man wasn't finished speaking his mind. He asked Andre if he thought Sir Dexter would choose a disciple for such a simple reason. Sick said that being able to use his bloodline as a basis for discipleship proves his abilities. Then he gave Andre some valuable advice. Instead of wasting time feeding his ego with that severe inferiority complex, maybe he should try harder to be chosen too. Although he was angry, Andre recognized some merit in the cadet's words. Later, in the Western Greenhouse arena, there were 3 people instead of the usual 2. Someone arrived before Sick and Duke, running around the track as if their life depended on it. Sick asks his master what's going on, but the Gale Knight is also confused. He doesn't know what happened to instructor Andre, but he came begging, saying he's fine with being a servant if it means he can stay by Duke's side to learn. The old knight joked that he would accept him if he ran 300 laps without aura, and so poor Andre ended up in this situation. Duke was surprised by Andre's tenacity. Similarly, Sick was pleasantly surprised to see that this guy wasn't just an arrogant nerd. Turns out, the genius of the century has quite a bit of character. All the students of the academy have been summoned to report and form up on the field. Today is a special day. It's the day of the Patriarch's visit. The heavy steps of steeds echoed outside the campus. A luxurious carriage bearing the emblem of the Drake family entered. The lookout hastily informed everyone of the Patriarch's arrival. The fat dean of the academy, Howard Drake, ordered his men to prepare to receive their supreme leader. He waited in front of the gate, making sure he was the first one the VIP would see. As soon as the Patriarch stepped down from the carriage, Howard's chubby face greeted him with a deep bow. The dean paid homage to the master of the Drakes. The knights followed suit, raising their swords and kneeling according to their rank to show respect. The Patriarch arrived right at 12 noon, and the Academy's bell rang louder on today's rare occasion. Master Drake walked with an unparalleled aura and style. His mere presence commanded obedience from everyone else. He held Howard's shoulder, towering over the dean, and praised him for his hard work. This giant is Arthur Drake, leader of the 3rd Transcendent House, the Dragon's Lair, Patriarch of Drake. Howard suggested going inside immediately, given how strong the sun is today. Arthur prefers to move at his own pace. Some students near the gate saw the Patriarch's silhouette and were astonished. Arthur Drake finally stepped into the light, showing his face to the Academy students. He addressed the young dragon hunters lined up before him, the hope and future of their clan. He urged them to train hard and train more for their development, which will be the development of the family. Inspired by his encouraging words and commanding presence, the students engraved his simple speech in their hearts and responded with their entire being. With the sun shining brighter, Arthur turned and ordered Howard to accompany him inside. Behind closed doors, Sick was called to greet the leader of the knights, the guardian of the Dragon's Lair name, and his father. Arthur laughed at his grand and old-fashioned greeting, a rare sight these days. After bringing 2 cups of tea, Arthur asked his son to sit down. He heard his son likes tea, so he prepared something rare, hoping it would be to Zeke's liking. Although this seems like a sweet gesture from a father, Zeke only saw it as proof that his every move, down to his preferences, was being reported to his superiors. There's a saying that there may be things the Emperor doesn't know, but there will never be anything a Drake is unaware of. Zeke feels the truth in that now. Arthur admitted he called for Zeke after learning that the Duke had accepted him as a disciple. As expected, the Patriarch isn't one to beat around the bush. He prefers to get straight to the point. Zeke downplayed the matter, insisting that the Duke is doing him a great favor while Arthur questions his son's goal. Following the Duke's teachings should ensure a promising future. Zeke interrupted his father, saying he wanted to become the strongest man on the continent. Hearing such an ambitious goal sharpened Arthur's eyes. Zeke added that he will become stronger than everyone else, so he can live with true freedom. That is his goal, and he will do everything possible to achieve it. He looked at his father's face, unable to read how the Patriarch was feeling. Arthur let some of his aura and bloodlust leak out. If his youngest son plans to be the strongest, That means he aims to surpass even his own father. Zeke realized he might have made a mistake. He had been too eager in expressing those feelings. He felt a chill run down his spine. The astral sword hovers in the room. It's said to give the user power over all living things within its radius, and is seen as the pinnacle of aura usage, achievable only by accomplished Black Knights. Arthur looked at his youngest son with amusement in his eyes. Zeke decided to stand firm and double down on his goal. He admitted that he plans to surpass even his powerful father, while doing his best to resist the astral sword. Hearing his determination, the patriarch appeared pleased with his will. Arthur quietly dispelled his astral sword while calmly sipping his tea, easing the pressure on Zeke's body. He admitted that what Zeke had just said was the most interesting thing he'd heard in years. Arthur came here to support the academy and his youngest son, but seeing how much Zeke has grown, perhaps that's not enough. He reached inside his elaborate suit to pull something out. Zeke thought that other Black Knights like the Duke were already at the pinnacle, incredibly strong, but his father was on another level entirely. Arthur placed a black card on the table bearing the Drake emblem. This is Arthur's gift to Zeke for becoming the Duke's disciple. Seeing a black card in person made Zeke uncomfortable, causing him to stumble over his words. From his reaction, Arthur notes that he already understands what a black card implies. You see, this credit card is only given to a select few. Zeke never thought he'd see one in person. Just having one gives you incredible benefits wherever you go. Not to mention, its endless credit limit. It's basically like having infinite money. Arthur happily explained that the card would bear both their names, so Zeke could use it freely. Still overwhelmed by the possibilities, Zeke promised to use it only when necessary. Although his father appears kind, the hidden intentions behind such a valuable gift are clear. Using a credit card leaves a record, and this is just another method to track his movements. If this is Arthur's way of watching him instead of assigning a black squad to follow him, it means the patriarch doesn't consider him a threat. Nevertheless, Arthur kindly dismissed his son, urging him to keep training and strive to be the strongest on the continent. Zeke gave one last bow and thanked the master of the Drakes. He left without another word, his mind filled with unknown thoughts. Arthur Drake closed his eyes, reflecting on his youngest son's words. Suddenly, the Duke appeared, calling Arthur a disgusting old man. The patriarch simply asked the Duke why he was so angry. Luckily, the Duke is the only one with the courage and strength to confront Arthur about his nonsense. This guy suddenly acts like the boy's father after a lifetime of neglect. Arthur argued that he had no other choice. This is the price of being the head of the family. Besides, what the Duke just said counts as defamation of the patriarch's character. The Duke sat on the sofa and dared Arthur to handcuff him and take him away if he could. The master of the Drakes smiled and dropped the pretense. Of everyone on the continent, the Duke is the only one he can speak with freely. He pulled something else from his luxurious suit, a bottle of valuable liquor called Dragon's Breath. Invited to have a drink to accompany their chat, the Duke perked up and praised Arthur's good taste in beverages. The patriarch mentioned the strange atmosphere enveloping the continent, and the Duke played dumb, saying he was just busy with his affairs at the academy. Arthur knows better than anyone that the Duke has eyes and ears all over the map. The Duke asked why Arthur would ask a question he already knows the answer to. The Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is scouring the continent, looking for something to cling to. To the Duke, that's impossible. Although magic can make someone look young, immortality has never been and never will be possible. The Patriarch thinks the same. However, he's worried that the Emperor is looking for a relic of the Elder Dragon. That possibility definitely changes things. Patriarch Arthur Drake continued drinking and discussing the details of immortality and eternal youth with Duke Drake. Unbeknownst to them, Sick was listening from the next room, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. This boy, who cultivates his aura intensely using soul manifestation, heard the conversation clearly. The Patriarch thought the Emperor was after a relic linked to the Elder Dragon. Duke thought about it and agreed with that possibility. When asked if the Emperor had already located the relic, Arthur thought it was possible. His squadron, the Order of the Black Knights, reported that the most likely location of this mysterious relic was the northern continent. As he sipped his drink, Duke's interest was piqued as soon as he heard the northern continent mentioned. It seems this valuable information hadn't been acquired by the Empire's spies. Knowing how competent they are, it's only a matter of time before they succeed. This crusade for immortality reminded the Duke of the past. That mad emperor started a war to unite the entire continent as soon as he ascended the throne. Only after seizing half of the central continent did he finally stop the brutal war. At that time, Duke thought the mad monarch would eventually give up on such a decrepit and absurd dream, but he was wrong. If that bastard gets his hands on an artifact that grants immortality the continent, will suffer in flames under a war greater than anyone has ever seen. Given the importance of this matter, Arthur Drake decided to handle it himself and head north. Knowing the patriarch would leave his seat in the center empty, Duke grew worried. If Arthur leaves, that damned emperor will surely run wild with no one to control him. But that's why Arthur came today. Besides giving a brief speech to the apprentices, he came to inform Duke of his plans. Knowing he had no choice but to accept, Duke sighed and raised a toast with his friend, the old gardener. Grumpy mumbled in annoyance, but Arthur knew he could count on him to hold down the fort. In the next room, Sick was starting to get overwhelmed from listening for so long. Finally, the pain and fatigue brought him to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He suffered the side effects of using soul manifestation for too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, the drawbacks of such a demanding technique are unavoidable. Nevertheless, he obtained interesting and valuable information by eavesdropping. He's now certain that the statue he got before regressing was the Elder Dragon's artifact. From the voice he heard before his last breath to the system messages he saw upon waking up in his younger body, everything now makes more sense. Unbeknownst to him, the disgraced version of Sick had stolen the very artifact the crazed emperor had been drooling over. That dictator even went as far as mobilizing the unit under his direct command, the Hounds, to chase him to the ends of the earth. At that time, Sick was so focused on his revenge that he didn't know or care why they were after him. However, hearing the chat between his father and his master gave him a clear clue about his regression. The system that sent him to the past was the true function of the Elder Dragon's artifact. That leaves the question of who would do such a thing. How strong are they and why? Sick, sitting on the floor, took a deep breath to calm himself. After getting scraps of answers, he ended up with even more pertinent questions. Finally, the big shots of the Drake family said their goodbyes after sharing a drink. Duke assured Arthur he would act soon, and the patriarch entrusted him to take care of everything. 3 steps before leaving, Arthur suddenly stopped. Changing the energy in the hallway, he looked at the closed doors of the room where Sick was hiding as if he had X-ray vision. While he eyed the door with suspicion, his son was solving the mystery of immortality and time travel. If he really took the Emperor's artifact, what made them think it was linked to immortality? Hearing heavy footsteps approaching the entrance, his entire being screamed at him to run. Arthur Drake threw the door open with his best game face on, but the room was empty. Sick had reacted quickly before his dad could catch him snooping. Arthur let his guard down as his son escaped through the window. Later, the diligent young man was doing his exercises in the arena of the Wester greenhouse. Disobeying orders not to disturb Sick during his training, old Decker apologized to his young master. It's just that a fellow student came looking for Sick. Confused, Sick wondered who would make the effort to visit him, having no friends at the academy. His curiosity got the better of him, and he let Decker allow the fellow student in. Sick didn't expect Liam Stone to walk in and bow his head submissively. While Sick wondered what this guy's deal was, Liam sincerely begged the young lord to accept him. Annoyed, Sick thought with regret that he should have just ignored this big guy while he was teaching the boss a lesson. When asked if he was willing to become a subordinate, Liam lowered his head even further and swore loyalty to the rising star. Sick. He asked what had happened to his servitude under Jakin, and Liam showed some signs of anger. He replied that he had been abandoned, without a talented Draco. To back him, he wouldn't be able to enter Valhalla as an apprentice. As far as Sick remembers, Liam was the same in his past life. However, he never knew why the great Liam was so obsessed with Valhalla, even going so far as to beg just to be accepted. Sick called him a fool and suggested Liam go to Terran or Simon's, then dismissed the brute with a wave, pointing out that he isn't some supportive family to cling to. So, he won't even be able to help Liam get into Valhalla. Besides, there's no reason to believe a single word that comes out of Liam's mouth. For all Sig knows, this brute could be a spy sent by Jorkin to get revenge. Hearing the distrust in the young lord's voice, Liam quickly drew a knife from his belt. He raised the blade, exuding his dominant aura. Instead of lunging at Sig, the fool pointed the knife at his own left ear. With a swift slash, he cut off his own ear, staining the sand with blood. Liam admitted that it's natural for Sig to doubt his intentions, but he's willing to do whatever it takes to prove himself to the young lord. If Sig wants him mute, he'll gladly cut out his own tongue. If Sig wants him crippled, he'll cut off his own foot, letting his severed, bleeding ear drop to the ground. Liam Stone looked like a maniac. It was a powerful display of determination. If Sig takes him under his wing, Liam will place his life and soul in the young lord's hands. Seeing Liam injure himself just to get his attention made Sig remember the last time he saw his severed ear. It wasn't a pleasant moment, to say the least. Drooling and gritting his teeth from the pain of his wound, Liam begged Sig to take him in again. Seeing the big guy trying so hard to align himself with someone, Sig recalled the night he begged his master from a past life to make him stronger than anyone else. Back then, he was a scarred war veteran with eyes full of resentment. Liam's voice trembled as he pleaded over and over for a chance to be Sig's subordinate. In response to his desperate plea, Sig threw a training sword toward him. The young lord told him to pick it up and withstand one blow, if Liam could endure a single attack from Sig. The young lord promised to accept him. Feeling delirious from the pain and blood loss, Liam smiled, hope shone in his eyes as he thanked Sig for the chance. To be fair, the young lord gave him time to treat the wound on his ear. In his mind, Liam thought that taking one hit would be easy, since he also possessed the Draker aura to some extent. But when he looked at the young lord's stance and presence, he felt as if he were staring into the eyes of a monster. He wondered if they could even be considered equals. Before Sig even moved, Liam already felt suffocated by the intimidating aura alone. The big guy did his best to calm himself, but his breathing became ragged and his vision blurred. He could barely hold the sword. When Sig moved, his speed exploded as his compact muscles, filled with overwhelming strength, contracted. Following his instincts, Liam raised his sword and met the pressure. The young lord launched a thrust, and Liam tried to parry it with a slash. The training swords clashed, sending sparks into the air. Finally, one blade went flying, spinning away from its user's grasp. As expected, Liam Stone was outmatched, his weapon knocked from his hand. If this were a real battle, he'd already be dead. With disappointment in his voice, the young lord asked if this was the limit of Liam's ability. Looking at the big fool sitting there, even Sig felt pity at such a sad sight. Although Liam went down in one hit, Sig noted that the big man was truly determined. He advised him to give up on Valhalla and forge his own path. Still, Liam wouldn't give up. It's likely Jorkin cast him aside after Sig gave that spoiled brat the beating of his life. Liam comes from such a distant branch family that without being a Draker's attendant, he wouldn't have even entered the cradle. Given that this academy had the power to expel a direct descendant of the Drakers like Sig in his past life, they won't care about an apprentice from a distant branch family. As Sig walked away, believing the matter was settled, he felt Liam's large arms clinging to his leg. He couldn't help but wonder why the guy was so desperate. In the first timeline, Liam was expelled from the academy, and the order he worked for fell into ruin. But in the end, thanks to his determination and experience, he rose to the level of a Red Knight and became famous throughout the continent as the Mercenary King. With tears on his face, Liam kept begging for another chance to prove his worth. Seeing how stubborn the big guy was, the young lord was starting to get really annoyed. As a test, he agreed to give him one last chance. Sig will accept him under his tutelage on one condition, since the big guy claimed he would cut out his tongue. If Sig wanted him mute and footless, the young lord gave him a nearly impossible task, grabbing Liam's shoulder. Sig seriously asked him to cut off his arm, his right one. Upon hearing such an extreme condition, Liam's blood ran cold, and Sig continued to provoke him, asking if he valued his right arm more than the idea of serving under the young lord. Sig knew what he was asking of Liam. He was basically telling him to give up on being a competent swordsman. He thought Liam would back down if he was in his right mind. With that said, Sig turned away to continue his training, dismissing the big guy. As Sig took his training stance, Liam stood up with a blank expression on his face. Sig doesn't understand why Liam is so desperate to get into Valhalla. From what Sig knows, it wouldn't be a big deal if Liam were kicked out now. Even if he fails to enter the prestigious Draco institution, he'll still become a prominent figure in the future as a Red Knight. But Liam wasn't heading for the door. He was walking towards the sword, alarmed by what this meant. Sig watched as the desperate Liam raised the blade and brought it down towards his right arm. Halfway through the madman's swing, Sig pushed his legs to the limit and closed the distance between them, gritting his teeth. Luckily, he made it just in time, before the future Mercenary King could end his promising career as a swordsman. Sig shattered Liam's sword in half. The sound of metal clattering on the ground filled the arena. Liam, the madman, was actually going to do it. He looked at his hand, his right hand confused that it was still attached. Enraged with Liam for doing something so foolish, Sig grabbed him by the collar and lifted his large body off the ground. Furious, he asked if the fool had lost his mind. Even though he gave an absurd condition, it's not an unbreakable pact. And what if he was just a jerk who doesn't keep his word? Liam would have lost everything in that instant. But he only dared to do something so crazy because if he didn't, he could lose something more important than his arm. Sig put him back on his feet and stated that if Liam ever did something so reckless again, he'd be kicked out. No matter how loyal he might be, he must keep that in mind now that he'll be working under the young lord. The constant pain and anguish on the big guy's face vanished upon hearing Sig's firm instruction. Besides, they needed to hurry and get to the infirmary. What would people think if his subordinate was a one-eared freak? After getting his ear fixed, they took Liam to Sig's banquet hall to eat together. Liam touched his reattached ear, still amazed at how quickly it was fixed. Sick had used one of his healing potions to restore it. Liam felt bad that his new lord used such a valuable potion on him. Sick said he was just investing in his new employee, so there was nothing to worry about. Now that things had calmed down, Sick confronted the big guy about his reasoning. He asked what Liam valued more than his right arm, more than life itself. Liam's answer was short and clear, and it made sense. He was driven to the brink of desperation because of his mother. A few days after being left by Jake, he received news that his mother had collapsed from a very high fever at home. Luckily, the fever soon broke, but that was only the beginning of her suffering. Her entire body became covered in rose-like patterns, making her weaker each day. Hearing these strange symptoms, Sick was disturbed. Knowing about his mother's condition drove Liam to act so drastically. The town healers didn't even know the name of the disease, let alone the cure. The only answer he could think of was to join Valhalla as the students of the prestigious institution, and their families are offered the best medical treatments on the continent. Sick sighed. Now he understood why Liam would go to such extremes. He grabbed his quill and dipped it in the inkwell. The young lord scribbled on a piece of paper, repeating the symptoms Liam mentioned. Red, rose-like spots covering the body, and periodic high fevers. Sick knew this disease well. In 5 years, the entire central continent would be plagued by the rose disease. It's highly contagious and has a very high mortality rate. Many people will lose their lives to this horrible plague, but an effective treatment will be created and the rose disease will be eradicated. After finishing his scribbles, Sick handed the paper to Liam. On it was written the method to produce the medicine to treat his mother's illness. It's not very difficult to make, and the ingredients shouldn't be hard to find. Even the town healers could prepare it. Confused, Liam accepted the paper, overjoyed. If healers who dedicated their lives to medicine were stumped, how could a young swordsman pull out the cure in a matter of seconds? In the future, the brilliant alchemist brothers, Ollie and Jeff, will create the treatment for the disease. As it sweeps across the central continent, the greedy Alchemist Association will exploit this discovery, making a profit at the expense of desperate lives. Upon learning of this disgusting practice, the brothers would make the production method public. It spread so quickly throughout the alien continent that even a warrior like Sick would come to know the formula. He couldn't tell Liam all of that, so he just said he knew a good alchemist. With the treatment method in his hands, Sick had solved Liam's problem at once. He no longer needed to go to Valhalla or become a young lord subordinate. Upon hearing such an insinuation, Liam rose from his seat. He is a man of his word and promised to dedicate his life to serving Sick in any way he can. With a clenched fist and a firm stance, Liam bent the knee and swore his lifelong loyalty to Sick Draker, even though he tried to push the big guy away so many times. Hearing the future mercenary king recite his oath of loyalty was comforting for Sick. Upon accepting the promise, the young lord stated that Liam shouldn't fall behind, or he'll be left behind. Before the day was over, an interesting discussion took place in Dean Howard Drake's office. Cadet Owen Simmons sought out the dean to discuss something important. He approached Howard with an idea, proposing to increase the difficulty of the exams for the upcoming semester. The dean was surprised. This was unusual for a cadet. Owen apologized for seeming arrogant and stated that the freshmen are skilled this year. The stars aligned, and most of the great families have their candidates in this batch, not to mention the appearance of 2 pure-blooded awakeners. Owen believes that if the exam is just as difficult as last year's, it might be a poor assessment for the young talents. Dean Howard thought for a moment and agreed that what the Simons boy proposed made sense. With a bow, Owen left the office. The somewhat portly dean looked out the window, lost in thought. He considered that the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. Owen Simmons thinks the same way as his father. He's already considering any future problems and taking measures to nip them in the bud. Days passed, and the semester's dungeon exploration exam arrived. All the first-year students gathered outside the ruins for this assessment, held only at Draco Academy. In pairs, they're to work together and escape a dungeon within a set time. There are many difficulties with these dungeons, and each group is assigned one at random. Of course, Sick and Liam came together. Although they're ready, the big guy can't help but feel a bit nervous. His lord assured him that being nervous is normal, but warned him about being too anxious and making mistakes. The same goes for going in too relaxed and becoming arrogant. One must maintain a proper tension to stay alert. Some students chatted cheerfully, while others waited for the supervisor with their hearts in their throats. Suddenly, a guard shouted the names of Sick Drake and Liam Stone. Without further ado, the pair headed to the ruined gate closest to where they were. That was until someone in black gloves blocked their path, ordering them to wait. An armed academy guard pointed to another gate on the other side of the hall, insisting that one was for Sick and Liam. Sick took a quick glance at the guard, immediately noticing something was off. With a serious but calm expression, the guard urged the duo to hurry up and follow his instructions. Sick sighed, accepting the nonsense that was coming. Confident that he'll be fine, he and Liam headed to the opposite gate, which reeked of conspiracy and a setup. Although the difficulty varies between dungeons, these ruins are still exam-exclusive dungeons under Draker's management. There shouldn't be much danger. Besides, escaping within the time limit is the main goal. Each group is given a timer that activates automatically upon entry. Everyone has 96 hours to get out. Time is the enemy. In addition to the score, basic combat skills are observed and graded. Extra points can be earned by bringing back the heads of defeated monsters within the time limit. Extra points are nice, but the most important thing is to get out of the dungeon. Failing to escape in time will result in a failing grade. After a rather quiet first part of the journey, Liam and Sick filled their stomachs, and it was time for a nap. The young lord had set up camp and prepared the meal himself. Liam, the supposed subordinate, urged his boss to sleep first. Sick assured his new employee that there was no need to worry. With his current constitution, he'll be fine even if he doesn't sleep for 4 days straight. He's just like me, for real. Although it was a bit cheeky, Liam knew it was best not to argue with his lord. He dragged his large body inside the tent and reluctantly managed to get some rest. With Liam retired for the night, Sick was left alone with his thoughts, sitting by the fire. 16 hours have passed since they entered the dungeon. He had been training for 3 days straight before this. He's now been awake for about 90 hours. Although his infinite stamina recovers physical fatigue like magic, the same doesn't apply to mental fatigue inside a dungeon, where everything is uncertain and you never know what might emerge from the shadows. Sick must minimize as many risk factors as he can. The arrival of night and the silence of the dungeon are starting to get to him, feeling the mental fatigue. Sick wished with all his might to switch places with Liam. And then, Sick made the gravest mistake one can make within these dungeon walls. He fell asleep. His dreams took him back to the frozen plains of the northern region, the land where the Emperor's great red flag symbolizes cruelty and tyranny. Sick's mind drew the image of a woman's corpse with blood pooling around her as it seeped into the snowy ground. He opened his eyes to reality, gasping and sweating as if he'd seen a ghost. Well, he might as well have. Luckily, those nightmarish few minutes he was asleep didn't cause any trouble. Sick was still in front of the campfire. Nothing had approached. Still, he would rather face a fearsome monster than dream that nightmare of death again. Sick's focus sharpened instantly. He was sure the sound of one of his bell traps had woken him up. Just as he thought, something was approaching from the rear entrance. He grabbed a water canister and doused the bonfire's flame to reduce visibility. Then Sick shouted for Liam to wake up. Sick planned to check the situation first while Liam followed, sticking close. Pressing against the wall near where the disturbance came from, Sick contemplated his plan of action. Using his dragon eyes during a 4-day exam was too risky. Letting his eyes adapt to the darkness was better for now. As he waited, a strange scent wafted over, tickling his nostrils. It was the smell of sulfur. His thoughts jumped to a creature that reeks of sulfur, a monster that hunts in packs, a rank 3 danger beast, the Hellhound. In his past life, during that year's semester exam, the leader Reyna hunted an orc. He had never heard of a dungeon room with hellhounds. Sick waited a few more seconds. The Hellhound never appeared. Then he noticed something strange. An alpha hellhound should weigh a few hundred kilos at most, but from the echoes on the cavernous walls, the approaching enemy sounds like it weighs several tons. Maybe it's a mutant. Using his sword as a mirror to peek around the corner, Sick held his breath. Thanks to his ingenuity, he saw the beast just in time, approaching like a freight train as it smashed through the door and walls. Sick was thrown by the impact, but quickly regained his footing. With a perfect landing, Liam rushed to his boss's side. Sick cursed the Simmons. He quickly glanced at the guard's uniform, where a curious Simmons amulet was hidden. He never would have expected them to have so much influence and enmity to justify such a dirty trick. This isn't just a fight for survival. It's a fight to uncover the enemy's plans. The Hellhound Sick was expecting had been decapitated, its fearsome and lifeless head displayed by the ruthless butcher. It has green skin, a white beard, a sturdy body, and it's furious. Whoever planned this ignored the Hellhounds and used trolls as assassins. One look at the enormous beast made Liam freeze in fear. Sick, on the other hand, quickly assessed the situation. Trolls are rank 1 monsters. They're so dangerous they devour hellhounds and orcs like appetizers. Their blood is a popular raw material for healing potions. They have incredible regenerative abilities to match. After composing himself, Liam acted like a loyal sword and stepped in front of his young master. He drew his blade and decided to be a decoy so Sick could escape. Sick smiled silently and pushed his subordinate aside. He urged Liam not to say something so depressing and self-sacrificing again. Besides, he's not the type of master who would abandon a subordinate when it matters most. Soc dropped some words of wisdom in the face of adversity, advising Liam not to rely on his boss, but on his own efforts since he isn't weak. As proof, Soc decided to take on a more supportive role, letting Liam do as he pleased. With a smile, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, Liam focused on the troll and thanked the young master. Moving in sync, the duo rushed in from opposite angles to maximize their coverage. As a result, they left the troll standing there like an idiot, wide open to be mercilessly sliced and diced. Soc had been holding back, matching Liam's pace and seeing great potential in the future Mercenary King. It's impressive that the gentle giant managed to wound the troll despite its tough hide. Even more impressive is Liam's aim. He's targeting the monster's joints. That means he's studied monsters and their anatomies in his spare time. Soc couldn't ask for a more productive subordinate. However, there are things Liam still lacks. One of those things led him to be inches from being turned to pulp under the troll's spike club. Luckily, Soc can activate his engine and close the distance instantly to surprise the unsuspecting foe. Showing some of his true potential, he split the troll's weapon in two without even looking at it. This guy is an S-rank or a cultivator. Liam apologized for needing help, but Soc praised him for doing so well in his first real battle. As the troll gets angry, Soc gives his friend some constructive criticism. Although it was a good idea to aim for the monster's joints, ignoring the troll's regenerative ability is a fatal mistake. One must remember that a troll will heal small cuts as if they were nothing. If your attack doesn't outpace its regeneration, you're lost. With no weapon, the monster raised its arms, indicating it would fight barehanded. Seeing the situation was getting complicated for Liam, Soc raised his sword and said it was time to end this with a lightning-fast offensive flurry. Soc killed the giant troll, leaving behind a bloody and mangled monster corpse. Subduing the troll gave him a nice reward of 30 karma points. Besides the karma, this kill should give the duo a lot of extra points for the exam. Liam is to collect the loot while the gentle giant dismantles the troll. Soc checks a new system notification. It was a sudden quest. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species in 72 hours. Upon completing the quest, he'll get double the karma points for each kill and 2 random boxes. Seeing double, his eyes shone with greed. There are about 79 hours left until the exam ends. According to Soc, killing 100 monsters in that time won't be a problem, but the catch is hunting 10 different species. No matter how big an exam dungeon is, it typically doesn't exceed 4 different species that model. However, since it's clear those damn Simmons have laid a trap, there should be 10 species of high-class monsters here if Sieg searches thoroughly. Finishing this urgent mission while also escaping and keeping the exam in mind is a lot to handle, but the young master can probably pull it off just in time. Liam finished dismantling the troll's corpse. For the test, they were given bags linked to their timers to collect heads. Although it's not a subspace pocket, it's enough to carry the monster spoils. With their first enemy defeated, it was time to venture deeper into the dungeon. Time flew by, and the duo faced a pack of wolves. Blazing wolves, and they defeated them easily with 56 hours left on the clock. Halfway through the exam, they ran into goblins, quickly racking up their kill count. Their loot bag was getting heavier too. With 39 hours on the clock, they encountered a giant bat that specialized in sonic attacks. It was a tough opponent, but the duo was stronger. Their routine has been to kill, camp, and rest for 2 days straight. On the last day, they hunted a lot of monsters to secure a good score on the exam. Sieg asked Liam if he had gotten used to real combat yet after hunting nonstop. Humble as ever, Liam said he wasn't sure about his progress yet. That's normal, considering how hard it is to get used to actual killing. Sieg is really starting to stress about the time, though. With less than an hour to complete his sudden mission, he subdued 99 monsters from 9 species. He has searched everywhere for that last kill to complete his quota, with no luck. He even targeted leeches and finger-sized insects, but they don't make a difference. He couldn't help but curse those useless Simmons. Those guys try to sabotage him by filling an exam dungeon with strong monsters, but they can't even get that right. Suddenly, a chill ran down Sieg's spine. His instincts warned him of a deadly danger nearby. The ground trembled, startling Liam by the campfire. The rocky floor continued to shake, cracking and forming fissures. Sieg unsheathed his sword and ran towards Liam, yelling at him to drop the loot bag and move. Unfortunately, the big guy was a bit slow to heed his young master Sieg's call. He had to get him out of trouble, pushing his large body out of the way. Blood splattered everywhere. The sudden attack stained the ground crimson. Noticing the consequences of his slowness, Liam's heart skipped a beat. The sleeve of Sieg's uniform that was torn, His left arm looked mangled and covered in blood. Liam rushed worriedly to the young master's side. Sieg assured him he was fine. The blood on his arms was monster blood. As sudden as the attack was, Sieg had the instinct to push his guy to safety and launch a fierce counterattack. This time, he advised Liam to just stay on the sidelines and watch. With that gigantic and disgusting beast determined to taste their flesh, it would be difficult for Sieg to pay attention to an inexperienced ally. A single glance was enough. To identify the monster as a dungeon worm. It's a very dangerous monster breed that usually requires 8 well-trained purple knights specializing in subjugation to take down. Turns out, those damn Simmons were hiding another, more troublesome trap card for the last moment. Liam watched helplessly from the sidelines as the dungeon worm shot across the cavern like a subway train. Although he wanted to help, he knew he would only be a burden right now. Still, that didn't stop him from searching his supply bag for anything that might help. Meanwhile, Sieg is doing everything he can to fend off the dungeon worm's hundreds of fangs trying to mangle his body. This time his veteran skills and experience shone with every slash of his sword. He thought that even a blue knight would avoid encountering a dungeon worm in such a disadvantageous location. These creatures devour the earth to move underground. That means Sieg has little time. If he takes too long to subdue the beast, he and Liam could be buried alive or torn to pieces. When the worm emerges again, Sieg focuses completely. He dodged the beast's direct charge, ducking just inches from its body, gaining enough space to prepare his next move. The young master raised his sword. As soon as he had an opening, he lunged and plunged his blade into the disgusting insect's abdomen. The thrust worked, but it's not enough. He gritted his teeth and sliced through the monster's flesh. Purple bile and blood gushed from the worm's mouth. It started to take heavy damage, which is natural when you're being gutted alive. As the monster's blood flew, Sieg's killing intent reached its peak. He's determined to cut this worm in half if he has to. Unfortunately, he stepped on a hollow area, causing Sieg to falter. The ground gave way, giving the dungeon worm some breathing room. While Sieg hung from his sword, the giant insect didn't miss the chance to turn the tables. It pulled its enormous body from the ground with a swift movement. That winding body coiled around the young master, crushing him with sheer force. The coil kept tightening, causing Sieg to vomit blood as his body and organs were crushed. Then, a subordinate, swallowing his fear, unsheathed his sword and stabbed the worm to distract it. Liam. He disobeyed his master's orders to stay back and observe, joining the fray in his own way. The stab might have just saved Sick, as it made the worm's attention waver, reducing the crushing pressure he was trapped in. His auto-healing was key to mending the internal injuries in an instant. He broke free from the worm's deadly embrace, parkouring his way to safety. Sick asked Liam what he did to provoke such a strong reaction from the worm. Liam explained that he put anesthetic on his blade, hoping to land a significant blow on the monster. Sick understood instantly. The main ingredient in the anesthetic is belladonna. For humans, it only dulls the senses. But for a worm, no matter how big, belladonna could be a deadly poison. In an urgent and high-stress situation, Liam remembered the worm's incompatibility and adapted, using the anesthetic as a substitute. His quick judgment and adaptability reflect Liam's potential. At such a young age, he's already showing signs of the mercenary king from Sick's past life. Taking Liam under his wing was one of his best recent decisions. Recognizing Liam's contribution, Sick included him in the next plan of attack. Recovered from his injuries, Sick pushed his speed to the max and skillfully pierced through the worm's body. Reaching his sword, he pulled it out of the monster's open wound. With his blade ready to strike, he gave Liam the signal for a coordinated attack. The giant gritted his teeth as his 3 days of hunting culminated in one desperate blow. Another dose of belladonna ravaged its system, causing the worm to collapse. While the poison greatly slowed the beast, the real monster in the cavern activated soul manifestation, covering his sword in a hazy, purple light. Just as he promised, Sick gave the worm a smooth, straight, and silky cut, lacerating its gigantic body and slicing the beast in half. With that, the worm fell to its doom. Sick landed back on the ground, looking cool, and the notifications for the aura harvest rang in his head. The sudden mission was successfully completed. As promised, the karma points he had earned were doubled as a reward. Plus, he got 2 random boxes to open whenever he wants. His karma points now total an impressive 790 in the bank. While Sick enjoys the many karma points he earned, outside the dungeon, the cadets are coming out to be evaluated. At the front of the line to be graded was Raina Tarun and her party. The base score for getting out safely is 30 points. She also brought back 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblin corpses, and 1 orc. In total, she scored 180 points, coming close to Cerebel's record of 200 points, leaving the cadets gaping at the power of a pureblood. The minimum passing score is 130 points, and she far surpassed it. Next in line was that cunning son of a gun, Owen Simmons. He scored 120 points. Normal cadets only need to reach 70 points, so he did well. Still, it doesn't match Reina's score. Mr. Inferiority Complex felt a great deal of envy toward Reina. If necessary, he'll devise another wicked plan to get her out of the picture, so she doesn't outshine him in the future. Owen is already hatching a plan to take care of her, just like he did with Sick. Speak of the devil. Owen's ears burned when he heard that confident, familiar voice coming out of the dungeon. He turned around and saw Sick. Drake strolling past everyone. His assistant, Liam, was carrying the enormous corpse of a dungeon worm. Everyone moved aside to let them pass, as murmurs about the worm spread. As far as they knew, orcs were the highest-ranking monster. Liam threw the worm's head to the ground. It made a loud thud due to its immense mass. Sick walked up to Owen and asked him why he was so surprised, knowing full well this fool was the one who set the worm trap. Sick gave him a knowing look and a sarcastic question. Owen could only bite his tongue. Enjoying riling up the pretty boy, he prompted Owen to put his usual poker face back on. On second thought, the deathly scowl on Owen's face suits him better. Unable to stand the taunts any longer, Owen stormed off like a pouting child. This only increased his hatred for purebloods. He silently swore to make Sick pay for looking down on him. Sick was very pleased with the fool's reaction. With that settled, the instructor in charge of evaluating. Sick and Liam took out a scoring sheet. It was Instructor Andre. With a stoic expression, he began the scoring. Sick was a bit worried, since this worm was the only proof of their kill they had. But Andre wasn't the type to carelessly overlook things. This worm that, devouring the bag with the heads of nearly 100 dead monsters really ruined Sick's plan. Still, Instructor Andre inspected the gruesome head without hesitation. Seeing something like that isn't for the faint of heart. Sick thanked his lucky stars for having Andre as his evaluator. Even though he lost the bag because of this creature, he couldn't afford a failing grade. So he took a chance and brought only the worm's head as proof. Andre might be the only instructor here who would examine the flesh and skin caught between the worm's fangs. After a detailed post-mortem, Andre threw off his blood-stained gloves and firmly confirmed the remains of gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, and hellhounds, orcs, and a troll in the worm's disgusting mouth. Trolls weren't even on the list of dungeon monsters. Also, based on the amount of blood and guts, Andre estimated the beast had devoured many heads. However, counting all of them without definitive proof would be unfair. He decided to count only one of each species, since the troll and the dungeon worm shouldn't be part of the exam criteria. Andre checked the records, which showed a troll has a strength of 3 orcs, and a dungeon worm is equivalent to 6. That's 90 and 180 points. This brings 6 total to 368 points, an easy pass. Even other instructors were surprised. Back in their day, hellhounds weren't even part of the criteria. Some annoyed cadets protested that it was an unfair evaluation, since Sick only had proof from a dungeon worm's head. They're trying to bring Sick down when none of them could have survived an encounter with a troll, let alone the worm. Considering that, it's fair to assume Sick Draker is different. Sick doesn't like the whispering around him, but it feels different from when they were just making fun of him. However, he's worried he's done something to stand out too much. Owen Simons shouldn't have the influence to manipulate the use of the exam dungeon. That brat alone wouldn't dare to mess with the academy system. Perhaps the entire Simons clan is behind this deadly act. There are more eyes on Sick than he thought. Hiding his strength, now, could backfire. He can only try to be more flexible with his future decisions while keeping an eye on the situation. As he was about to leave, Reina stopped him with a determined look. She admitted that she had lost today. He didn't even know what that girl was talking about. He's never paid much attention to that kid. Later that day, Sick was lost, in thought in the West Greenhouse arena. With his 780 karma points, he's thinking of spending some on abilities. The level 1 Draconic ability includes Gluttony. For 50 points, he's ignored a skill that seems useless, but he can invest 50 points without affecting his budget. So, he accepted the system prompt and confirmed the purchase. Upon doing so, the skill's description changed. Now Gluttony will allow him to eat and digest anything to convert it into energy. Furthermore, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities will grant him those abilities. He felt a pang of regret for not having bought this skill before the exam. To test the ability, he took out some meat to feel the energy conversion effect. Upon activating Gluttony, Sick was surprised when a black light shot through the meat and pulled it from his hand. He looked at his shadow, expanding like a vacuum, absorbing the meat. The meat was swallowed by the dark, swamped with a single thought. After the absorption, he felt the effects of the energy conversion immediately. His slight migraine disappeared as if he'd taken a good nap. Even if just a little, he feels his mental fatigue has been reduced. He felt refreshed as his mental and physical exhaustion eased. Even his ether was replenished. With this test, he can confirm gluttony is worth the 50 points. With this skill, he can reduce several risk factors. Combined with his infinite stamina, Soc might have found an unbeatable combination. Now he'll be able to train for 24 hours straight without sleeping or eating traditionally. Just as he was about to start a new, intense training routine, Decker interrupted with a knock on the lounge door. The butler apologized as he brought the young master important news. You see, Soc's new sword is ready. Hearing this, he perked up. So, he went to Galleon's workshop to see his new weapon. In his past life, Galleon gave him something made of mithril and pure iron, the Sword of Radiance. Graham served Soc until his last breath, becoming a famous sword that any fighter would recognize instantly. This time, he gave Galleon a dragon's fang to work with. He thought that a single additional material would produce something similar in appearance to Graham, but that didn't seem to be the case. In front of him, inside a sword box, was a large black sword surrounded by a dark, suffocating aura, the complete opposite of the radiance he expected. He grabbed the handle and lifted the blade with one hand. Judging by its appearance alone, Soc would be the first to admit it wasn't a very pretty sword. He asked Galleon if the lack of a sharp edge was intentional. The future legendary blacksmith explained that it needed to be sturdy, though. He trusts Galleon's judgment when it comes to swords. If the man says it's the ideal sword for him, he'll take it as absolute truth. Fortunately, it seems Galleon got the sword properties just right. The truth is, the sword is still nameless. Galleon tried his best to think of one, but couldn't find a name no matter how hard he tried. So, the honor of naming this new creation falls to Soc. The Radiant Sword was named by Galleon. It seems adding the dragon's fang changed history. Without a word, Soc summoned a dagger and cut his wrist. This sudden action startled and confused Galleon. After injuring himself, Soc tried to deactivate his passive healing factor to keep bleeding. Luckily, he succeeded on his first try. With his blood flowing, he closed his eyes and let the red drops fall onto the sword. Galleon understood what Soc was trying to do. This is the lost ritual of sword naming, a traditional dwarven rite where a weapon is given its destined name. The owner would infuse their blood with aura and mana before staining the blade to begin the ritual. Once it starts, the initiator enters the depths of their subconscious. They will spend as much time as needed inside until they find the perfect name. This ancient dwarven rite was lost to time, forgotten even by modern dwarves because of how dangerous it can be. In Soc's subconscious, he fell deeper and deeper, connecting with his new weapon, floating in a sea of scriptures with infinite names. Swirling around him, he had to choose the destined one. He opened his eyes and bravely dove into the unknown for his sword. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos of scriptures vanished. He caught a single drop in an endless ocean. He felt the presence of a dragon wandering through his mind palace, the Stygian blade, Bahamut. And just like that, his new weapon was registered and received an impressive name. Soc opened his eyes as a rain of swords highlighted Bahamut. His subconscious had focused on the name of an evil dragon. Upon waking, Galleon praised him for knowing an ancient rite that was thought to be lost. After bandaging his wrist and losing quite a bit of blood, he explained that the idea came to him while studying dwarven history. With a smile, Galleon asked Soc to stay a little longer while he looked for something to give him as a gift. Today, Soc got a powerful new weapon and discovered that he could suppress the activation of his passive abilities. This means he'll be able to prevent stronger people from discovering his hidden abilities, like that time with the Duke. This would be huge for keeping his cards close to his chest. For now, he'll have to keep the bandages on, even though he's already healed. More importantly, his assessment of his new weapon just went up. The Stygian blade, Bahamut, is indestructible and can convert aura. Some features are sealed and will be released according to his growth. Not even in his past life had Soc ever seen a weapon like this. Previously, the indestructible property came from the dragon's fang. Now, he's fascinated with aura conversion. The reason he put so much effort into creating magic circuits for Galleon when commissioning this sword was partly due to this unique ability. Graham's main skill transformed Soc into a beast. As the ability dictates, his mana, ether, or any other energy can now be turned into aura. Born unable to use a power so essential for warriors, aura conversion allowed him to reach the level of the Black Knights. Finally, Galleon came out of his workshop, apologizing after rummaging through his things. Upon seeing Soc with his new sword, radiating a fearsome power. He almost dropped the box he was carrying. He could clearly see the rich, clear aura enveloping the sword, a feat that even the Purple Knights struggled to achieve. More importantly, in Galleon's hands was something that could elevate the blade to an even higher level. Zik looked at Galleon's gift. It was a black and gold sheath, made by Galleon's master, Sieg. He had never heard of the legendary blacksmith's master in his past life. Seeing the markings on the sheath, Zik almost stumbled in shock. The name Gollum Jobert was clearly written, the man considered the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Gollum is the undisputed best on this continent, unrivaled even among the dwarves. His creations were perfect, and they all had special abilities. Collectors would pay enormous sums to obtain such pieces. It makes sense that Galleon learned from the best. If it's the Gollum of legends, there's no way this gift is just a sheath. Galleon showed that by using a dial on the sheath's opening, it transforms into an impenetrable shield. It's made of mithril and wyvern bones, so it can take quite a beating. Galleon happily offered the legendary item to Zik as a thank you for all the favors the young master had shown him. In truth, Galleon could have sold this item to build a furnace in hard times, but the man couldn't bear to sell his master's work to just anyone. When Zik told him the estimated market value, Galleon was quite surprised. Nevertheless, Zik happily accepted the gift. However, the sheath seems too small for Bahamut. But if it's from Gollum Jobert, size shouldn't be an issue. As expected, the sheath resonated with Bahamut and adjusted to fit the greatsword. With the legendary sheath, the look of Zik's new weapon far surpassed his expectations. He thanked Galleon for the exceptional service, and the humble blacksmith was glad that Zik liked his creation. Then, the young master returned to his base camp. This time, he's impressed with the meteoric iron gauntlet he's carrying. Unfortunately, its full properties will only activate with a complete set of meteoric iron. He got the gauntlet from one of the 2 random boxes he received from the sudden quest. Happy with his first choice, Zik looked at the second random box. Upon opening it, a look of total confusion appeared on his face. He took out the item, a deteriorated piece of paper, and unrolled it, revealing a worn-out map. The system indicated that this was an incomplete map with traces of the Grandmaster Kaiser. Zik knows only one person with that title, the hero, King Kaiser. The biography of the Hero King and the Clock Tower Knights is known throughout the continent. With his knights, Kaiser founded the brilliant kingdom of Kronos. However, the stories were considered so exaggerated, and without historical records to back them up, they have never been proven. Over time, those grand stories have come to be seen as pure fiction. In the hands of Zik, there is definitive proof that the Hero King truly existed. To his delight, his system activated its ability to restore and analyze the damaged parts of the map. Upon completion, the final position was marked on his minimap. Zooming in on the smudges, Zik identified the topography of enormous mountains near a barbarian territory. If this is the place, venturing there would be easier than he thought. Upon claiming all his rewards, the system indicated that the tutorial period would now conclude the map. Completed. It was classified as a possible quest item. An achievement quest for Hero King Kaiser's secret technique has been initiated with no time limit. Acquiring Kaiser's inheritance in the ruins of the ancient kingdom will upgrade your system to the intermediate administrator level. With the tutorial finished, there will be missions to upgrade administrator access. From now on, the training wheels are off. The real game begins with higher administrator levels. The rewards should also be more impressive. Sig Draker is eager to claim everything the system offers. First, he decided to use the points he had saved up. For 50 points, he unlocked level 2 Draconic abilities. Behind the upgrade were the imposing Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. As its name suggests, the Dragon Scale Armor gives the user Draconic scales that offer high magic resistance for 80 karma points. On the other hand, the Dragon Claw allows one to summon a powerful Dragon's Claw to defeat enemies in a single blow. Just like the armor, it costs 80 karma points to unlock. He can now afford both skills. However, there's no telling when he'll be able to accumulate points again, so it would be wise to be more frugal. Eager for more power, he bought the skills and other items, saving 400 points for the future. Without wasting any time, he used the Dragon Claw, summoning a projection of pure energy. With one swift, sweeping motion, the floor of his training arena was shattered. Seeing the damage, Zik was thrilled. The destructive power was better than he had expected. 2. Test the Dragon Scale Armor. He grabbed the Stygian sword, Bahamut, and raised it for a wild strike, while covering his arm with dense dragon scales. Without holding back, he tried to slash his armored arm, but Bahamut bounced right off. He didn't use aura, but he attacked with the intent to cut. Using dragon scales is like having full armor, even when unarmed. The Dragon Claw is for offense, and the Dragon Scale Armor is for defense. It's simple, intuitive, and effective. For the next few days, Soc immersed himself in his training until the semester exam arrived. The students lined up in Draco Academy's central training hall, listening to the instructor explain the exam rules. They will face dummies designed to resist physical force. The only way to damage these things is by infusing aura into your weapons. Forget about destroying these dummies. Those who fail to even make a dent will fail. The following evaluations will be void, and those who fail will have to start over from the basics. Without giving the cadets time to process the weight of the exam, the instructor called out names one by one. The first ones called were visibly nervous. Owen Simons. He looked at his incompetent peers with disdain. He's trained with these dummies at home and has received plenty of aura training. This is possible because the Academy's aura education was established by his family. He's certain that not even the pure-blooded Awakeners can match him in aura control. Upon hearing his name, Owen smirked and confidently unsheathed his sword. Taking his position among the dummies, he surprised his fellow cadets by displaying his sword's resonance. Even some instructors were impressed that he had already mastered such an advanced technique at such a young age. With agile, practiced footwork and textbook swordsmanship, Owen left lethal cuts in his wake. He was precise and sharp as the dummies. Fell one by one. No cadet who went up could match such a dominant display. When he finished, Owen stood in the middle of the stage in a flame of aura as his cape billowed. The instructors were thrilled, praising Simons. Some even said that at this rate, he'll soon surpass Sir Abel. What Owen hates is being compared to that pureblood. As he walked away after his tantrum, the instructors were bewildered. After Owen's turn, the cadets felt more pressure to perform, which led to worse performance. It's clear they were intimidated by the boys' performance. Still, not a single student has failed. Every cadet has managed to infuse aura into their swords, even if just a little. It's to be expected for the special class, but even among geniuses, true prodigies always stand out. Reina Tarun stepped onto the stage and bowed. Before she began, she addressed the instructor with a request. With a determined look, she asked to be evaluated on her dragon-slaying arts. She knows full well that these are the evaluation criteria for the highest-ranking cadets. In the crowd, Owen scoffed at Reina's arrogance. Just because she was hailed as a pure-blooded awakener, Bulinyoha, into a sword and using the dragon-slaying arts are two different feats. The simple act of holding an aura sword already requires incredible concentration. In the dragon-slaying arts, one must make fine adjustments for every move, which makes it much more difficult. Owen, he thinks it's best to land 1 or 2 hits before his aura fades. He's already praying for her downfall, believing Reina is just trying to outdo him. The instructor clarified that the condition for failing this criterion is even stricter. Still, she wanted to continue. Finally, she raised her sword. It was thin, and she wrapped it in aura. All eyes were on her. With the sword in hand, her demeanor became fiercer as she moved. On the first strike, the nearest dummy split in 2, shattering to pieces. The second, the third, and finally the last dummy met the same broken fate. By the time she reached the last one, Reina's aura was still strong, showing her control and power. With just one look, anyone could see that this demonstration made Owen's performance look like child's play. The cadets noticed. Owen and Reina aren't even in the same league. Now, Owen's pride and his aura control couldn't compare to Reina's. The fool couldn't even lift his head to look at the stage. He bit his lip so hard he nearly tore it. After such an impressive demonstration, Reina looked at the cadets and raised her sword to point at someone. Owen, ever the narcissist, thought Reina was mocking him. Then he realized he didn't even exist to her. He's nothing more than a nobody. Reina was looking at the young man at the end of the line. She wasn't interested in competing against delusional, irrelevant side characters. She wants to face the main protagonist, Soc. Meanwhile, he scratched his head at the complications this brought. He can't just ignore Reina when she's publicly challenging him with such an intense gaze. Given that, he'll try to meet her expectations. He raised his hand and asked the instructor to be evaluated by the dragon-slaying arts criteria as well. A junior instructor got annoyed. He believed the young man just wanted to show off after seeing Cadet Reina achieve it so easily. Luckily, the head instructor intervened and didn't give Soc any more trouble, granting him approval with a sly smile. Soc went to the stage. The junior instructor wanted to reprimand him because he'd never seen the boy attend class. He wasn't informed that this cadet won a bet against instructor Andre, exempting him from all required classes. Soc Draker is a unique talent, a golden light, a pure-blooded awakener. He recently broke Cerebel's record in the dungeon escape exam. Soc Draker is qualified to receive special treatment. By stimulating his ether, the Stygian sword, Bahamut, activated its aura conversion. Now, getting serious, Soc noticed that harnessing his full strength was very difficult. Upon reaching critical mass, he held the black blade with elegance. As he raised his sword to begin the movement, Reina's eyes widened in recognition. This is a move from the first chapter. In Verse of the Dragon-Slaying Arts, the stance of the Celestial Cut, Reina recognizes the perfection that Soc exhibits. His form surpasses her own. It's comparable to the mastery of Instructor Andre. This is only natural, considering how many hours Soc spent meticulously imprinting the dragon-slaying arts onto his body before regressing. His sword and movements are flawless. His positioning and footwork are fast and precise. Even the most minuscule changes in aura flow have been incorporated into his body to the point of not requiring conscious thought. He can do this in his sleep. In his past life, he grew bored of the dragon-slaying arts, but starting over from the basics isn't so bad. After easily cutting his way through the dummies, he sheathed his sword and walked away. He heard the shocked conversations about how he effortlessly wrapped his greatsword in aura. Soc might have overdone it and showed off a little. Unlike Reina's wild demonstration, his form of destruction was clean, precise, and lethal. He wanted to be evaluated at Reina's level, but he ended up overshadowing everyone again, even the instructors. They noted that he had the combat level of a purple knight. In the crowd, Owen Simons was utterly defeated. He tried to mess with a cadet that monstrous. Reina, on the other hand, felt a fire ignite within her. After that performance, Soc was called to the dean's office. His results reached the higher-ups. He tried to act humble as they praised him, but everyone knows that reaching the level of a purple knight at his age isn't just luck. The dean asked if he wanted to take the grade advancement exam. Based on his performance, he could skip several grades. It's a system for remarkable students like him. This would greatly speed up his plans. With a confident smile, he accepted the dean's proposal and left. Looks like that fat guy already has something planned, so it's best to play along while staying on guard. In the dean's office, the portly leader ordered a subordinate to take special measures. Reina and Soc Draker, both pure-blooded awakeners, had decided to take the exam. Things were about to get interesting. Days later, the two top first-year cadets were summoned to the Academy's high-class aura training hall. Soc and Reina stood awkwardly next to each other, waiting for the exam to begin. He could feel her eyes on him, not even trying to hide her competitive spirit. At last, the examiner for the advancement test arrived. He was one of the high-ranking knights from the main family, known as Sir Owl Draker. Seeing him, Soc's eyes widened in surprise. He only knew this man as the Backblade. In his past life, he'd seen him carrying dead civilians on a battlefield. Back then, seeing the Draker uniform made Soc put his guard up, just as he was about to challenge the damn dog. Of the Empire, he didn't sense a single shred of hostility from him, only sadness and desolation. The man hadn't come there to kill or conquer. He came to make graves for the war's victims. The dirt on his uniform and the many graves across the land showed the man's true feelings. Soc grabbed a shovel and offered to help. Even if the man refused, he was going to help anyway, so they might as well work together. He introduced himself as Soc Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces. When asked if he was a Draker, the man vehemently denied it. He had decided to leave that damned surname behind. Soc and he had that in common. That day, Owl Draker adopted the nickname D-Backblade. Now, the young Soc was seeing that man again. But only now did he know that D-Back's real name was Owl. It fit his gruff character well. The two cadets bowed and greeted him respectfully. Soc hadn't expected such a high-ranking knight to be conducting their promotion exam. These knights are pillars of the Draker clan. They hold high ranks and immense power. Another instructor explained that the test would be simple. A sword-fighting battle. The fight would continue until the cadets either lost consciousness or surrendered. Reina grabbed her rapier and offered to go first, only to be reprimanded by Owl. There was no need to go one by one. Owl wanted them both to come at him together. He wanted to take them both on. Reina was offended, but Soc calmed her down with logic. She had to be aware of the huge skill gap between them and Owl. Besides, the test had already begun the moment the knight spoke. Reina would have lost a lot of points if she hadn't controlled her emotions and rushed in. With a deep breath, she calmed herself. Swallowing her pride, she asked Soc how they should approach this test together. As expected of a combat genius, Reina was able to set aside her rivalry with quick judgment for the sake of victory. Turns out, Soc had already come up with the perfect strategy for this situation. All they had to do was land one good hit. After explaining the plan to Reina, she moved into position behind Owl. Soc observed Owl's sword. It was a peculiar, single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire, the Wando. A peculiar, single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire, the Wando, is the type of weapon that the Backblade used before his regression. It's clear that Reina's pride has been a bit wounded, But the weak can't afford honor and must learn to set aside their pride, their feelings, and focus on the winning strategy. After giving the signal, Zich and Reina lunged towards Al at the same time. Even with a numerical advantage, they failed to land a clean hit against the knight's experienced and precise defense. Seeing how easily he thwarts Reina's flanking attacks, you'd think he has eyes in the back of his head. He doesn't just block. He also parries some blows like an expert. After the first clash, the cadets failed to connect a single attack. Reina was humiliated, experiencing firsthand just how skilled a high-class knight is. She is following Zich's plan to focus their attacks on Al's blind spots. Although she moves with textbook perfection, she can't seem to break through his iron defense. Growing more and more impatient, she brought out the dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1, and charged with killing intent, pushing her speed to the limit. She performed the crescent moon, slash, and missed. The big move left her wide open for a counterattack, and Al brutally kicked her in the throat. She was thrown hard against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust and worrying her nearby attendants. Even so, she took the kick like a champ and got up quickly, after losing consciousness for just a moment, while Zich took on the task of facing the knight alone. With Reina's current skills, creating an opening is nearly impossible, but for Zich, who was facing a high-class knight head-on with a smile, it seemed possible. Before executing the plan, Reina protested, saying she wasn't one to participate in such shameful strategies. She wanted an honorable duel, but Zich gave her a reality check. Honor wouldn't put food on the table. They didn't come for a knightly duel, they came to pass a test, and the academy was testing their ability to kill. Although it goes against her principles, she finally bit her tongue and accepted her role. Even though the chance of victory is low, they'll have to force a situation where they can achieve it. Zich asked her what she was lacking. Back when he easily defeated her by throwing a rock, Reina admitted she didn't expect such an unorthodox fighting style. Most nobles make that mistake. They just need to pressure Al into doing the same. Zich only needs a small opening, and the rest will be simple. Finally, he stepped it up and activated the shadowless steps of the Gale Arts, creating several afterimages to surround Al. The high-class knight was surprised. He recognized Serduk's technique after a few seconds of complicated movements. Zich attacked, forcing Al to get much more serious with his blocks. Then, the lights in the entire arena suddenly went out, plunging the aura training hall into darkness. Reina used her mana interference from her pure blood awakener trait to disrupt the lights, limiting vision. The only light came from the sparks of clashing swords. Al decided to stand his ground and reduce his large movements to focus on Zich's relentless barrage. The knight considered this tactic somewhat childish. They should know that just obstructing the vision of someone at his level won't offer any openings. But his arrogance could cost him dearly. He felt like prey being hunted by an invisible predator. While Al relies on his other senses, Zich seems to move without any visual impairment in the total darkness, attacking as if his vision is clearer than ever. Shif has been waiting for a chance to test his new draconic ability in combat, and this is a good time to do it. Sheathing his sword and starting from a safe distance, his hand turned into a fierce claw. Since Al doesn't usually talk about an enemy's capabilities, using a secret technique shouldn't cause any harm. Should activate a Dragon-esque claw, illuminating the hall with pure energy. When Al raised his sword to parry, he couldn't believe this was the strike of a first-year cadet. It doesn't feel like a sword strike. Al felt the oppressive force of a mythical beast bearing down on him. However, it's safe to say that Sick Drake had already surpassed the level of a cadet, given that Reina doesn't seem to have the same freedom of movement in the dark. All focuses solely on the young man, still dismissing unnecessary restraining forces or those that only work against an opponent of a similar level, and that's not the case in this battle at all. Finally, All Drake located Sick's position and went on the offensive. They clashed dozens of times in a matter of seconds. Surprisingly, Sick maintained his stoic intensity. However, Sick could tell that All was beginning to acclimate to the darkness. He moved as if his vision was no longer affected. With both hands gripping his weapon, All launched a decisive blow, but only hit air. Sick had disappeared, leaving only a blurry shadow figure. He sensed the young man emerge from behind and attacked without hesitation. After a second failed strike, the knight noticed the lights were being manipulated again. They began to fall from the ceiling to the floor, one by one. Sick used strange noises to cover the tracks of his movement, while All was focused on locating Sick on the ceiling. He was almost cut down by an offbeat attack, taking advantage of the knight's brief disorientation. Sick gave Reina the signal to charge. In addition, the young man threw something into the air. He got it from his friend in the magic department. The structure and ingredients are simple, It's a single-use item that can store a spell. Inside the container is a replica of explosion magic. With the flash of light and the deafening noise, Sick closed his eyes and covered his ears, leaving Reyna with the crucial task. Unable to foresee such a disruptive trick, Drake was caught in the noisy explosion. He felt foolish for falling for such a deceptive trick. The high-class knight also admitted that completely ignoring Reyna was a huge error in his judgment. In his weakened state, the two cadets advanced with the intent to win. As he couldn't afford to lose to children, Drake unleashed the 4th chapter and the first verse of Dragon Slaying, a blind full moon slash to drive the cadets away. The fact that he had to use a serious technique against these brats made Drake feel like a scoundrel. As the test concluded, the cadets were put on stretchers to receive medical attention. Despite the outcome, Drake did a good job. While the high-class knight was sorting out the final details, he heard a familiar, hoarse voice. He bowed and greeted Duke, the Gale Knight, who came to tease by asking about Sick's performance. Reflected deeply. At the end of the confrontation, he noticed the boy intentionally dropped his sword and raised his guard when he could have counterattacked. Thought that the clever young master wasn't looking for a total victory. He just wanted to advance. He only revealed his skills to the extent he deemed necessary. So he answered Duke's question honestly. Evaluating Sick Drake is far beneath my capability. Later that day, the result of the test was discussed by the High Command in the Academy's grade advancement meeting. It seems they had already reached a mutual agreement on the decision. The next day, it was announced that Reyna and Sick would advance to the 3rd and 5th grades. Since then, Sick lived as discreetly as possible. He continued learning the Gale arts from Duke and Andre, worked hard, and maintained a good relationship with Professor Fannin. Until he was chosen by the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa, Sick actively avoided getting involved with the heirs of the great families. Another interesting thing was that all would come to see him every quarter to request a duel, which he would agree to. After a few sessions, All must have had a sudden realization. He requested a leave of absence and isolated himself for closed-door training. And so, 2 years have passed, and Sick has graduated from the academy. Today, Sick is happy. After all, his young master is now the youngest person ever admitted to Valhalla. The old butler thinks the patriarch would be happy with how much 15-year-old Sick has grown. The dean even wrote a letter of recommendation for Sick. Being granted the title of the youngest prodigy admitted to Valhalla made his 2 years of living low-key null and void. The entrance ceremony will be in 3 months. Sick wants Decker to return to the family estate while he, in theory, rests. Only when the young master said he didn't want to be disturbed did Decker immediately understand what he was hinting at. Sick is eager to go to the giant mountains, where Kaiser's remains are. He'll use this 3-month vacation as an excuse to explore the lands of the Argos Kingdom through the Adventurers Guild. Sick wanted to play it safe and hide his identity while venturing into a foreign land. Before leaving, he wanted to see one other person, his loyal assistant, Liam. For the past 2 years, he'd been telling the big guy to relax, but he still preferred to be formal with Sick. He heard that Liam was transferred to the special class after distinguishing himself as a leader. He can't just stand by and do nothing to celebrate such an achievement. So, he went ahead and arranged everything Liam would need during his time at the academy. Exam materials, training manuals, and essential items are all ready. Liam just needs to pick them up at Fafhr's breath. Besides, the big guy will need a personal weapon in his 4th year. So, Sick had already arranged that with Galleon. Everything is paid for, so there's nothing to worry about. After all, he truly believes Liam will follow him to Valhalla soon. Hearing everything his boss did to set him up for success moved the giant to tears. With determination, he knelt and assured his lord that he would live up to those expectations no matter what. With Liam all set, Sick turned his attention to the Kingdom of Argos, a powerhouse located on the northernmost tip of the central continent. It's one of the 4 central powers, alongside Delphoa, Tibia, and Elencia. Various types of dungeons that the great mountains that divide the continent. These dungeons attract adventurers looking to try their luck. The first king of Argos saw this opportunity and connected the kingdom's core business with dungeons and adventurers. With the royal family support, the giant mountains have been divided into hundreds of regions with unique shipping routes and bases. Eventually, the Argos Adventurers Guild spread throughout the continent. Now, our boy is at one of its branches. He used his name from before his regression, Sick Murray, to register and disguised himself well. Sick got a sturdy brown wig and green magic glasses. He wants to operate quietly, and hiding his identity as an adventurer is almost a requirement. Mentioning the name, Dracker would undoubtedly make him stand out. Now that he's back in the outside world, it's time to stretch his legs and hunt for some treasure. He hopped on one of the caravans heading to the giant mountains. It's a relief he managed to share. 1. Since it's peak season for adventurers. Inside the caravan, some bold adventurers try to chat him up, asking if it was his first time. Their leader, a really pushy blonde guy, tried to recruit Soc with a smile. They bragged about being veterans who knew the mountains well and warned Soc about the dangers of going alone and ending up as monster food. One look was enough to see their true intentions. These scumbags are bad news. They love luring new adventurers to use as monster bait or sell to slave traders. Soc didn't bother responding to their advances. Then, he noticed something strange. He told the blonde guy to shut up and approach the caravan driver. He warned the driver that there were monsters, tailing them 500 meters to the left. Judging by their presence, it seemed to be a horde of orcs. The coachman insisted they were on a safe route, so they should be fine. Hearing Soc's warning, the blonde guy called him a nervous rookie. Everyone knows the Adventurers Guild routes are super safe. Forget monsters. Not even wild animals would dare enter the safe zone. If that's the case, what the hell is that behind? Blondie? The caravan was torn apart by the horde of orcs. The monsters were fast and decisive in their ambush. They killed the horses pulling the carriage and completely wrecked it. The orcs killed the passengers one by one as they slaughtered his crew. The blonde adventurer was trapped by the wreckage of the caravan when an orc heard him scream in terror. He soon joined his despicable group in their bloody gravis. Meanwhile, Soc had already left that supposedly safe route. The presence of orcs roaming the safe zone indicated that the base wasn't operating properly. With his decades of experience in tracking, it didn't take Soc long to find a base. He was greeted by a scene of blood and carnage. The corpses of knights from the kingdom littered the ground. Given the size of the base and the personnel gathered here, most monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. So, Soc inspected the bodies more closely. He could see that these people weren't slaughtered by a monster, but by a human. Whoever the culprit was, they left large lacerations on the bodies to disguise it as a brutal monster attack. But monster doesn't leave such clean cuts. Besides, there were almost no signs of a struggle. These soldiers must have been ambushed by someone as vicious as a purple knight. If Soc stayed any longer, he could be implicated in such a heinous crime. Right now, he couldn't afford any distractions. Finding traces of Kaiser was his top priority. Venturing deeper into the forest, he began to see more and more symbols marking barbarian territory. According to the mini-map, he should be close to his destination. However, the Empire's hounds were sniffing around and tailing him, thinking he wouldn't notice. These hounds are recruited from the most talented knight apprentices. As a unit under the Emperor's direct orders, they're trained in tracking and assassination. Currently, only those in the highest positions of the Empire know of their existence. But the Hound are set to make a grand public debut when the Continental War begins. As Soc moved deeper into the forest, he observed their movements. The tracking techniques they were using were painfully familiar. This was exactly what they used to kill him before he regressed. From the Duke's conversation with his father, Soc discovered that the Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is willing to turn the entire continent upside down to find it. In his past life, the Mad Emperor was obsessed with rare artifacts. He wanted to unify the world and rule it for eternity. With that in mind, it's possible the Empire is also searching for the ruins of the hero King Kaiser. Soc would have to verify it himself. Suddenly, he sprinted out of the lapdog's range. Just as one was about to fire a flare into the air, Soc lopped the man's hand off in a single strike. The one with the golden flare must be the leader. As the leader bled out, Soc asked if they were the perimeter guard team, since a standard squad should have 12 men, not just 3. Hearing that he'd figured them out so quickly, the hounds panicked. To shut them up, Soc decapitated the leader to make them better understand the situation. He wasn't the prey. He was the hunter. He only saw 2 mouths left that could talk. They'd better start talking before that number dropped to 0. After some convincing, Soc found the hound's temporary base in a cavern. Dozens of Imperial lapdogs had gathered there. They were likely responsible for the massacre at the Argos Kingdom's base camp. Taking such drastic measures meant it was possible they had already found Kaiser's ruins. Before inspecting the hound's base, Soc arranged his victims' corpses neatly and scrawled sinister symbols on a tree using their blood. Although it was just a temporary base, the hounds knew how to set up decent accommodations. Still, most of them were extremely bored on guard duty. Since they were in barbarian territory, no one in their right mind would dare trespass. The guards went from being extremely bored to just plain dead. One by one, they were eliminated by an unstoppable force. The kills were so discreet that the other hounds barely noticed. Before they knew it, their death sentence had already infiltrated their base. Soc was brutal, meticulous, and decisive. All of his kills were carried out in a single strike. When one of the hounds, Soc tried to warn his comrades. Sig shoved his hand into the guy's mouth and slit his throat, holding a dagger. Stained with the Empire's blood, it reminded Sig of the old days. He felt nostalgic for his days as the Sword, who quelled a 5-year power struggle. Once, his boss ordered him to attack the Pavila cartel. Of course, the house dogs found and surrounded him. The man in charge recognized Sig's style as the knife work of a southern hitman. Only the McCains and the Pavlos practiced such a brutal style. Either way, they had to face this masked assassin. With just a glance, Sig sized up the battalion leader as a low-tier Blue Knight, much weaker compared to the standard of the house dogs in his past life. Sig stirred things up even more by insulting the survivors after slaughtering their comrades. Finally, he sprang into action, taking on dozens of house dogs at once. No matter what they tried, they couldn't overcome Sig's infallible knife. As the fight went on, it struck him as odd how weak these dogs were. Either they're too weak, or Sig has gotten way too strong. It doesn't matter now. To speed up the carnage, Sig used his mana reflection ability to kill the lights. The leader correctly suspected this was mana interference from the Dragon Slayer, but the intruder didn't fight with a sword, nor did he use. The blackout must be a coincidence. The leader tried to rally his men, assuring them the power would be back on soon. They just had to focus on defending themselves. A few seconds later, the electricity came back on. The lights revealed dozens of house dog bodies lined up on the floor. The only one left was the foolish leader and Sig. He already had his sights set on the man. When he mentioned the Kaiser ruins, the leader unconsciously reached for his sword with trembling hands. Sig doesn't expect to get any valuable information out of this man. He's better off finding the ruins on his own. The leader tried to insist they weren't here for any ruins, but that doesn't really matter. With one more slash, the house dogs were completely wiped out. Thanks to the blade he used to kill everyone and the symbols he left behind, all the events here will be blamed on the McCains. In his past life, Sig poured blood, sweat, and tears into that southern criminal organization. After the fall of the Cusco Kingdom to a civil war, the Macain cartel split the territory in two and took control. Sig could have hidden his tracks, easily using his draconic abilities, but using southern knife techniques and blaming the cartel was more fun. The Empire would blame the criminal organization. If the Emperor launches a crusade against the McCains, Sig would benefit too. After searching the base, Sig found a letter that showed just how crazy the Emperor was. His only order was to find any kind of ancient ruins. The most shocking part was the attached operations map. Searching every corner of the central continent was expected, but the dogs are even searching the eastern regions during a ceasefire. All the house dogs have been mobilized. Beyond the Dark Seas, they're tracking every place suspected of having ancient ruins. This meant the house dogs were already operating on a massive scale. Fortunately, they haven't invaded the Kaiser ruins yet. However, Sig had better hurry, as bad news was coming. Looking up at the sky, a red flare shone. The house dogs used this flare to signal a disaster. Sig pulled up his mask and ran. No matter how fast and cunning he was, the house dogs nearly caught him. The 5-part red flare they launched is a total entrapment. They have orders to eliminate the threat no matter what. Using the flare as the center, they will search, secure, trap, and kill. This is their archetypal assassination method, and it's synonymous with a death sentence. When Sig stole the artifact the Emperor wanted, even he fell for the total entrapment. But now, things are different with the system. With a surprise attack, Sig was cornered by the dogs. Their swords were fast and sharp, all aiming for a killing blow. But Sig wasn't scared. Even with just a knife, he's confident he can take them on. After elegantly getting out of a disadvantageous position, Sig sized up his attackers. These guys are on a different level from the rookies back in the cave. He tried to keep his distance, but more dogs kept coming out of nowhere, surrounding him. Dozens of the Empire's best and brightest. This simple excursion has turned into a real problem. Based on his abilities, Sig can still escape, but that would ruin his attempts to frame Mackin. However, he still has a trump card he didn't want to use. Sig took out a small horn and brought it to his lips. He blew into it, and the object produced a guttural sound that covered the entire forest. The hounds that stopped their advance and observed the situation. Taking advantage of their confusion, Sig threw a few smoke bombs to limit their vision. They tried to approach him, thinking the sound was just a distraction, but they failed. Still, as long as the trap is in effect, no one can escape the hounds. The leader adapted quickly and ordered his men to track any suspicious movements. Sig left no trail, but the hounds would soon pick up his scent. While the leader was thinking, that his men started to die. Emerging from the forest were hordes of bloodthirsty barbarians. Although the hounds did their best not to provoke these savages, and while they could handle a few of them, facing an entire army is simply asking to be annihilated. Some of the hounds tried to hold their ground. But their aura blades couldn't pierce the barbarian skin. Instead, a single blow from a barbarian would crush a man's head. The leader of the hounds had never seen these savages so furious. At this rate, they would all die. So, he fired a flare and gave the signal to retreat, canceling the entire trap. As they retreated with their tails between their legs, the barbarians continued to pursue them. When the coast was finally clear, Soc came out of his hiding spot and breathed a sigh of relief. That horn turned out to be more effective than he expected. The barbarian horn is used to communicate efficiently in the chaos of battle. It's a tool of war. In his past life, Soc developed a friendly relationship with the Mohawk tribe, and they taught him how to make and use the horn. The signal he sent to the savages was a message about intruders invading their sacred land, of course. The barbarians are seen as simplistic and uncivilized, but they have clear cultures and traditions, and they live by their own principles. The replica that Soc created only held up for one use. But it was a great help. With the hounds out of his way, he can finally continue his quest. He reached the entrance of the ancient ruins rather quickly. Here, he encountered another obstacle in his plan. It's just one thing after another today. He had discovered a dragonborn. A fallen, 9-headed dragonborn, corrupted by tainted energy. Soc doesn't even know what a fallen dragonborn is. According to the mini-map, the gate leading to the ruins is right behind the beast. First, he tried to open the gate remotely using the system, and it worked. He successfully opened the house of the hero King Kaiser. However, this caused the fallen dragonborn to enter an aggressive frenzy. Soc can no longer dodge the beast and slip past it. Since he's forced to fight, he immediately uses his dragon-slaying arts and closes the distance between himself and the monstrosity. To dodge 9 attacks at once, Soc resorted to his wind arts and used shadowless steps. His plan was to interfere with the monster's vision using shadowless steps and quickly sneak into the entrance. For a second, it looks like the bold plan is going to work. Just a little further, and he would have pulled off the deception, but the Dragonborn's fangs stopped him. Unfortunately, he was forced to draw the Stygian blade. Bahamut immediately used the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 7, Verse 1. Dragon Decapitation, Maximum Degree. Upon cutting one of the 9 heads, he discovered that the fallen dragon's blood was corrosive. Luckily, his healing factor kicked in before his skin was torn off. After the initial shock, Soc remembered that this was the monster his master from his past life had barely managed to subdue. A beast so formidable, the 9-headed Hydra. He felt his blood boil with excitement, eager to test himself against such an opponent. The battle raged on, with Soc using Bahamut like a toothpick for the Hydra. While he dealt with one head, the others continued to wreak havoc. He begins to doubt his clan's naming scheme for the so-called dragon-slaying arts. In this era where dragons no longer exist, the monsters born from them are the closest thing. However, it seems none of his attacks work against the beast. No matter how much he cuts, the Hydra just regenerates. Defeating a monster like this might be too much for him. The monster is now about 30 meters from the gate. For now, Soc wanted to try something, so he asked the system to close the entrance. His request was confirmed, and the gate was sealed. Soc repositioned himself, determined to try again. He combined the applied dragon-slaying arts with the 5th form of the Gale. Arts and charge forward. He unleashed Wind Shear. The burst of speed should give him the momentum he needed to cross the gate. The Hydra looked at him and lunged with 3 heads to block his path. Soc got closer to the entrance than ever before, but the Hydra was fast and stopped his advance with a fierce bite on one of his arms to drag him back. He thought he could outsmart and trick the beast, but it's clearly determined to fulfill its duty as a guard. Since the beast wanted his arm so badly, Soc gladly offered it. Using his sword, he cut off his own arm to escape the Dragonborn's grasp. A severed arm is no big deal, considering Soc's inhuman regeneration. Furious at his reckless fighting style, the beast launched another attack. It expelled a poisonous fog that enveloped him. The Hydra's venom quickly seeped into Soc's body. He retaliated with spite, using his soul manifestation. The laceration pierced through several heads at once. Now most of the Hydra's heads are severed, causing it to collapse to the ground. The dragon and the hunter stared at each other, both at their limit. The beast initiates the final showdown, while Soc raises his sword to face the one remaining head. Without realizing it, his draconic ability, Dragon's Dignity, activated. To the Hydra, Soc had become the specter of a real dragon. His words about killing and crushing the beast intimidated the fallen Dragonborn, a fear that resonated deep within, vibrating from its very genes and stunning the monster. Its aggressive attitude completely dissolved, becoming more like an obedient dog in front of Soc. It slowly retreated to tend to its wounds. While sweating profusely, Soc finally took a breath. His regenerated arm is still sensitive, and the poison is still running through his blood. If he'd known Dragon's dignity worked on the Dragonborn, he would have used it sooner. For the first time in a long time, he felt tired, even though his infinite stamina should always be active. Fiddling with his system, he was presented with the option to activate Draconic Control to subdue the Dragonborn target with his authority. Who would have thought he could? Strike fear into the heart of a monster that almost devoured him whole. Whatever the reason, this offered an exciting possibility. He could subdue monsters. He wanted to try it. But the system indicated that he didn't have the required administrator level to subdue the fallen Dragonborn. Soc figured this was fair. It would be weird if such an overpowered ability didn't have any limits. He slowly got up, feeling a painful pulse throughout his body. The Hydra's poison ravaging his body had reached dangerous levels. His passive healing wasn't working. Desperate for relief, he thought of the other bloodline abilities he could consume with gluttony. Since the Hydra possesses a potent venom, it's safe to assume it has a bloodline ability to resist such a toxin. As he writhed in pain, Soc's shadow stretched out as gluttony descended. He devoured one of the Dragonborn's freshly severed heads, melting it and pulling it into the void. In doing so, he upgraded his gluttony skill from beginner to expert, fully recovered his energy, and most importantly, obtained the necessary bloodline ability, an incomplete constitution for poison resistance. As his shadow retreated, Soc forced himself to get up again. The poison was completely neutralized, though the painful pulse still ran through his body. Before entering the ruins, he checked his status window. Everything seemed to be in order, including the resistance constitution. This poison resistance could open up new possibilities for him in the future. On top of that, gluttony, which had been stuck at the beginner level, had finally leveled up. Overall, he'd gained some major upgrades. Now then, he could move without a pesky, nine-headed worm stopping him. The Hero King Kaiser was a legendary figure, born from the love between a human sage and the fairy monarch, like any archetypal hero. Kaiser's life was filled with hardship. From birth, he was separated from his parents by an evil mage and left in a forest full of beasts. There, a sacred wolf took in the young, lonely baby, raising the crying Kaiser as its own cub. Thanks to this, the Hero King grew up confident and brave. He eventually saved the oppressed humans and founded the Kingdom of Human Liberation in the center of Kronos. Everyone on the continent knows the legend of Kaiser. They've heard it in bedtime stories. However, there is no solid proof to back up these fantastic tales. Right now, Soc is standing in the ruins that would prove the existence of Kaiser and the Kingdom of Kronos. The tower that houses the Hero King is right in front of him. It's smaller than the story said. Soc hadn't expected the ruins he was trying to enter to be the Kingdom of Kronos. Seeing the tower's gate, he noticed the similarities between Kronos and the Dragon Slayer's home. The gate opened, and Soc quickly entered. In the middle of the room was a piece of bright blue, or, if he wasn't mistaken, this should contain the Hero King's secret technique. Upon touching the ore, the quest linked to the secret technique began automatically. The system warned Soc that he couldn't leave the area until he completed the linked quest. The ornate doors slammed shut, trapping him. He must obtain the wisdom of Kaiser, from the remnants of his presence in the ruins to acquire the tears of the fairy monarch. Soc knows that the tears of the fairy monarch come from Kaiser's mother. She granted wishes to men. Obtaining them as a reward would change everything. Although he doesn't know how to use it yet, the tear is undoubtedly a cheat-level treasure. Placing his hand on the crystallized tear, he asked the system how to proceed, and it began to extract data from a magical recording device. The system opened entry 546 of Hero King Kaiser's magical video logs. In total, there are 12 entries corresponding to Soc's question, and the first began to play automatically. The language, ancient Cornish, has long been dead, so the system kindly activated an automatic translation into the common tongue of the central continent. An automatic translation into the common tongue of the central continent. Suddenly, a projection showed a man with a sword illuminating the room. He was giving a lecture on swords. This is the man, the myth, the legend, Hero King Kaiser in the flesh. According to this guy, a sword is a sword, no matter what. At least, that's the kind of nonsense those senile old geezers say. Suddenly, the recording device moved, and Kaiser yelled at Sheltern to hold still. Sheltern would later be known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. Seeing this clear recording of a mythical man was a revelation for Soc. From behind the camera, Sheltern asked the king how to handle the sword well. Kaiser drew his sword and, with a smile, spoke of the need for practice and vigor. He brought his sword down in a single stroke, and Soc felt as if he were cut in half. For a few seconds, he felt his body splitting lengthwise. When he woke from the dream, he was sweating buckets. It was just a recording of a practice move, yet the overwhelming spirit felt real. This was the wisdom of the hero king he was meant to inherit. The thought of wielding a sword at that level spurred him on. So, he asked the system to replay the video from the very beginning. After replaying the recording repeatedly and trying to imitate that intensity, for days flew by. There are 3 doors that can be opened, not from this sealed room. The first is a food warehouse with months' worth of provisions. The second door leads to a rest area with a bed, and a bathroom to manage his personal condition. The last room holds books and weapons of war. This place is the best for training Kaiser's successor. With everything covered, Zick could focus solely on training and swinging his sword, getting as close as possible to Kaiser's form. But something was missing. After another day of endless practice, he finally achieved the basic form of the Hero King's wisdom, the elemental sword. Surpassing the basic level unlocked the applied level. This triggered the summoning of Kaiser's soul. That with the monarch's tear as a catalyst, the spirit took form. The king of the ancient kingdom of Kronos, the hero, King Kaiser, returned to the corporeal world. Zick was thrilled. The soul of the legendary king, famous throughout the continent, was right before his eyes. He quickly snapped out of his daydream when Kaiser picked up his sword. Luckily, he was now skilled enough to anticipate the attack and block it in time. However, the force of the blow sent him flying into the walls. The king ordered him to get up. He felt a sensation he had only experienced once before when facing his master, right before the hero king retreated. He mocked his pathetic skills, deeming him unfit to learn the elemental sword. Kaiser was greatly dissatisfied. The knight of old slammed the ground, lamenting how pitiful the current generation is. Zick thought the king was testing him. He wasn't even giving him time to compose himself. Kaiser closed the distance between them with majesty. He unleashed another monstrous slash that could have ended Zick's life. These attacks were lethal. This 1,000-year-old soul was trying to kill him. The hero he admired seemed more like an irrational monster at that moment. Clearing useless thoughts from his mind, Zick took a deep breath. He dropped the practiced sword and strengthened his resolve to give his all in this duel. Drawing Bammit, he immediately coated the Stygian blade with ether and turned it into an aura. The hero king was pleasantly surprised and asked Zick if he was a disciple of Shelton or something. He vaguely recalled his loyal knight telling him about this power. Kaiser thought it was called Aurora, even fighting with all his might. Zick was easily defeated. It was clear the king wasn't taking him seriously. Regardless of a name, Kaiser didn't care for minor techniques. He was only interested in how fun it was to fight. At least when Zick gave it his all, they could exchange blows for a few seconds. Zick already knew he would be insignificant before the ancient ruler. But this was just too much. He didn't think his skills would only amount to this much against a true powerhouse. However, he trusted in his perseverance. He quickly activated Critical Hit, Quick Move, Continuous Cut, and Dragon's Claw. The image of the dragon's limb looked more solid, and its power was more destructive than before. Still, Zick's strongest attack didn't even wrinkle the king's tunic. All it did was confuse Kaiser. Despite not being a dragonoid, the boy could wield draconic powers. While Kaiser was lost in thought, Zick maximized his ether and attempted a surprise attack from behind. The hero king turned with a curious look. He perceived that Zick was using an elemental force, as they called it. With a fluid motion, the young lord unleashed his ultimate death blow, Soul Lacerate. Kaiser deftly blocked the attack that had shattered a dragonborn, smiling. Moments later, Zick opened his eyes, feeling disoriented. The king was waiting for the weakling to awaken. Kaiser admitted to seeing flashes of talent in Zick. The boy could harness Shelton's talent, use draconic powers, and showed hints of elemental force. Upon further examination, he noticed that part of Zick's soul was trapped in the spirit realm. All these words only confused the young man. Kaiser explained that although Zick has a human body, he managed to overcome the wall of death. If so, his ability to access the elemental force makes sense. Growing more frustrated, Zick confronted the king about these unknown terms and nonsensical topics. Kaiser smiled and dismissed them as trivial matters. After all, they have a more important goal. This young man must now try to fully understand the wisdom of the hero king and master the elemental sword. You see, the elemental force is the natural energy that makes up all things: water, earth, fire, and wind. The elemental sword applies these 4 basic elements into one technique. To demonstrate, the king brandished his sword and produced a roaring tempest with wind field. The source behind this technique must be the ether the young man spoke of. The king's explanation, his raw power, and its application are much closer to magic than to swordsmanship. Given that the elemental force is practically synonymous with ether, there must be some kind of secret involved in its conversion. When he brought up the question of conversion, The king just looked at Soc as if he were a fool. He ignited his sword and claimed that he could do it, innately, so he couldn't explain the method. So, Soc was forced to observe and form his own explanations. It's not that he couldn't feel the king's ether. It's that this man's use of it was so refined that Soc needed his full concentration just to barely sense its movement. After processing what he'd learned, he tried to use the elemental sword. Kaiser called his soul manifestation, some kind of elemental force. If that's the case, he just needs to adjust the soul manifestation a little to create his own version of it. When he attempted the conversion, the king was a bit surprised. After a few moments of forcing his soul manifestation to change shape, he managed to form a wind sword. Instead of congratulating him for understanding so quickly, Kaiser hit him on the head. The king insisted that he must use real elemental force, not an inferior imitation of an incantation. According to Kaiser, incantations are only for dragons. Dragonoids might be able to use them, but humans can't. Every time Soc depends on that power, he'll just end up pushing past his limits, and that won't end well at all. There's a marked difference between human souls and dragon souls. The young man might be able to imitate it for a while, but he'll never be able to use the incantations to their full potential. Kaiser is annoyed with whoever created such a pathetic and reckless imitation. Now that he thinks about it, Soc had seen mentions of summons before. By absorbing Bahamut's heart, he obtained the draconic ability of summoning, but he couldn't use it yet due to a lack of experience as a wielder. If that's the case, he can truly unleash its full potential when he gets stronger. He could also use the soul manifestation without its drawbacks. The king impatiently demanded that he practice properly before getting another smack on the head. Naturally, the practical training took longer than the basic physical training. Thanks to his divine body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and regular practice, Soc finally understood the basic principles of the elemental sword. Magic is activated with mana as its force, while the elemental sword uses ether to fuel the power of spirits. After understanding the principles and the method of use, Soc soon began to use the technique. He can now use some of Kaiser's techniques. Although he's come a long way, he has only advanced to the initial level. According to Kaiser, reaching the next realm will be very difficult. So, it's best that he get some proper rest. While taking a break, he wanted to ask some questions to the hero king Kaiser, who was resting lazily on his floating cloud. He entertained young Zic's questions. Zic asked why the king, upon seeing his aura, called him a disciple of Shelton. The king finally remembered what that power, aura, was called. Back then, Shelton said that humans couldn't use elemental swords, so he invented his own technique. That knight of his, Shelton Draker, must have ignored the king's technique and only passed down his own creation. Zic was stunned. He had just casually discovered that the hero king's right-hand man and the inventor of aura was a damn Draker. This means the original progenitor of his family. That wasn't Terra, but an even more ancient warrior in the form of Shelton. Putting aside all follow-up questions, Zic asked the king what the spirit realm was. Now that he's somewhat competent with the elemental sword, he still can't grasp the concept of the realm. Kaiser raised his hand, got indifferently, and caused a fissure to appear beside him. The fissure was created by wind pressure. He doesn't even need a sword to do something like that. Kaiser explained that the spirit realm is like the afterlife, but not quite. When someone abandons their body in this realm, and their soul enters the spirit realm, they can't return. An impenetrable wall separates these two planes. However, Kaiser also said that part of Zic's soul is trapped in the spirit realm, and Kaiser himself wanders the real world freely as a soul. Admittedly, it's the first time the king, the hero, has seen an existence as strange as Zic. In reality, there are a couple of ways to cross between planes. In the case of Kaiser, he asked a dragon for help to cross. Zic was surprised. He believed there was no way such a haughty creature would help a human. The king was confused. In his era, dragons cherished humans. This was new to Zic, but who only sees dragons as apocalyptic beasts. If they cherished humans, then why did Bahamut try to destroy the world? Zic's worldview crumbled. He no longer knew what to believe. Kaiser said that Zic is living proof. Out of the dragon's care for humanity. His heart and the fong to forge his sword were a gift from Bahamut. Kaiser had encounters with that old dragon in his youth. Although Bahamut's character is questionable, that bag of scales has an adorable side and can't refuse a sincere request. It seems the hero king and the evil dragon were friends. Hiding that Bahamut was subjugated and killed by humans is probably for the best for now. Zic played along and said that his heart and sword were a gift from Lord Bahamut. Kaiser laughed out loud, remembering the dragon's kindness. He even mentioned that Bahamut regularly fights with Kronos due to his fiery temper. The hero king clarified that Kronos was the guardian dragon of his kingdom, and Kaiser, that was his contractor. While the king was racking his brains for the kingdom's name, Kronos was calmly sipping tea beside him, so he named the kingdom in the dragon's honor. Even so, Kronos didn't react much, as if he already expected it to happen. In truth, Kaiser wanted the dragon's name to be known by future generations. If that's the case, thousands of years ago, in Kaiser's era, dragons and humans must have lived, truly in harmony. However, in the event that an incredibly powerful dragon helped a human without a contract, the balance of the world must have collapsed, endangering the realm in its entirety. These dragons that loved humans, that must have contained their strength, transforming into human forms and helping humanity through contracts. Kaiser is one of those dragon contractors. So the reason so many ancient figures were incredibly powerful was because they received help from contracts. The mystery still remains. What the hell happened to cause a rift between two harmonious factions? Zick believes he can solve this question, by hearing the full story from his eccentric new master. Finally, the break is over. And both prepare for another showdown. By now, they've forged a playful relationship. The final course of this camp is a real duel, against the hero king. However, such a simple format wouldn't be any different from what they've already done, so Kaiser added another rule. From now on, eating and sleeping are forbidden in the duel. That will continue until he says stop. Furthermore, Zick, will be limited to using the same element that Kaiser is using. Without waiting another second, the room was set ablaze with a roaring field of flames. A dance of fire was in motion. Kaiser said Zick could break the rules. If he has more than one life, he can give it a try. The first form of the elemental sword is fire, meeting the king's blade. With its own flame, the field of fire caused their swords to clash, spreading immense heat and displaying overwhelming destructive power. Now, Zick can match him when it comes to fire. His eyes narrowed, sensing that the next phase was about to begin. The second form is based on the earth element, Field of Steel. Kaiser leaped into the air, springing into action. Steel Field focuses on weight, specializing in suppression and defense. It allows the user to freely control solidity and mass. Zick gritted his teeth and endured the mass as best he could. He managed to divert the king out of his effective range. He thought he'd done pretty well, until he felt a cut on his cheek. Kaiser is on to the third phase, a power founded on the wind element, Field of Wind. In a matter of seconds, he has to defend against hundreds of wind blades trying to slice him to pieces. Compared to the Field of Flames, it certainly lacks power, but in attack speed, movement, and sword aura, it far surpasses the last phase. The next form is based on water, the Field of Water. Water adapts to both offense and defense. It also excels in pressure and support. Crushing waves is an extremely difficult task. The form is as variable as water itself, possessing a versatile and well-balanced strength. Trapped between two tsunamis, Zick went into a freefall, bleeding from multiple painful wounds, unable to even threaten the king in return. Both his power level and even his mastery should be higher than when he started, but Kaiser is different. The skill gap between master and student seemed enormous. As soon as he could counterattack, Zick launched a powerful strike. He thought he'd landed a clean hit before feeling the gentle touch of the sword on his head. Kaiser criticized him for using the power of a waterfall, not pure water. He thought he was free to improvise as long as he released the correct attribute. The king admitted that he could improvise all he wanted with other fields, wielding the element with force. However, he must learn that water is fluidity. Fluidity is not just brute force, and it will always overcome brute force. Thus, their first match ended with Zick's defeat on a technicality. Honestly, he's starting to get frustrated with Kaiser standards. He sees strength as the one thing that overcomes everything. In his previous life, he submitted to defeat because he lacked the strength to fight back. As a result, he lost what was precious to him. Without strength, he couldn't protect those most important to him. To survive and stick to his convictions, he sought nothing but strength his entire life. In both lives, for that matter. So when Kaiser says that fluidity will overcome strength, the king is challenging the very core of his being. While he was nodding off and muttering quietly in the middle of the duel, Kaiser attacked without mercy. Zick managed to raise his water sword just in time, but he lost his balance. He stopped counting the days after the 15th day of fighting. He figures at least a month has passed since they started crossing swords without stopping to eat or rest. Thanks to that, he noticed his infinite stamina wasn't so tough in front of this monster. His broken ability seemed weak. Day after day, Kaiser increased the intensity of their match. Lately, they've been focusing on mastering fluidity in the water field. At this point, Zick is struggling to put any strength into his exhausted arms. To make matters worse, The ground is extremely slippery, complicating his footwork. With Kaiser's next attack, his knees gave out. Without stable footing and under immense force, it was only a matter of time. Instead of despairing, Soc smiled. After days of resisting the ideology in his mind, he finally understood what the hero king, Kaiser, kept telling him. Fluidity overcomes strength. The strength to wield the sword, and the strength to stand tall after being stripped of these things he valued so much. And by leaving them behind, he finally understood the wisdom in his eccentric master's words. The methods he learned to control the arc of the blade and the path of the strike are just chains binding his freedom. By cutting these unnecessary tethers, he could flow with the freedom of water. From top to bottom, he can carve his own path, with passion in his eyes. Soc initiated the next exchange instead of getting trapped in a defensive mindset. Soc felt this liberation in his past life. It's a state where the line between his sword and his body blurred, feeling one with the world like the waves. Sometimes violent, sometimes refined, his shifting movement and aggression finally made the king smile after what felt like months of endless mourning. Master and student were enjoying themselves to the fullest. The room's floor was already flooded as the rain poured down. He took an unusual stance, Bahamut's sword getting soaked. Kaiser raised his sword, skillfully wielding the fourth element. At the same time, they unleashed their elemental swords without restraint. The edge of their waters formed a perfect horizon of sharpness. Finally, the rain stopped, and a warm light filled the damp room. The hero, King Kaiser, looked at his disciple with a satisfied smile. With such a display of growth, the mythical figure officially accepted the young Soc Drake as his sole successor. After who knows how long, Soc Drake opened his eyes to a cracked ceiling with sunlight streaming in. This is the second time he's lost consciousness since becoming powerful. The headache was terrible. The first time he overexerted his abilities was in his duel with the old Duke. Using so many of his skills surpassed the fatigue his fortified Eternal Hall allowed. For his own good, the system intervened and shut him down. It was a case caused by the misuse of draconic abilities. This is the first time his body has reached its limit since he regressed. Gathering the strength to sit up, he looked for the hero king, Kaiser, his new master. But he wasn't there. He probably returned to the spirit realm. Soc feels he managed to pass the Waterfield trial at the last moment. The mission should be complete now. When he opened the system, he was bombarded with multiple notifications. If you smash that subscribe button, this would happen to you. Soc Drake received increased rewards for completing a linked quest. His hard work is being recognized. He obtained the Tears of the Fairy Monarch, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. In addition, the achievement quest was successfully completed, granting him elevated administrator rights, 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. Now that he's an intermediate administrator, more system functions will be available for him to use. From now on, his elemental quest book is upgraded to intermediate. A quick slot for items has been unlocked, and he can now use portal transport on the minimap. Bro got fast travel. The soul of Soc also changed drastically, unsealing part of Bahamut's heart. The seal's percentage dropped to 90%. There's still a long way to go to reach his full potential. There were so many upgrades and changes that Soc couldn't wipe the smile off his face. When he first assimilated with the heart of Bahamut, it started at 95%. He tried to force the seal, but the system rejected it. He was facing powers he couldn't handle, so he understands why the system blocked his access. Still, 10% seems a bit low. There are spells he can't unlock with just points and draconic control. He's sure these things are related to the seal's percentage. With that boring stuff out of the way, it's time to play with his random boxes. Impatient to see what was inside, he opened all 3 at once. They contained meteoric iron boots, meteoric iron lower armor, and crystal earrings, delicately crafted to increase mana recovery by 15%. Given the benefit they provide, he can't wait to sell this one to a mage for a high price. The boots and lower armor match the gauntlets he got before. At this rate, he'll soon have the complete set. The loot was disappointing, but he still has the skill cards to gamble with. Eager to find powerful upgrades, he opened all 3 at once. He got static discharge again, a C-rank skill. That electrocutes on touch. Flashbang, also C-rank, which releases condensed explosive energy that emits a brilliant light, disabling vision. The last skill was Dissonance, which generates an unpleasant sound that interferes with the enemy's hearing. Soc frowned. He only got a bunch of C-rank skills. Well, at least they were free. Besides, getting high-rank skills for free would be unfair. It would devalue the effort. He was a bit discouraged, but when he tested static discharge, he was surprised to see that C-rank skills aren't as useless as they seem. The power is still terrifying considering its rank. Plus, It's very flexible in its use. He can also combine flashbang and dissonance together to create the ultimate crowd control technique, something that would surpass the artifact used in the advancement exam. With the skill cards managed, Soc check the new functions of the unlocked system, the hotkeys. Hotkeys for items allow them to be used like skills. They'll definitely be useful in emergencies. With his healing factor and infinite stamina, putting healing potions in these slots would be useless. Then he realized he was relying too much on these traits. Although it's unlikely, there's no guarantee he won't face another opponent like Kaiser, who can't be beaten. Even with infinite stamina, he shouldn't test the limits of his healing factor carelessly. To be safe, he bought Salvation, a high-quality healing potion, for 350 karma points and registered it in a slot. Because of how potent this mixture is, it's limited to a single use per lifetime. It was very expensive, but it's good to have a backup plan for his backup plans. The last, and perhaps most important reward, was the tears of the fairy monarch, catalyzed by the grief of Kaiser's mother. The drop in this ornate bottle can summon the fairy monarch. She is a legendary figure who grants human wishes. What he holds in his hands could make any wish come true. Because of its power, it's limited to a single use. Testing it now is not an option. It would be wiser to store in his inventory and wait until the need arises. Soc couldn't help but feel that it wouldn't be long before that day came. Upon leaving the Hero King's ruins, Soc wanted to test something. After being swallowed by a strange magic, he found himself in the middle of a ruined adventurer outpost. This confirms that the system's new portal transport function is real. You can choose a destination from the minimap and fast travel in an instant. From Kaiser's house to the 8th adventurer outpost of the Argos Kingdom, the fee was 150 karma points. It was quite high. Aside from the cost, there are practically no other restrictions. As long as he has the funds, the entire continent is practically within reach. Its convenience is secondary. This function is ideal for hiding his whereabouts. There are many ways to integrate this tool into his plans. As he walked through the outpost, he found it strange that the flowers were in full bloom when it should be winter. This guy lost track of time, and a lot has passed since he started training with the most powerful hero in history. On the central continent, the academic year of the main knight training facility, Valhalla, is underway. Inside the dean's office, a cadet is being severely reprimanded by the man who oversees Valhalla. The dean had never seen such a daring freshman. A month after the ceremony, Soc was truly sorry. In his admission guide, there was a letter of recommendation. In the document, a clause stated that not attending the entrance ceremony is a major mistake. His fate is now in the dean's hands. If he gets expelled and has to reapply for admission next year, his schedule would be ruined. He needs to get into the secret library of Terrakin soon. Now is the time to test his acting skills. Soc bowed politely with a sincere apology, mentioning his training in a state of unity for a long time. The strict dean of Valhalla, Flover Borges, was not happy with his excuse. That man was once a knight, renowned throughout the continent, hailed from the kingdom of Teva, and served as a royal guard, embodying their tradition, the patriarch. Arthur Drake sought out Flober 3 times to invite him to the highest position at Valhalla. His character values honor and order above all else. Soc knew that trying an emotional argument would only hurt his case, so he admitted that no excuse. That would be enough to justify his absence. Seeing the young man humble himself and admit his fault, the dean softened a bit. If it were any other cadet, he would have expelled him instantly. But Soc came with an excellent recommendation from the dean of the academy, so Flober is willing to compromise. He must prove that his month of training was worth more than a month of study at Valhalla to enroll. It's annoying to be indebted to that fat pig, Howard, but beggars can't be choosers. The dean pressed a button, and his subordinate entered. He ordered a training room to be prepared immediately and invited the professors from each department to gather. Shortly after, the dean's orders were carried out to the letter, and Soc was on a stage, being evaluated by the professors of Valhalla. Looking around, Soc recognized everyone as famous knights with great achievements on the continent. With everyone ready, it's time for the young man to prove he deserves to attend Valhalla after his transgression. The dean watches him like a hawk, stalking its prey, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Soc took his sword, wondering how much he should hold back. He can't show these old men his elemental sword. They wouldn't be able to understand it yet. Still, they trained the best knights on the continent. They wouldn't bat an eye at just any old technique. Perhaps it'll only impress them, not by showing a fraction of what he can do. Aura covered Soc's sword, fiery and brilliant. Upon seeing his aura overflow, the panel of professors held their breath. Without a doubt, this boy was using an aura blade to cultivate aura. It's a technique exclusive to the Blue Knights. The panel discussed whether it's possible to reach the Blue Knight level at 15. The previous record was held by Sarabelle at 19. Even though Soc is a Golden Awakener, this seems too incredible. While they were getting excited about the aura, Soc remembered that Master Kaiser called this power a petty trick used by the weak. After exchanging blows with that monster for a month, Soc had forgotten how to contain his aura. Still, it's a relief that he managed to turn off the tap right at the Blue Knight level. Before meeting the Hero King, his aura was already at this level. After learning the Elemental Sword and mastering the Water Field, his aura has broken through several levels. By his estimation, he had already reached the Red Knight level. The key difference between these realms is in the use of the Aura Sword. This technique is simple. You just wrap your weapon in a thin and sharp layer of aura to optimize its lethality. Blue Knights can manifest and maintain this state. A Red Knight, on the other hand, changes its shape freely while maintaining its damage potential. Fortunately, he stopped before reaching that level and stuck to just the Aura Blade. After his brief demonstration, Soc was surprised by one man's over-the-top reaction, Dean Flaubert Borges. He rose from his seat with a very pleased smile. It would be one thing if a 15-year-old trained on his own to reach the Blue Knight level, but for that boy to have been absent for months. Still, Soc apologized for his prolonged absence. The dean spoke with the professors to decide about the boy. It seemed like he would throw a tantrum if they didn't forgive Soc's offense. Dean Flaubert Borges is known for being incredibly lenient with talented students. As expected, the decision to forgive Soc was unanimous. The boy's aura blade is so clear that it would stand out even among active knights. The panel and the dean congratulated Soc Draker on his successful enrollment. It was a piece of cake for our boy. Midland. Atlas is a large city, the size of a typical kingdom, located in the center of Midland. Here, you'll find Valhalla and the Four Seasons fortress of the Draker family. This place is also the residence of the Patriarch and several key figures of the Transcendent family. The main castle. Soc left Valhalla and walked through the streets of Atlas until he reached an imposing mansion. This large place is in his name. Being so talented has its perks. He still has his dad's black card with unlimited spending. They're really spoiling him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted with confetti and cheers. His master, Duke Drake, and the training fanatic Andre were waiting for him inside, wearing party hats and clown makeup. It looked like a horror movie. Duke praised his disciple for advancing. It's the first time he's seen someone miss a whole month of Valhalla classes and still get admitted. Now that the star of the show has arrived, they'd better start the celebration. Soc still hasn't adapted to his new life in the city, and these goblins are already making a mess. Duke and Andre shouldn't be here. They were full-time employees at Duke's Academy. He finally accepts the Patriarch's call to return to the Four Seasons fortress. He's been here a month and decided to be the mansion's butler. Andre entered Valhalla as an assistant. This guy just wanted to follow his partner. Soc was hoping for some quiet time, but that doesn't seem possible now. They decided to invade the mansion without talking to the owner in the middle of the night. Duke and Andre were knocked out by all the food and drinks at this surprise party. They're still unknowingly wearing their clown makeup. Soc had already gone out looking for what the night has to offer. A hooded figure was alone at the bar. He showed a single gold coin to the bartender and asked for a beer and a meeting with someone named Kay. Upon hearing the stranger mention that name, the entire bar fell deathly silent. Every customer unsheathed their swords and approached the hooded stranger sitting at the bar. The stranger smiled with amusement. Under the hood, Soc Drake showed his glove, embedded with his family's emblem. He released a bit of his aura and asked the patrons if they really wanted to do something stupid tonight. Everyone backed away in fear. They knew one false move could be fatal. They swallowed their courage and sat back down like the good boys they are. The bartender also feared the hooded stranger and awkwardly apologized for not stopping the crowd. He took a bottle of wine from the shelf, opened a secret door behind it, and offered to guide Soc to the branch manager. The hallway behind that secret passage was larger than it seemed from the outside. Besides the entrance, there's a magical security layer all over the place. This site follows Kay's methods from before Soc regression. There were two groups considered the main intelligence organizations on the continent. One was the Drake family's Order of Black Knights, and the other was the Intelligence Bureau of the Roman Empire. However, there was another that matched their reach. Only a few knew about the syndicate. At first, they were just a simple gathering of smugglers and criminals. Kay changed that when she joined. She used the existing smuggling network as a base to build an intelligence hub. When Soc was expelled from the academy, he ended up doing dirty jobs for McCain. He did everything to survive and made his way as a hired assassin. That's when the branch manager of the K syndicate sought him out with a commission to clear a major transport route. At that time, She was still expanding the syndicate's roots to create a spy network that would rival the Black Knights in Rome. Her tenacity and talent were unmatched, and she eventually became the head of the syndicate. Years later, when the Empire had stolen or trampled on everything Soc had, Kay appeared before him again. She gave him, without reservation, information about the artifact the Emperor wanted. Kay actively cooperated with Soc's revenge plan. She said it was her way of repaying Soc's invaluable support in the syndicate's growth into a giant. Without her, Soc wouldn't have gotten the artifact that sent him back in time. Information is a deadly weapon. You never know how it will alter the future. Currently, Soc's skills are excellent. What he lacks is a valuable ally like Kay. She will be key in the future. After an endless walk, Soc finally entered an old warehouse. A woman struck a match, bringing a flame to life. That flame was the only light in the dark room. Soc sat down. This woman's taste is still the same. She slowly used the match to light a cigarette. Her talents are visible. Actually, two of them. With a seductive voice, she asked what business the rising star of the Drake family could have with someone like her. Kay is a true villainess. Legally and physically, she's perfect. She doesn't want to beat around the bush. She wants the key points, and she wants them now. Giving her what she wanted, Soc directly revealed that he wanted to open trade with the K Syndicate. She was intrigued, her interest piqued. What need does a prodigy who broke the record for the youngest Blue Knight, a tall, noble pureblood, have with a criminal organization? She casually mentioned that she knows everything that happened in Valhalla today. It's a show of her network. Still, Soc doesn't want to beat around the bush or play this game. He asked her to decide after evaluating the artifact he left on the table. It was the pair of earrings he received from the box. She just has to try them on and see what happens. Immediately, Kay noticed they were mana recovery enhancers. She expected to feel some common, insignificant effect, but the cigarette dropped from her lips. Upon putting on the earrings, her cold, distant attitude vanished, replaced by surprise and joy. Her recovery improved by 15% instantly. Most of the artifacts on the market are close to 1%. Even the impressive ones that sell for a lot of money max out at around 3%. For a 15% booster, it's impossible for her to ignore something like this on the market. That means this young man either has a secret route or plundered the artifact on his own, knowing that he now has the upper hand in negotiations. Soc steered the conversation to the real deal. The talk was brief. He can now open a new account with a sealed personal declaration. Earlier, Soc appointed a representative at the Atlas Northern Bank, where Kay could manage the other artifacts he had deposited. The syndicate's cut would be 10% for each item sold, with an additional bonus for every 10,000 they sell. For some reason, this guy drafted the perfect deal for both parties, one that a shrewd businesswoman like Kay herself would make. Furthermore, he walked into this room knowing Kay was a mage. He must have access to insider information, yet he didn't ask for a higher percentage. She accepted the terms. With the formal side of the business concluded, the new partners can only hope for good luck. Before leaving, Soc asked one more question. He smiled maliciously and asked if her ghost ship was doing okay. The mention of the ghost ship turned the atmosphere hostile. Countless hidden men from the syndicate emerged from the shadows, showing murderous intent. Soc played off his abrupt question and asked everyone to calm down. While it's fine to threaten him, they had better be sure they can handle what happens if they cross the line. Kay looked at the young man and felt suffocated by the pressure of a divine beast. All her aggressiveness vanished in an instant, causing her to step back unintentionally. The same happened with the syndicate's men. None of them could move. Kay blamed herself for reacting so fiercely without having enough information on this guy. They say that Soc Draker is the youngest Blue Knight in history. That's absurd. If the Atlas branch, no, even if the entire syndicate attacked him at once, they would be massacred. This time, Soc wasn't asking. He was demanding to move to a more private place. Kay submitted and led him to the branch manager's office. For her safety, she asked him to sign an oath. This paper serves as a way to seal agreements. Mages use it often to secure a deal. Both parties use blood as ink. It's simple, but its effects are undeniable. Once the deal is signed, each party will have a seal on their arm. Harming the other party would lead to death, of course. There are other methods, like assassinations, to circumvent this ancient practice, but not entirely. Such methods would lead to endless restrictions for the merchant. Kay said it's normal for her to want insurance, especially after seeing the young man bare his fangs. If he wanted to, he could kill her and take everything. Understanding her position, Soc used the tip of the pen to draw a bit of his blood. He quickly signed the oath contract, and its binding magic took effect. Soc really wants to earn her trust, and this is a small price to pay. Their blood signatures appeared on their arms, finalizing their agreement as partners. Now that they're bound by blood, Soc wants to continue the conversation with more honesty. He revealed that he knows Kay's ghost ship is used to distribute Soma from Markin. She grabbed her head, wondering how this golden boy had discovered her secret dealings. Seeing that there was no point in hiding it anymore, she admitted that they are indeed distributing Soma from Markin. Soma is a forbidden drug in the kingdom. After the Civil War, the southern part of the continent became a breeding ground for this plant. Its main client is Snoop Dogg. This illegal drug trade happens right under the noses of the Transcendental Houses. It's the only land route connecting the central and southern regions of the continent. The desert is under the control of the Transcendental House, Ishtar. A few years ago, Ishtar closed its gates and denied entry to all outsiders. Trade with the south slowed down significantly. The only remaining route is by sea, but those turbulent waters are controlled by Pavella. Kay might be the only one capable of evading those bastards with her ghost ship, and her clients are willing to pay a premium for her products. Now, the south is a lawless region dominated by Markin and Pavella. Using the central forest to divide the territory, Markin controls the north and Pavella the south. Markin that used its land routes near the center to monopolize the distribution of Soma. Pavella adapted by creating sea routes for its products. When Ishtar, which divides the south from the center, closed its gates, Markin's valuable land route disappeared. They tried to create sea routes, but it was too late. Pavella already had total control of the seas. Now you can see why Kay's ghost ship is so important, not to mention lucrative. They managed to cast an invisibility spell on the entire ship to avoid prying eyes. This ship can hide from pirates and the Navy when they're looking for the One Piece, which is real. It became one of the syndicate's biggest sources of income. Zeke already knew these details from the past, but he can't say so precisely. To stir things up, Zeke urged his new partner to focus more on Pavella's offer. Kay doesn't understand how this guy knows that Pavella offered double what they earn with Markin to cut business ties. Zeke simply urged her to reject that crappy offer. Since the syndicate is slowing down both crime families, the higher-ups must be salivating to get the best deal. But cutting ties with Markin would be a huge mistake. He raised the possibility that the Pavellas are just thieving pirates who have already been defeated by the White Silver Knight. Kay refused to consider that option. Pavella is famous for being true to its principles, unlike those foolish pirates. Zeke added that those from Pavella only proposed such an absurd deal to find the syndicate's hidden treasure, the hidden sea route. Unlike Markin, who needs to keep the golden goose alive, Pavella would destroy the ghost ship upon discovering what's really going on. Although Kay finds it hard to accept that Pavella became a pirate crew a long time ago, Zeke urged her to pay for this valuable information first. He doesn't want cash. He wants to meet with Don Juan, the leader of Markin. If she makes it happen, he will guarantee that Kay becomes the head of the syndicate. After concluding his exciting meeting with an old friend, Zeke slipped back into the streets of Atlas. Kay's network is solid and impressive, but it's not enough yet. In the past, the fastest way they grew and gained access to privileged information was by absorbing all other criminal organizations along the way. And it will only be a matter of time before Zeke meets the infamous Don Juan. The small flame of ambition he ignited in that cunning woman will undoubtedly grow in intensity, consuming her former master and devouring the entire continent. The night passed, and the sun gave way to a new day for the cadets of Valhalla. Walking through the campus, Zeke noticed how different Valhalla is from the Crude Academy. The atmosphere screams freedom. The dean assigned him a guide who should be arriving soon. Finally, he heard a very casual greeting from behind. He turned around and saw his supposed personal guide, assigned by Dean Flaubert. He was a young man with tan skin, facial tattoos, and flashy piercings. From the get-go, Zeke, with his boomer mentality, didn't like the guy. About being so familiar, the guide sarcastically ribbed him for looking like a fresh fish out of the academy. Zeke, annoyed, pulled his hand back and asked if he was really the guide sent by the dean. The guide. Bro laughed at his formal tone. He suggested that Zeke, drop the stiff attitude and loosen up a bit. After all, they'll be spending the whole day touring every corner of Valhalla. Finally, the guide bro introduced himself as Diego, and Zeke's eyes went wide. When he realized who this TikTok kid was. He calls himself an evangelist of new age fusion music with southern percussion and central melodies. In short, a SoundCloud rapper. Diego Villa. Zeke hid his bewilderment and replied more politely. Diego saw it as the kid warming up to him. It might sound ridiculous, but Zeke knew Diego Villa as the legendary Metrified Knight. He's destined to be one of the 5 Divine Knights. These 5 played key roles in the Continental Bishop, Kastek, the Silent Knight, Jeffrey Salma, the Mist Knight, Asta, and Adolf, the Illusory Knight. The group included Reina Draco, the Lightning Knight, and Diego Villa, the legendary Measured Knight. Thinking about it, Sick remembered that the 5 Divine Knights were all Valhalla alumni. If that's the case, strengthening his influence quickly might be easier than he thought. Since Diego is hungry, he takes Sick to the cafeteria to try some southern cuisine. After sitting down with his order, he tried a southern meat wrap. He was surprised by its strong yet pleasant flavor. Diego had expected the new guy to like it. Diego, being from the south, noted that Valhalla's dragon shark food respected its roots. The two of them shared a meal while talking about the south. In the end, Sick, curious, asked how a southerner ended up at Valhalla. In short, Diego explained that his parents were rulers of a small kingdom in the south. The Measured Knight is royalty. The southern continent is a coalition of small kingdoms with the Cusco kingdom at its center. Before the Civil War destroyed the peace, most of them migrated to the central continent. As a prince from a devastated region, Diego was cheerful. Sick couldn't believe such an undignified royal existed. Some smug old folks in his own family insisted he carry on his family's traditional twin sword fencing. He was an unparalleled genius with swords, which is how he ended up being sent to Valhalla. He doesn't care much for swordsmanship or the people back home who expect great things from him. He wants to pursue music. With that in mind, he invited his new friend to join the new music research club. It was Southern Fusion, but he was immediately rejected. After lunch, Diego picked an upperclassman's class and brought Sick inside. He explained that since Valhalla promotes freedom, they can walk into any class they want. Today, he wanted to go to this one since people were saying it was going to be special. As they walked up the classroom stairs, the attention of all the cadets turned to Sick. Everyone knew his achievements. The youngest Blue Knight, the youngest cadet, a direct descendant, a prodigy. He's already a celebrity. It wasn't until they found an empty seat that Diego heard what everyone had been whispering about the whole day they'd been together. He thought this rookie was just some other guy, not a Drake. Even though Sick had been wearing the family emblem all day. It's the sign of the purebloods. Almost everyone at Valhalla knows that, except for this blockhead. Now I get why Sick didn't take them off while they were eating. Diego thought he just wanted to look cool with those gloves. It seems the revelation will make Diego shut up for a while. Sick can finally enjoy some peace and quiet. He's finally getting the usual reaction to meeting a pureblood awakener. But he was dead wrong. Diego is connecting his tough guy attitude from earlier with his pureblood status, putting his arm over Sick, like a close friend. He joked that the golden boy should have paid for lunch earlier. Diego didn't stop chattering. In fact, he got even louder. To everyone's surprise, the dean himself stepped up to the podium to ask for everyone's attention. Every cadet focused and quieted down. Sick had been wondering why there were so many people for this specific lecture. With the dean here, it now made sense. While the dean gave a firm preamble, Diego was bugging Sick with whispers, writing down rhyme schemes and improvised lyrics. When the formalities were over, the dean invited today's main event to the stage. The dean, Flaubert, proudly admitted that it took a lot of effort to bring this person in as a guest speaker. And he's a Black Knight, after all. Sick almost laughed out loud when he saw who walked in beside him. Diego is working on his next masterpiece. Duke Draker, that old grump, cleans up nicely and accepted the invitation to give a lecture. The lecture hall was in an uproar. Everyone knew Knight Gale. He's one of the few Black Knights from the Draker family, not just the continent. Duke took the microphone and thanked the cadets for remembering him after he retired from the front lines years ago. He only asked that they engrave this lecture into their hearts and souls. The Duke explained how he became a Black Knight despite being from a common class at the academy. The talk started off well and was very inspiring. Shortly after it began, the cadets realized this talk would be useless to them. As minutes turned into hours, most of them slumped in their seats out of boredom. Duke, that damn Drake. He took on the role of guest speaker just to brag about his exploits nonstop for 2 hours. It was impressive. Fed up with his fraud, the dean stepped in and took the microphone from him. He had to intervene because there was another speaker after the Duke. Someone who needs no introduction. Although she's busy as a guardian knight, she has found time in her schedule to enrich the minds of the new generation. You see, in the Draker family, knights are divided into normal, intermediate, advanced, and finally, the guardian knights at the very top of the hierarchy. There aren't even 10 guardian knights in the family. Anyone who reaches that level is an absolute monster. The dean looked at his watch, anxiously waiting for it to strike 4 o'clock. A woman with long, platinum blonde hair walked in gracefully, each step echoing with the metallic sound of her boots. He watched the speaker with curiosity and excitement. That full suit of armor made her stand out, but he still couldn't figure out who she was or where he'd seen her before. Looking around at his fellow cadets, they seemed more pleased to see a beautiful woman take the podium than to listen to what she had to say. They were just excited to see the White Silver Knight in person. Upon hearing that title, a flood of information filled CK's mind. The image of the knight with that nickname soon matched the woman on the stage. Known as the first of Drake's direct descendants, the White Silver Knight, and CK's older sister, Carly Drake. The port city of Eisen is key to maritime traffic, connecting safe trade routes for the Republic of Delta, the southern continent, and the eastern continent. A few decades ago, it was a pirate haven. Eisen was a lawless land full of criminals until a few years ago, when Carly Drake became a true knight and launched a campaign to eradicate the pirate plague. For 5 years, she embarked on this venture until every last one of those rum-drinking thieves was eliminated, and Eisen came under the protection of the Drake family. It prospered and became the largest port city. The pirates who escaped the slaughter had to take refuge in the dangerous waters of the Republic of Delta. Carly's achievements made her the youngest guardian knight in the family, something not even Abel managed to do. Now, that same night, that ruthless knight, was speaking to the new generation of Valhalla cadets. CK didn't expect to see his older sister here. Right now, she's in a battle for succession against the wicked Abel. In his past life, CK never had the chance to meet her, so it's only natural he didn't recognize her face immediately. Carly soaked in the excited cheers from the cadets, then closed her eyes, and slammed her fist on the lectern with overwhelming force. Her commanding voice reverberated throughout the hall, silencing all noise. The cadets trembled in their seats, nearly peeing themselves in fear. That reaction seems to be the usual. How else are you supposed to react when a guardian knight yells like that? Carly scolded the youths for chatting while the speaker was introducing herself. She cursed them out, saying their lack of discipline brought shame to their ancestors. The Silver Knight went on, talking about the blood, sweat, and tears of previous warriors. Hearing her ramble on about past greatness, CK understood something. She's passionate about the essence of being a true knight, but she's just a young boomer. After that series of guest speakers, the cadets were discussing who was the worst. Although it was preachy, CK did get some pretty meaningful advice from his sister. As for Diego, he left CK as soon as the conference was over. He said something about the speeches lighting a fire in his soul, so he was going off to cook some bars. Thinking about it, being friends with Diego can't be a bad thing. He needs to scout for talent here. Now that his annoying guide is gone, it's the perfect time to look for Terrakin's secret library. Just as he was about to leave, that boomer voice called his name. Carly Drake was waiting for him outside the classroom to ask if he could spare some time. As expected, she led him to one of Valhalla's public training halls without a word. She unsheathed her sword, her posture straight. CK was astonished by her weapon. It was the mithril sword gifted by the Sacred Kingdom. This kingdom bordered Eisen and benefited greatly when the pirate problem was solved. As a show of goodwill and appreciation, they gifted Carly Drake a sword and armor of pure mithril. This set was the origin of her, alias the White Silver Knight. In a serious tone, she asked CK to show his skills without holding back. It seemed she'd heard rumors about his promotion to Blue Knight, and wanted to confirm it for herself. CK isn't one to refuse an honorable duel, so he drew the Stygian blade, Bahamut. She wanted to see the full extent of his abilities, and CK wanted nothing more than to do just that. But it would be too troublesome in the future. Carly isn't the only one curious about CK's progress. Showing his cards now would be a disadvantage. The Dracker family is based on the law of the jungle. Being labeled a Blue Knight at 15 already puts a target on his back. If his true power is revealed, all his enemies would probably use any method to eliminate him before he grows stronger. The Simons family would send their best assassins, and the Patriarch would force him under his control. He can only show his cards when he defeats the strongest man on the continent, his father. For now, he still needs the influence of his family name, not the chains and responsibilities that come with it. As soon as CK unsheathed his sword, Carly closed the distance and tested his strength. As expected, the Guardian Knight easily parried his block, looking at him with disdain. His defense crumbled instantly, leaving him exposed to an attack. Carly raised her sword and slashed his nose, leaving a minor wound. Sig instantly deactivated his passive healing factor. This woman is a Guardian Knight. She's likely to notice his abnormal recovery. He couldn't repeat the mistake he made with Duke. With his healing deactivated, he protected himself and focused on defense, parrying her blows. Once he saw what looked like a good opportunity, he counterattacked with a strong downward strike. Unfortunately, those conventional attacks are useless against someone of Carly's caliber. He couldn't land a blow and, on top of that, suffer another cut. Limiting himself to the level of a Blue Knight didn't allow him to fight at all. Carly didn't stop. After launching him into the air, she followed with a huge leap. She felt like a meteor, wielding her sword, and Sig responded with a perfectly timed block. He withstood the weight of the attack, but the force behind it was too destructive. As she tried to overpower him from above, Carly praised how sturdy his sword was. most would have already broken. Sig knew he wanted to turn the tables, but that required overcoming a complicated power threshold. Once he had an opening, he jumped back as if his life depended on it. According to his calculations, Carly is in the upper echelon of the Red Knights. A Blue Knight would be nothing more than a training dummy for her. She then warned Sig not to let his guard down, even though the distance between them had increased. Sig had completely forgotten Carly's trademark before she became a White Silver Knight. Because of the shape of her aura sword, they called her the Giant Sword. Her blade extended to the ideal length, threatening to split him in two. Sig felt the overwhelming force and sharpness as he slowly bled. Crushed by the impact, the training ground was left in ruins. It was an absurd display of skill and strength. Sig's Stygian sword was embedded in the ground as clouds of dust and smoke covered the area. Carly, absorbed in the fight, had failed to hold back. Then, the Golden Boy emerged from the large crater his body had created, standing tall, though walking a bit unsteadily. Sig bravely used even the nearby debris for support. With this, he managed to give a masterclass in acting like the defeated little brother. The White Silver Knight sighed in relief as she praised Sig's talent. She couldn't believe her little brother had surpassed her already sky-high expectations. Sig continued to act with all his heart. Confirming that this boy could be a key player in the near future, Carly made a proposal. Before she could continue, he performed his final act and pretended to faint, falling to the ground. Carly got nervous and rushed to his side. She held him and performed a mana scan to check for serious internal injuries. It seemed to match the symptoms of excessive aura usage. Without hesitation, she pulled a vial from her pouches and removed the cap. In this vial was the family's most potent recovery potion. She poured the precious elixir into his mouth. The little rascal swallowed the substance while continuing his act. After a few seconds, he activated his healing factor and instantly healed all his wounds. Luckily, she had used a valuable potion on him, allowing him to hide the use of his hidden ability. When the enormous sword approached, he had adjusted his movements to put up minimal defense, letting part of the damage hit him. It also helped that the huge sword showed a small opening before it fell, so everything went well. Sig had openly accepted his sister's hostile aura, and since his constitution doesn't allow him to use aura, it caused him some internal damage. This was all part of the plan, to make her think the internal injuries were from pushing himself beyond his limits. It was a brilliant plan, executed in seconds. Moments later, he sat up and grabbed his head with a pained expression. Then he smiled and thanked her formally for the crucial save. Carly bowed without a word. Then she asked him to call her sister. After that performance, Sig was invited into a carriage in an empty alley on the outskirts of Atlas by Carly. She had already taken off her mithril armor as she served her little brother some imported tea. He recalled that the patriarch did the same thing when they first met. He wondered if the news that he likes tea was spreading among everyone. Sig looked around, not believing such a large space could be inside a carriage. Carly had camouflaged it with magic, since a Guardian Knight's carriage stands out too much. First, she takes him to a training hall to cross swords. Now, they're in a camouflaged carriage. It seems she wanted to talk about something that would cause trouble if the wrong people heard it. Carly mentioned a title, the Butcher Knight. Without beating around the bush, she confessed that she needed more power to stop the Butcher Knight, Abel Draker. Sig feigned naivety and acted surprised that she would admit to opposing Abel. She explained that although the family maintains neutrality, she has reliable sources confirming that Abel has violated the creed of not getting involved in national disputes. That man is supporting the Roman Empire against Alencia. Sig already knew this, but he didn't think Abel would act so soon. Carly also suspects that the Four Seasons Fortress knows about it, but chooses to ignore it. The fortress is politically divided. There are supporters of the Empire within the Assembly of Elders backing Abel. Some elders prefer neutrality over showing dissent. It's only a matter of time before they switch sides and join him. Carly is looking for any method and any pieces she can use. If they let Abel continue, he will grow in power while the continent is plunged into war. Her predictions are accurate. Sig witnessed it. 3 years have passed since he regressed. In 7 years, the Draker family and the Roman Empire will start the Continental War. Many people will die, the skies will darken, and the land will be stained with the blood of innocents. That's why Carly has taken on the responsibility of solving this unforgivable mess. To do that, she needs power and influence to curb Abel's rise. She's already playing from behind, given that Abel controls most of the high command. She believes that those at the bottom will support Carly, the opposition. The White Silver Knight believes firmly that a true knight never yields. She follows justice and righteousness, faithful to her beliefs. She wants to gather the regular knights from all over the Four Seasons Fortress. She wouldn't force anyone to join her cause, especially not Sick, with his youth promising future and prospects as a pure-blooded awakener. After this brief chat, Soc now fully understands who Carly Draker really is. Although she has an iron will, she's willing to be flexible if necessary. She is just impure. The reason there was an opening at the end of her attack was out of concern for her younger brother. She is firm and powerful, as a Draker should be, but she's also a gentle soul who would protect those in need. Carly laid out the drawbacks of allying with her, like being labeled a traitor, but Soc had already heard enough. He stood up and knelt. In a short time he had known her, Soc had already made his decision. He introduced himself as an inexperienced boy willing to join her path of chivalry. Carly couldn't be happier to hear that. After making the big decision to join his big sister's cause, Soc took a walk through the Valhalla research facilities. He still can't believe the family corruption ran so deep even before the Continental War began. His initial plan was to leave the Drakers after taking advantage of all possible benefits. That way, he could avoid being targeted by Abel for a while as he gathered strength to stop the war. But if someone shares the same goals, maybe he doesn't need to leave the family so soon. This could be the ideal situation. Staying in the family makes it easier to track what's happening internally, while Carly acts as a shield on the front lines, bearing the brunt of the retaliation. When Soc becomes a formal knight, he can announce his alliance with Carly and sway public opinion in their favor. Carly is the heir, the firstborn and a guardian knight, but she isn't a pure-blooded awakener, nor is she from a great family. In that sense, she was inferior to Abel, ultimately losing the battle for succession. But Soc's brilliant status would undoubtedly balance the scales. For now, he'll play the part of knight. Even though he has nothing left, this guy prefers to live like a real criminal anyway. But that's for the future. For now, he's near the point on the mini-map inside the Grand Central Library. This is the main reason he came to Valhalla, the secret library of Tarakan. This place wasn't called grand for no reason. The facility was flawless. After navigating the labyrinthine place, he finally reached his destination. It was not at all what he expected. It looked just like the rest of the library. He tried to scan the perimeter, but there was nothing special or significant. Since the system had made such a big fuss about this place, he thought it would be on the level of Bahamut's heart or Fawn. Just as he was about to give up, the system detected the point of data restoration, suddenly making an illusory bookshelf appear. The system indicated that the secret library of another administrator, Tarakan Draker, had been found. This basically confirmed that the clan's progenitor was another user of the same system, given how hidden this bookshelf was. It's no wonder it hadn't been discovered until now. The system automatically synchronized with Tarakan's secret library. From now on, Soc could access its contents at any time. It was even organized. There was an organization management manual, a dragon-slaying manual, reference materials, and collections of proverbs. Judging by the titles, nothing particularly stood out. To avoid the tedious task of studying everything, he asked the system to find what would most help his growth at that moment. An ancient book with a cover showing a sword defeating dragons appeared in his hands. It was titled Secret Technique of the True Dragon Sword. It sounded extravagant, so he checked the author. To his surprise, inside was the name of the close advisor to the hero King Kaiser, Shelton Draker. He didn't have time to read, so he had the system read it like an audiobook. It began by recounting why Shelton Drake wrote The Secret Technique of the True Dragon Sword. He felt the need to explain why such a technique needed to exist in the first place. The relationship between dragons and humans began with Kaiser. He was the first to make a contract with the supreme beings called dragons. At that time, the dragons offered their help for no special reason. They pitted the weak humans for their lack of the special traits that other races had, the unique traits that other races possessed. Soon, the number of contracts increased dramatically, spreading across the continent as many civilizations emerged. The speed at which this happened sparked a concern in Shelton's heart. Did these dragons, these transcendental beings, really help humanity on a whim, driven by something as superficial as pity? They could turn on them just as easily as they had helped. If this concern became a reality, everything would fall apart. Humanity wouldn't be able to resist. They would be annihilated in a single day. With that fear, Shelton searched for a way to combat these supreme beings. First, he tried magic. It was the first gift the dragons gave to humans. They inscribed circles in the small hearts of humanity, but since humans couldn't generate mana on their own, trying to defeat a dragon with it would be useless. Shelton's next attempt was the hero King Kaiser's elemental sword, a weapon feared by dragons. However, only those who inherit the blood of the fairy monarch can wield it. Shelton delved into intense research to find a power that would level the playing field. He tried the primitive swordsmanship of the north and the mysterious powers of the east, scouring the land and returning with nothing. Curiously, the one who pushed his research forward was the hero king's contracted dragon, Kronos the Colossus. He claimed he was only helping for fun, but Shelton sensed a strange determination from him. His quest for knowledge continued, and eventually, he came across aura. It was neither elemental force nor mana, but a unique power that only humanity could wield. Even after the fall of the Hero King, the research continued and finally bore fruit. Shelton tested the theory and application of aura, assimilating it with swordsmanship. He finally wrote and distributed the true dragon sword style to the masses. But in a world where you could become powerful quickly with dragon artifacts instead of putting in the effort, almost no one studied the technique. In his later years, Shelton was relieved that his fears about the dragon's betrayal had not come to pass, but he still felt that this technique would eventually be needed. He hoped, sincerely, that whoever found the fruit of his fear and effort would try to learn the technique inscribed within. With that in mind, the system established a quest to become Shelton's successor in 3 months. Upon completing the quest, the coordinates to the treasury of the Kingdom of Kronos would be revealed. That place must be filled with powerful items. The only problem with this quest was the 3-month time limit. This suggested it might be harder to understand than the elemental sword from the perspective of someone living today. Soc knows that Shelton's paranoia was justified. He doesn't know how much time passed after the Hero King's era, but the dragons did betray humanity. This triggered a war of liberation. Soc turned to the system and asked if there were any other useful entries on the shelf. After scanning the contents, the system found a match and played a magical video from Tarakan's diary. The library seemed to dissolve as Soc was immersed in another place and time. It was similar to when he started his system tutorial. This time, he wasn't taken to an empty space, but to a cold, dark, and gloomy desert. With his dragon eyes, Soc knew this was not a physical plane. Still, the feeling he got when a massive eye of an apex predator locked onto him was surreal. He braced himself as an ancient dragon, awoke from its slumber, and rose on its powerful limbs. If it weren't for his incredible mental defense skill, he would have fallen to his knees in fear. Before him was the projection of a life form that was known as the king of all creation, a damn dragon. Someone else appeared and called the beast Bahamut. Who would have ever imagined that he would see a living projection of the original owner of his heart and sword? As for the man who spoke the name, Soc didn't even notice his presence until he spoke. Soc is in the dark about many things, but one thing is certain. This man is a monster on a whole other level than Bahamut. Ignoring his presence, the man walked right through Soc. This is what happens when you're transported into a recording of the past. Since this experience is from Tarakan's journal, it's safe to assume this must be the decisive battle between Bahamut and Tarakan Draker from the Dragon Slayer legend. The beast advanced, and Soc watched with glee. He was about to witness, in person, the battle every child on the continent had heard 1,000 times. Bahamut didn't attack. It just advanced and stirred up a storm while the man stood firm. Bahamut, surprisingly, spoke, asking why Tarakan was hesitating. He responded with a deathly silence. Upon hearing this, the beast showed its disappointment with its contractor. This interaction suggests Soc's worldview was shattered. Tarakan was with Bahamut, just like Kaiser is with Kronos. So why the Dragon Slayer legend? It portrays good versus evil, the hero against the beast. Soc wanted to see and hear more. He was desperate for clarity, but it was impossible. The recording glitched, obscuring their conversation. He tried to get closer, but all he heard was static and distorted audio. Desperate, he asked the system to intervene and fix the film, but his request was denied. Even though he couldn't understand what was happening, he kept his eyes on Tarakan. As the man finally moved from his spot, he recalled asking Kaiser if a contracted dragon could kill its contractor. The Hero King had just laughed at him for spouting nonsense. Kaiser said that a dragon could, in theory, betray a human. But the betrayal is more likely to come from the contractor. Seeing Bahamut's corpse turn to ash and scatter in the wind, that seems to be exactly what happened here. After a difficult battle, all that was left, that was the dragon's heart and fong, which Soc had obtained from the Dragon Slayer's home. He wondered if a dragon always turns to dust and leaves parts behind when it dies. That can't always be the case. The pureblood gloves are made of dragon leather. Bahamut might be special, but there's no way to know for sure. When the recording ended, Soc was brought back to the center of the innocuous library. He sighed, confused. His thoughts were racing, and he was anxious for answers. There's no point asking unanswerable questions. It's better to head back for now, since he has the entirety of the secret library of Tarakan downloaded into the system. Soc replayed that enigmatic entry over and over. As expected, there was a lot of static and damage to the footage in those crucial parts. The final exchange between the beast and the hero would remain a mystery for now. Thanks to constant research in the library's records, he learned a few things. He discovered that the true art of a dragon sword was the origin of the Draker family's dragon house arts. Tarakan simplified the complex technique, watering it down and refining it to create his own art. This art was so diluted that contrary to its name, it became a technique incapable of landing a fatal blow on a mere dragonborn, let alone a fully fledged dragon. This fraudulent technique is sustained by the innate characteristics of each user. Sure, it lost power, but Tarakan improved its practicality, making it more accessible. Still, the vast difference between the legend he had known his whole life and the entry in Tarakan's journal was unsettling. Supposedly, Tarakan killed Bahamut to usher in a golden age of prosperity. It was a tale as old as time. The general idea matches the journal, but how it happened was different. The fact that they were contracted to each other wasn't mentioned. Not only was it omitted, it seemed to have been erased from history. He'd been researching for days with no progress. As he was thinking this over and leaving the library, Sig received an urgent letter from a carrier pigeon. It was from his new companion, Kay. To her, it seemed outmodel. His sudden curiosity about folktales was strange, but at his request, his people investigated every known variation of the Dragon Slayer legend. They even secured versions that weren't translated into the common tongue. Not a single book exists that contains information about contracts between humans and dragons. Looking closer, Sieg found something in every story. The same words were repeated, almost as if they had been planted as part of a conspiracy. She tried to dig deeper and received a warning message from the Draker family. After that, the syndicate had no choice but to back off. They can't afford to have a falling out with a transcendental family, although the report didn't give him any new information. Sieg is sure that his family is censoring information about the progenitor. The family became famous thanks to Tarakan. He was celebrated as the first dragon slayer. Something suspicious is going on here. 1,000 years of manipulation are at play, Sieg. He feels like something is missing. Maybe checking the secret library again will give him a clue. He was about to dive back. Got into his study when his sixth sense detected a strange presence in his mansion. Zeke acted normal. He entered his house and discreetly raised his guard. Today, all the employees, including Decker, were supposed to be out. Duke and Andre are busy with their new jobs. If that's the case, who the hell is lurking in the shadows? Sieg activated the mini-map to locate the intruder. Surprisingly, he found two. One was outside, and the other was at the top of the stairs. At first, he thought the hound from the huge mountains had defied all odds and found him, but he was careful enough. At that time to avoid using any dragon-slaying arts. He didn't even use a longsword. They can't make a connection there. If so, it's imperative to find out what these intruders came for, while listing the enemies who might have arranged. This mess, Sieg casually entered his room. Shortly after, he appeared at the window, right behind the masked intruder. Sieg bets that the one who hired these thugs was his ambitious brother, Abel. That son of a bitch. He must have seen through the alliance with his older sister, Carly. He drew a smaller blade than usual. Actually, it's fine if the assassin doesn't answer his questions. He has various ways to make even the toughest criminals confess the truth. Seeing no fear in the supposed target's eyes, the assassin was surprised. The encounter quickly turned into a frantic, high-level knife fight, barely visible to the untrained eye. Every second, that meant a dozen lethal moves were exchanged. It seems Sieg is gaining the upper hand with his aggressiveness. Sure, the assassin was agile and knew when to back off. But he was facing a well-trained professional. After crossing blades with the assassin, Sieg got an idea of who was behind the mask. A mask can hide a face, but not a fighting style. In battle, Sieg is sure the assassin uses the blade style of the Northern Gorka Kingdom. The Gorka Rangers are formidable. Hailed as the Guardians of the North, they wield a kukri, a distinctively shaped dagger. With their great killing ability, they're valued on the Central Continent as special forces for hire. Anyway, the involvement of the Rangers takes Abel's name off the suspect list, since they don't accept commissions that create grudges, like assassinations. Besides, this guy is moving too defensively to be an assassin. Sieg intentionally showed an opening in the battle, and the Ranger didn't take it. He's not going for the kill, even though he has the skill to react. That means his goal is to kidnap Sieg, not eliminate him. Sieg glanced at the open window and saw an explosive sphere coming in from outside, indicating it's probably a sedative to neutralize him. The sphere shattered, releasing a cloud of mist. Sieg smelled the earthy scent of mandrake roots, a common ingredient for strong sedatives. With nothing more interesting going on today, he decided to play along and dropped his sword. When the system detected the mixture in his lungs, his poison resistance activated, rendering it useless. Still, this guy once again used his flawless acting skills and let himself fall face first to the floor. The Rangers, they lifted his limp body and pulled him out the window. Look at this guy. messing with kidnappers just for fun. Well, since he can't figure out who else would want to kidnap him or why, it would save him time. Thought to just go along with it and solve this mystery. The Rangers took Sick to a farm outside of Atlas. They chained him up and put him in a lock. Of all the suspects on his list, Dot never thought the mastermind would be an outsider. This guy with the eye patch is Cliff Reinhardt, leader of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Since Sick already knew the man by name, this chat should go more smoothly. In his past life, he met Cliff briefly. The Reinhardt Merchant Group is one of the 10 largest in the country. They operated with the Alencia Kingdom as their hub. If things stay the same, Alencia and the Reinhardts will be destroyed in a few years. Sick collaborated with Cliff, opposing the Empire. The last time they met, Cliff gave him secret information that could be fatal to the Empire, then returned to the Burning Kingdom and was never seen again. Maybe he was just being patriotic, but from Sick's perspective, it was simply a foolish decision. To start, Cliff Dot apologized for the rough treatment and setting up a meeting. He signaled his men to remove the chains and promised an apology from the merchant group. Noticing Cliff was trying to make small talk to get to the matter at hand, Sick urged him to get to the point. Free from his restraints, he didn't hesitate to show that he's not trapped with them. They're trapped with him. Intimidated, Cliff swallowed nervously without realizing it. No matter how young, a Drake is still a Drake. Even the most experienced knight would feel somewhat uneasy, but this man didn't waver at all. Cliff invested a lot of resources into setting up this scenario to gain the upper hand, but Sick quickly took back control. Before talking business, Cliff slid a dossier of documents over for Sick to review. Inside the envelope are records of the new pandemic affecting the South Central continent. Sick went through the stack until he found a specific page. From that page, he connected the dots. One of the infected was Elena Stone, the mother of his first subordinate, Liam Stone. She was suffering from the Rose disease, and Sick gave Liam the cure. The Rose disease is still a torturous affliction with a 100% mortality rate. The only exception was Elena Stone. She miraculously recovered. Even the doctor was baffled. Cliff Reinhardt wanted to know if Sick had influenced this case. The truth is, the young lord was impressed. Cliff perceived the circumstances and acted on the clues. It's highly likely this shrewd merchant wants to monopolize a cure. Given the disease's high mortality rate, the value of the cure is incalculable. Nevertheless, Sick knew Cliff was a sensible man who could look beyond his own interests. He's not the type to get lost in greed and risk the golden boy of a major house. With that assumption, Sick confessed to being the one who gave the cure to Elena Stone. Cliff couldn't hold back. He begged Sick to sell him the formula for the cure. He would pay anything he wanted for it. Seeing the merchant drooling over the cure, Sick silenced him for a moment. He asked him to sit down and act like a businessman. From Cliff's reaction, you could tell his goal goes beyond money and profit. He wants the cure to save someone. That's the biggest leverage Sick can use. In exchange for providing the production method for the cure, he asked for 3 requests. Pretty simple, right? They're about to get scammed big time. For now, he plans to stockpile those favors and use them when the need arises. He even swore that he wouldn't ask for anything the merchant group can't handle. It's a vague deal. It's hard not to gauge what a merchant group can't handle. Nevertheless, Cliff can't afford to pass up the cure. Sick wrote the instructions for the cure on a piece of paper and waved it in front of Cliff. Before handing over the valuable method, he wanted to ask something out of personal curiosity. He just wanted to know who needs the medicine that Cliff is so desperate to get his hands on. The man with the eye patch tried to deny there was anyone in particular, claiming he only wanted to make a lot of money. He hired the Northern Rangers to kidnap the golden boy of Drakkar. And yet, he reacted with explosive emotion at the mention of a cure. He's risking everything with no certainty. These are not the actions of a sensible businessman looking to make a profit. Seeing that he had been read like an open book, Cliff sat down and confessed that they were trying to cure a member of the royal family from the kingdom of Alencia. As for who exactly, he couldn't say. Sick wasn't satisfied and wanted more interesting details. He then recalled his last interaction with Cliff back before his cynical days as a hired killer. Sick had told Cliff to leave Alencia or die a meaningless death. With his money, Cliff could have sought refuge in the north. Of course, the merchant already knew that. At that time, he was exhausted from everything. He had the look of a lifeless man, wishing to spend his last days and face his end in his homeland. But the man in front of him now still has the fire of life in his eyes. Whoever he's trying to cure must be someone very precious to him. On another note, the kingdom of Alencia is nearly in ruins right now. The whole place is in chaos due to disputes over the management of different races. The power struggle within the royal family doesn't help either, but there is hope. Perhaps connecting with Alencia's royalty now will bear fruit in the future. So, Zick accepted Cliff's firm response and gave him the formula. With the deal struck and the answer to his prayers in hand, Cliff trembled. The weight of the world was lifted from his shoulders. Zick interrupted his emotional moment by making his first request. True to his word, Cliff listened willingly and swore on his business that they would do it. For the first of 3 payments, Zick wants the Reinhard Merchant Group to give him a job. The economy is so bad that even dragon hunters need employment. Well, to be precise, he wants a fake job under a false identity for temporary use. If that's all you need, Cliff could arrange it for free. I can see you want to start a business in the crime-ridden southern regions, and you can't do things by halves. You know that the Merchant Group, Reinhard, has business connections with the cartels. Cliff offered to lend Zick his cousin's name, so that no suspicions could be traced back to Drakker's rising star. Zick also wants to secure a transport route to and from the south, as well as a house. He'll be storing cargo there, so he needs something bigger. On top of that, he wants a ride home, since he was kidnapped and brought here against his will. This guy is really stretching his first request. However, Cliff agreed, and they exchanged contact information for updates on the preparations. Zick could hardly believe that the stubborn merchant would accept his demands so submissively. He must be in a very desperate situation. Once the meeting was over, the 2 rangers who kidnapped Zick led him outside. They gave him a good horse for his return trip to the mansion. He walked past the imposing rangers and approached his new horse. Once he was saddled up and ready to go, the rangers concluded their business and prepared to leave. Zick asked if their contract with Reinhard was finished. The 2 were surprised when he asked in perfect Gorkali. When they asked how he knew their native tongue, he replied that it's a hobby of his. More importantly, he wants to hire the 2 of them for a new job. The task is simple: rescue a target imprisoned by McCain. The rangers glanced at each other hesitantly. The target is acceptable, and the reward is generous. They only hesitate to accept because of Zick's identity. The Gorkali king refuses to make deals with the transcendent houses. Well, that shouldn't be a problem here. As discussed, Zick has secured a false identity under the authority of the Reinhard Merchant Group. The commission request reported to Gorka will use that name. It should be fine as long as no one leaks any information. With the job finalized, Zick mentioned something else the 3 of them still needed to settle. He reached into his pocket and tossed 2 blades into the air, letting them fall to the ground. They were the Rangers' kukri daggers. These aren't simple weapons for the Gorka Rangers. They are only given one when they are recognized as full-fledged warriors. They consider them as precious as their own lives. Each ranger has a kukri as their soulmate. For someone to steal it without being seen is like death before you even make a home, sick Draker. He needed to show his aura to his new recruits with an impressive display of superior skill. The rangers were deeply shocked. They only caught a glimpse of how monstrous their new boss is. He's definitely looking forward to seeing these 2 again when the job is done. After meeting with Reinhard, he started searching Valhalla for valuable companions. Clearly, the main targets. That will be the 5 Divine Knights. If he manages to connect with them, they'll probably be great assets in the future. Luckily for Zick, he has the full support of Dean Flobert. He confirmed that the 5 graduated from Valhalla. However, the timing is problematic. Bishop Kastak, the Silent Knight, has already graduated and now serves in the Knightly Order of the Tobiah Kingdom. Jeffrey Salma, the Knight of the Mist, is in the graduating class and is now in on-site training. As for Adolf, the poor guy is on leave, refusing to go to class because of his severe insomnia. Reina, that will probably enroll next year. As a blood relative, Zick will have plenty of opportunities to interact with her. In the end, the only one he can work with is Diego Villa. Shortly after, Zick was on the drums, playing with Diego and his band. Even he doesn't know what happened. The last thing he remembered, that was going to Diego's club room to talk and win him over. Diego accepted him right away because they urgently needed a new drummer. Surprised by how quickly everything happened, he unintentionally joined the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club against his will. To his credit, the boy has an innate talent for the drums. They harmonized in perfect sync, improvising all day. Sick. I was surprised to find that this was actually fun. When the adrenaline wore off, he was exhausted. He got carried away by Diego's energy and rhythm. He went straight home and was greeted by Draker. With his arm still a bit sore from drumming all day, the next thing is training. He's been studying Shelton's technique for a while now. It mentioned microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits and a lot of incomprehensible terminology. After poring over the text, he finally understood why Tarakan reformed this gibberish into the simplified dragon-slaying arts. All the techniques in the true art of the dragon sword require incredible compression and decompression of aura that can't be compared to the simplified version. Of course, this swordsmanship isn't for men, but for killing dragons. Its lethality is close to the elemental sword. Trying to apply what the pages said, Zick took the first stance. The initial key is to exaggerate the form of the sword. One must compress the aura to its maximum density limit. Upon reaching that level, it can cut down a great dragon in a single blow. Draker silently entered the training hall's observation deck and saw his young master practicing intensely. Sick discovered that his divine body is perfect for training this technique. His body can perform at its peak, and his learning and ether transfer are greatly enhanced. It's like a map showing the optimal and complete form before him. He just has to follow what his mind has already deciphered. The more he repeated these movements, the more he felt connected to the technique. His understanding deepened with every slash and thrust until he felt something break in his mind. He recently broke through the wall between the blue and red knights. In that instant, he stepped into a new realm. Today, he's already made a dent in the barrier that is the Black Knight. Everyone says that rapid growth makes the barrier one must overcome higher. But Bahamut's heart, beating in his ether hall, resonates with the true dragon swordplay. It cries out, fearing he'd lose this feeling. Sick intensified it and swung his sword without stopping. He moved, struck, and attacked until he was stopped by the manifestation of Bahamut's emblem on his chest. Sick's dragon, I activated forcibly. That is a strange power pulsed within him. The system said that Bahamut's heart is responding to Shelton Draker's technique. The memories in the evil dragon's heart are replaying. When Sick regained his sight, he found himself floating in an infinite, lightless space. In that darkness, he saw a scene unfolding. He heard approaching footsteps. An old man. A hood came to speak with the Lord of Twilight, Bahamut. His voice was hoarse and old, and he had a request. When Bahamut awoke from his slumber, the cavern's atmosphere turned hostile. The old man pulled something from his robe, the book of the true dragon swordplay. Shelton Draker, the technique's creator, wanted to take it away to protect it. Bahamut scoffed at this request. He knew Shelton was detestable, but this confirmed he was insane. He intended to entrust the dragon with a technique for killing dragons. You've got some nerve, Shelton. He decided to opt for this foolish choice because of Kronos. Mentioning that name only enraged Bahamut further. He sees Kronos as a traitor influenced by humans. He lost his role as a mediator long ago. Seeing the evil dragon act aggressively, Shelton calmly reached for his sword. Bahamut created hundreds of enormous black spears from nothing, aiming them at the man. He doesn't like frantic, rambling prophecies. With no consideration for human life, Bahamut launched the spears. Shelton unsheathed his sword and deflected the massive magical weapons. Tirelessly, with all his strength, he deflected a series of destructive attacks. Shelton is the real deal. The authentic dragon swordsmanship he created and mastered was on full display. Each spear could topple kingdoms and kill heroes, yet he made them look ordinary. A single man can only do so much against an avalanche of odds. This is the first time Sig has seen the pinnacle of creation, draconic magic, in action. The power was incredible. If he were in Shelton's place, he could deflect one or two at most before succumbing. However, this man defied the odds by surviving hundreds. He's a monster in human skin. Bahamut was disgusted. He growled at Shelton to get out of his lair, or the next barrage would be aimed at Kronos' kingdom. Shelton knew the dragon was bluffing. Doing something like that would bring an unholy cosmic sanction. Bahamut stood firm, claiming he didn't care about cosmic sanctions at all. Humans shouldn't even know about that. He thinks crushing worms doesn't deserve punishment. Shelton tried to speak, but failed. Everything happened as Kronos predicted. So he brought out some help, a pocket watch, courtesy of the Hero King's contractor. To Bahamut, this was not welcome at all. He summoned more black spears, refusing to yield to Kronos' artifact. But that pocket watch was very powerful. Shelton activated its latent power, invoking a large magic circle beneath his feet. He created an area of effect that stopped Bahamut's attack in its tracks. Kronos' artifact was powerful enough to contain Bahamut's fury. Sig's curiosity was piqued by the incredible magic of that pocket watch. If an artifact with Kronos' power is this strong, how strong was the dragon himself? As he was astrally projecting and observing the watch, Sig was jolted by a screeching in his ears. Bahamut was trying to break free from the bonds of time. He clawed and struggled until he was panting and salivating. Invisible Tosai Shilson showed the evil dragon a vision of what was to come. This was the fastest way to convey Kronos' prophecy to the stubborn lizard. The vision was meant to explain why Bahamut is the only one who should handle the true dragon sword art. However, Bahamut calmed down and cursed the idea of dragons forming contracts with humans. If humanity desired power, they should rise up on their own. Thus, Bahamut agreed to guard the dragon-slaying technique with magic. He flipped through the pages and absorbed their contents instantly. He even praised Shelton for designing something so brilliant to protect the world. Bahamut found it laughable. Shelton wants to protect humanity, not the world. Still, he accepted the mission. As long as that prophecy doesn't come to pass, he swore the book would never see the light of day. Shelton believes that even without the book's help, humanity will eventually learn to harness the power of aura. Bahamut laughed, saying that if that future ever came, he would wipe out all humans himself. Aura is not a power that such small beings can handle. Shelton developed the technique out of fear of dragons. Curiously, he only trusts Bahamut and Kronos. Before leaving, he shared another prophecy, that one day, even the grumpy dragon who detests humans will find someone to open his heart to. A contractor he will trust. Bahamut couldn't imagine that ever happening. He's convinced it will never come to pass. Then, Sieg's mind returns to the training room. He didn't fully understand what those two legendary figures were talking about, but he noticed how distrustful Bahamut was of humans. As the vessel of the evil dragon's heart, he can somewhat empathize with the beast. That makes it even more puzzling that the evil dragon formed a contract with Tarakan after. Seeing Bahamut's memories, and with the missing context in the timeline, Sieg continued to research ancient history. As expected, all mentions of Tarakan and Bahamut had already been manipulated by the Drakkar family. There are no mentions of contracts between the evil dragon and the progenitor. While he was searching for any clue in training with the true dragon's sword, he received a message from Cliff Reinhard regarding his side hustle. He requested an identity that would grant him immunity from suspicion, and he ended up as the assistant manager of the Reinhard Merchant Group's southern branch. Today, it seemed like a pretty big deal. Messages about his business deals keep pouring in. It seems that Ka has finally shown her determination. After reading the urgent message, Sieg went to the Atlas Syndicate's branch at the Secret Garden Hotel. He was led to a magically sealed room. His partner, Ka, was resting on a sofa in the airtight VIP bar. Sieg also put on his brown cosplay wig. Tonight, to maintain his anonymity, he chuckled at how Ka now calls him her partner. But suddenly, he was distracted by the view of Atlas from his height. He's been living here for a while, but seeing it from this high up feels different. The image of Atlas engraved in his soul was one of ruins and ashes from the Continental War. He snapped out of his daydream when Ka offered him a drink. Sieg praised the view that Ka had been looking at. She's very proud of this majestic place. The hotel is a side business for the syndicate, a safe place where their shady deals are conducted in secret. He refused the alcohol in his glass, and Ka teased him for being a good boy who doesn't dare to try a little drink while underage. She found it cute, but that's not the real reason. On his first day in Atlas, he got caught up in a celebration with Duke and Andre. That night, he learned that his poison-resistant skill treats alcohol as a poison to be detoxified. In his past life, he sometimes drank just to get drunk. Now, he can't even do that. That's why he switched to tea, without wasting time on small talk. Ka reached into her bag to show him something. Inside was a document packed with evidence on Pavel's piracy operation. Once she knew where to look, the evidence just kept popping up. It's surprising she hadn't noticed until Sieg pointed it out. It was obvious. From the White Silver Knights' crusade against southern piracy, Pabella grew intensely, all fueled by undocumented profits in every shady detail. Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Menco, kept showing up. He's McCain's second-in-command, but has clandestine dealings with their rival, Pabella. Ka decided not to alert her superiors yet, since that would cause chaos in the underworld. She wanted to talk about the artifacts that Sieg wanted to sell next, but the words got stuck in her throat. The atmosphere changed. Now Sieg will explain his plan to make her the new boss of the syndicate. After an intense discussion, Sieg got to work on the plan. He relied on his system to open portals in specific locations using the minimap. He used it several times to prepare for the hell that's about to break loose. Using portals consumes a lot of karma points, but it'll be worth it. This way, there's no way Sieg Drakkar ends up on a suspect list. Even in Nirvana, one of the 3 transcendental families in magic, there are very few people who can use teleportation. Besides, moving between cities requires using a large-scale portal from a magic tower. By avoiding those inconveniences, he can disguise the plan as a freak accident. Sieg would pay good money to see the reaction of those old geezers when night falls. Don Juan is in for a fiery surprise. Just in time, chaos erupted in the city. When several buildings went up in flames, burning with startling speed, the fire would spread throughout the area, and the mages might not arrive in time to stop it. In her office, Kath had been chain-smoking, anxious about how the night would unfold. She thought the brat was bold, as befitting a Drake, but that man was more than bold, he's insane. Their discussion went like this. He proposed burning down all of the Sakma warehouses on the central continent under McCain's control. He just needed their locations. Kath said that only McCain and the syndicate executives have access to that info. The leak could be easily traced, but Sick didn't plan on keeping a secret for long anyway. He wants to frame El Mencho There's no better suspect than someone who already betrays his comrades. Besides, Kay hasn't reported her findings from the hacking investigation to anyone yet. They already have the evidence collected. They don't even have to try hard to start the blame game. Kay can call a syndicate executive meeting, tie up McCain and Pavel with a neat little bow, and report them to Don Juan. She knew this outrageous plan would shake the criminal underworld. She feared being discovered. Everyone knows what happens to traitors in the organization. He calmed her fears, assuring her it wouldn't matter who the snitch was when all the executives were eliminated anyway. She could either participate or remain a low-ranking dog of the syndicate her whole life. This was the fastest path to the top. It was up to her to take it. At this point, she couldn't back out. She could only match or raise the bet. Kay is smart. She knew that even though Sic's plan sounded crazy, it had a solid foundation. Besides, she didn't join this organization to do other people's dirty work. Soc Recaps is an incredibly intelligent man. He figured out Pavel's real operation when no one else did. He even brought in a gallery full of high-quality artifacts ready to be sold for a huge sum. And after seeing his knack for always being on the right side of the deal, Ka felt a strong determination to go all in with the young man. How could she let a little risk scare her after seeing what Soc could do? She grabbed the bottle of wine from the table and chugged it. He was impressed. She handles her liquor well, since she'd be lost. If the plan failed, she bet everything on this enigmatic man. The table had no limit, and she was going all in, with the key players secured. Soc promised she wouldn't regret this gamble. When the night of the fire arrived and the alcohol had left her system, Kath was trembling with uncertainty about what would happen next. Now, she trusts Soc Drake with her entire being. In a distant land, the cartel boss, Don Juan, is furious upon receiving news of the fires that would cripple his business. He swore that whoever is responsible for this atrocity will suffer a very painful death. After setting the underworld on fire, Soc has returned to his mission, focusing on cadet matters. The semester is about to end. It's been almost 6 months since word got out that he reached the rank of Blue Knight. In front of him is a box with an invitation to his promotion banquet. This celebration welcomes the young Drakes who have crossed the threshold to become official knights of the family. Usually, one is invited in their 20s upon reaching the Purple Knight rank. Besides, it's been 3 years since he's seen his father, the Patriarch. It would be nice if things stayed the same, but change is inevitable. That afternoon, the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress Garden was filled with nobles and knights. The Draker Patriarch was entertaining guests when Abel arrived to pay his respects to his father. The nobles parted ways. Abel noticed the banquet had attracted the attention of many important figures. The Patriarch insisted it was only natural. Soc had become the youngest prodigy on the continent. Abel felt the sting of that comment. He was the former record holder, and his father knew it. Apologetically, the Patriarch dismissed Abel to prepare for the rite. Abel was furious on the inside, but he couldn't afford to offend the man who currently occupied the throne. That doesn't mean he can't hold a grudge that could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, the main guest of today's event has just arrived at the venue in a stifling, ornate outfit. Soc enters with Duke, who has been working tirelessly with the Patriarch in recent months. The old slacker regrets coming out of retirement today. He even has to act as an escort for his disciple, Soc. He had already anticipated this slacker's reaction to having a job months ago. For now, they must go to the Spring Garden. The Fortress of the Four Seasons has 4 main facilities, according to Duke. The only place where outsiders can enter and where most public ceremonies are held is the Spring Garden. Summerlock is the office where most of the Drake's business is handled. Autumn Fell is a somber hall where internal ceremonies and rites, like the investiture ceremony, are held. Finally, Winterkeep is a large warehouse where rare artifacts collected over 1,000 years are stored. In his past life, Soc had never been in these halls. He was kicked out of the academy before being knighted. After passing through the Spring Garden and reaching the gate of Autumn Fell, Duke urged the boy to go on alone from here. He has other matters to attend to, so he'll be skipping the banquet. He can only tell his disciple to be strong, and the best version of himself. Soc had grown fond of this eccentric old man over time. He doesn't mind someone caring for him like this. It also helps that they share the same old-fashioned sense of humor. As soon as he opened the door, trumpets sounded triumphantly. The star of the banquet, Sir Soc Recaps, entered the building. With a relaxed expression and dressed in black, gold, and red, he exuded a royal aura. The nobles were astonished that a 15-year-old had reached the rank of Blue Knight as a pure-blooded awakener of golden light. Now, comparisons with Abel have made Soc the favorite. At the end of the hall, Arthur Drake, leader of the Dragon Slayers, officially declared Soc's first step as a knight. The ceremony was solemn and reverent. From now on, he is an honorable knight tasked with bringing glory to the Draker name. To everyone's surprise, Arthur Draker didn't end the ceremony there. He also appointed Sick as a formal knight of the house. This was unheard of. A formal knight holds a higher status than a mere knight. The only condition to achieve this rank is by accumulating actual achievements. Blessed by the aura, the Drakers, that tend to awaken quickly. It's almost a given that with a little training and talent, they will reach the level of purple or blue knight. Instead of the aura level, actual achievements carry more weight in the family. Abel Draker only achieved the rank of formal knight after accumulating significant achievements over 3 months in the field. He held the record for the youngest blue knight, but they didn't give him the rank easily. Sick thought that Arthur's declaration now clearly violated tradition. However, only the patriarch can bestow ranks. No one dares to challenge his decision. Still, it's complicated to understand what he's trying to do here. Like a proud father, Arthur boasted that his son awakened with a golden light, breaking records, a knight who will surpass him in the future. He doesn't want to seem like an overprotective father, so he'll cut the speech short. Then, Arthur Drake raised his glass, wishing his son a blessed future and peace and well-being throughout the continent. The nobles followed suit and praised the Draker name. Thus began the alcohol-fueled celebration for the family's future. In Sick's past life, Arthur was an indifferent jerk when he was exiled. Now that he has shown some talent, he acts like a proud father. As he glanced sideways at his father, that he was called to accompany the patriarch for a moment. Arthur wants to speak with him privately, as a father. Dot and son, of course. While everyone enjoyed the festivities, Abel was scowling in the corner. He didn't have the expression of an older brother who felt proud of his younger brother's achievements. When his subordinate pointed it out, Abel wiped the scowl off his face. They didn't come here for some insignificant rite. They are waiting for the prince. Minutes later, Sick came out of the private study with a gold coin in hand. This coin, bearing the family emblem, is a voucher. Redeemable for 1 item in the Winter Keep. It's a freebie, so it's not a bad gift. More importantly, this banquet isn't just going to last 1 day. It will undoubtedly extend over several days to accommodate important figures from across the continent. Sieg was struggling to endure it, exchanging fake compliments with people he couldn't care less about, all while cursing his situation. A pleasant voice called his name from behind. A young woman with blue hair. Dot bowed and introduced herself as Princess Melissa of Valencia. He recognized the name. She must be the princess who will soon rise to power as the next monarch of the kingdom of Valencia. Unlike the current sickly, useless king, she would implement policies that prioritized her people. Through this, she gained overwhelming support from the masses. As a result, she would be severely despised by the corrupt aristocrats of Valencia. But after she officially ascended to the throne, they had no choice but to curry her favor and suck up to her. In Sieg's past life, things went horribly wrong. Tensions with the empire grew. The promising princess suddenly halted all international activities before disappearing completely. Articles speculating that the empire had assassinated her spread across the continent. Leaderless, the kingdom of Valencia was devastated by war, and the truth was lost forever. Before the war began, news about Melissa was scarce. It makes no sense for her to attend some random appointment ceremony, unless you think about it. In his dealings with Cliff Reinhardt, Ipatch admitted that they need the cure to heal a member of the royal family from the kingdom of Valencia. Could this kind young woman be eager to investigate further? C gave a courteous bow and responded gracefully. He commented enthusiastically that he had heard a great deal about her reputation and that it was a great honor to have her here today. C continued, praising her community policies that prioritize the needs of the people. Although many nobles would call them shallow and without substance, C would be the first to defend them. He could only sympathize with Melissa's concerns when thinking about the finances. But she was surprised that this knight knew so much about her political career. It was as if he'd heard it from a reliable source. This young man was different from the other empty-headed guys. Seeing her laugh, Sieg asked if he had offended her in some way. On the contrary, she was delighted that someone sympathized with her complaints in a place like this. After exchanging more compliments, she excused herself. She would love to talk with him a bit longer. But she didn't want to monopolize the banquet's guest of honor. It's normal to feel overwhelmed by the stares of these parasitic nobles. Before leaving the hall, Melissa assured him there was no reason to be disappointed. She believes there will be a better occasion to speak properly soon. With the interesting princess gone, Sieg had to begin making his rounds with the nobles. He felt like he'd been holding his breath all day. It was an endless cascade of polite greetings and bad jokes. This day only reinforced his aversion to formality. He would rather be training and getting beaten up by the hero King Kaiser. Suddenly, the metallic sound of heavy armor echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Who would wear armor to a banquet where even the patriarch was wearing silk? A loud voice boomed from a man. in a golden ensemble with the insignia of a lion. He'd been looking for the banquet's guest of honor for a while. The fourth imperial prince of Roma, Calix. And his group of knights have come to pay homage to the youngest blue knight in history. In his previous life, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed asshole was Abel Draco's partner in crime during the Continental War. Calix Nerba Constantinus introduced himself and extended his hand. Sieg avoided touching the bastard's claws and offered a bow instead. With the most formal of greetings, he thanked the prince for his attendance. Of course, Calix understood what the young man meant, but being in foreign territory, he chose to ignore the disrespect. Instead, he acted friendly. He's not one to care for such formalities. For now, he wanted to share a drink with the star of the show. Calix called for drinks from the servants, and Sieg was dragged into another predicament. The prince called himself the most refined man on the continent, and Sieg, the future great knight. He poured that wine into Sieg's cup and urged him to drink from the glass offered by an imperial prince. The nobles, seeing this, felt some pity for the young man. They detested the prince's behavior, considering Sieg's position in the Draco family. That was just the first glass of many. Calix intends to drink with Sieg until they both drop. That's when Abel interrupted and greeted the new rising sun of the empire. He asked Prince Calix to accompany him to discuss something important. Since there are many ears in the hall, it's better to take the conversation elsewhere. The prince accepted the invitation. Before leaving, he apologized to Zack. It seems their drinking session will have to wait. They can enjoy the moonlight and talk about dragon-slaying epics, while Abel and the prince retired to a private room. The nobles held their breath. As soon as he was out of the picture, they began to criticize the imperial prince's boisterous behavior, which undermined the empire's legitimacy. In contrast, they praised Sir Abel for handling the situation. To be fair, his actions seemed like those of an older brother helping his awkward younger sibling by taking Khalees away. This spells a dark future. It seems Abel and the prince have known each other longer than Kay's information suggests. Given how they treat each other, it's safe to assume they're very close. It's likely the Continental War will break out sooner than Sick expected. A day later, Sick left the stuffy banquet hall to think about what to do with the emblem his father gave him. When they spoke privately after the rites, Arthur asked how his mission to become the strongest on the continent was going. He responded with a vague courtesy. Arthur insisted he stop calling him patriarch, saying it's too formal when they're alone, and allows Sick to call him father. Those words reminded him of what Carly told him when they met. He finally understands the discomfort he felt in that training room. Abel has been making clear moves to win the elders over to his side. Carly is in a tight spot. It's only natural for the head of the family to also have a firm grasp on the situation. Knowing Abel's plan, the cunning patriarch is ignoring it for some reason. Right now, he's subtly mentioning Sick's chat with Carly as a way to apply pressure. Or maybe he's just being paranoid. Either way, there's no harm in assuming Arthur is with Abel from now on. Sick gave Arthur what he wanted and called him father. The man then gave him the token to serve as a little motivation to continue his march to the top. With this little thing, he can take a treasure stored in the legendary Winter Keep. The Dracal Treasury holds very valuable treasures. It's a place famous throughout the continent. Arthur advised his son, although the keep holds priceless treasures, there's also junk that just glitters. Finally, Sick stepped onto the cold floors of the Dragon Slayer's treasury in Winter Keep. He still doesn't understand why his father would give him such a valuable gift. Whatever the reason, he'll make the most of everything at his disposal. An attendant greeted Sick. She has been awaiting his visit. Before he enters, she'll give him a brief explanation of how things work in the Winter Keep. Currently, the keep holds about 17,000 rare artifacts that can be exchanged for tokens. Although there's no time limit for being inside, one token only allows for one entry. Sick asked the attendant why there were no guards in such a valuable place. She replied that they would be useless. The security magic in the keep is like the one in the Patriarch's office. Besides, the relics are magically tracked and tagged, making theft nearly impossible. The attendant instructed Sick to insert the token into the slot. This thing is just a giant claw machine. He followed the instructions and watched as the impenetrable door rumbled open. The huge, ornate door opened, and a cold breeze escaped. Sick was amazed by the grandeur before his eyes. Shelves with precious artifacts stretched on without, and the inside was much larger than he thought from the outside. He walked around, admiring the wealth his family had accumulated over a millennium. The attendant left, and Sick thought it would take him years to identify every relic in this place. Fortunately, he has the system to organize everything according to his desired criteria. The relevant functionality has been linked to his dragon's eyes. It seems he can't catalog everything automatically. He activated his dragon's eyes and stretched his muscles. It was time for a manual sweep. Sick shot off, using his gale arts and shadow steps to cover the largest area in the shortest amount of time. He moved quickly through the shelves as his dragon's eyes captured everything he saw. After several sweeps, the chosen items appeared on his mini-map. 17,138 artifacts were registered. This figure was still too high to analyze manually, so he filtered out all non-artifact items like normal objects and consumables. After some magical calculations, the figure dropped to 9,132. That's still a lot, so he added a filter for every sword inferior to his Stygian sword. Surprisingly, all the swords were excluded. The Stygian sword is just too powerful compared to these artifacts. While checking the remaining viable items, Soc found a rarity. There was an item that even the system couldn't identify or catalog. Out of curiosity, he marked the unknown item and followed the mini-map's directions. When he arrived at the coordinates, he found a simple bracelet he was expecting. Something impressive since the system couldn't evaluate it, but this accessory seemed simple and normal. When he touched it, the item reacted to his title of heir of Tarek and Draker. It's completely possible that this bracelet belonged to the clan's progenitor. The system focused its evaluation on the gem embedded in the bracelet and identified it as the Sacred Guardian Stone. It has the property of summoning a creature suitable for the user's soul. It immediately bonded to Soc. Now he can summon a creature that matches his essence, since it was the first artifact he checked in the winter. He tried to take it off by force, but it just reappeared on his wrist. Due to its relationship with the heir of Tarek and Draker, title the Guardian Stone cannot be unequipped. If he gets trashed, the token he received would be wasted. His plans would be ruined at this rate. Since he chose it, he trusted that Tarakin's legacy would give him something better than anything he could get in this treasury. He activated the effects of the Sacred Guardian Stone and began to search for a summons suitable for his soul. The bracelet glowed with a blue light as it conjured a huge magic circle. Thanks to the blessing of the Fairy Monarch, high-level sacred beasts will be included in the search parameters in the end. A sacred beast suitable to pair with the user's soul was found. The magic circle released a storm of light. As Soc summon was conjured from another realm, the sacred beast descended like a bolt of lightning from the sky. Its armored hooves crackled with electricity at every step. It looked like a steed that embodied the essence of thunder, the sacred beast. A draconic steed was successfully summoned. This is the first time Soc has seen a sacred beast. The presence was overwhelming. He has the heart and fong of Bahamut now. He can summon an incredible sacred beast. How many legendary relics did Tarakin possess the steed? Draconic slowly approached its summoner and gently nuzzled Soc. He held his summon affectionately and felt a special connection with the beast. This must be what it means for something to be suitable for his soul. Even though it was their first meeting, it felt like reuniting with an old friend. Although he had been skeptical before, Soc couldn't be happier to have reached this moment. He felt a familiarity he had never experienced. The system indicated that giving the sacred beast a name would allow for instant summoning with the Guardian Stone at any time. This guy thought of the most absurd name possible. Bucephalus. But it seems Bucephalus liked its new name. They were truly destined to be partners. Bucephalus was hailed as the king of the draconic steeds. With its horns, it invokes the power of thunder. Soc doesn't know much about sacred beasts to evaluate what being the king of the draconic steeds implies. It's his first time seeing one. Bucephalus interrupted his thoughts by grabbing him by the scruff of his neck and lifting him up cheerfully. The electric horse flipped him over and placed him perfectly on its back. It seems Bucephalus wanted to carry its new master. It must have picked up on Soc's desire to see its abilities and is now eager to show them off. Holding onto its mane, Soc accepted the invitation, and Bucephalus neighed with thunderous enthusiasm. He gave the order to run like the wind, but the sacred beast moved as fast as a bolt of lightning. Instead, the most impressive thing was how silently it moved. They were running at such high speeds, but Soc couldn't hear the sound of its hooves hitting the ground. He might have gotten something totally insane with each step the sacred beast left. Magic circles that are used offensively. After their brief ride inside the winter keep, Soc went out the door and registered the bracelet as his desired artifact. The guide responded reluctantly, but Soc firmly insisted on his treasure. He remembered his father's advice to look among the trash to secure a valuable treasure. Arthur might have classified the bracelet as a disposable item. That might be true for others, but with Soc's connection to Tarakin and the system, there's no better choice. He thought he would only get glimpses of Tarakin's legacy through more grueling dungeons. Who would have imagined being so lucky with a single token? Still, Soc is very happy with today's events. It's time to relax and go home to rest from that exhausting party. He thought he could finally rest at home, but another unexpected guest was waiting for him at the Cliff Reinhardt mansion. He was already there to congratulate him on becoming a true knight. The man with the eye patch joked with a young man with a reserved formality. Soc felt a headache coming on from the meeting. but he sat down and asked Cliff what he wanted, while warning him to be more careful with these surprises or he could ruin his future plans. Cliff apologized and introduced someone important. The person had insisted on meeting as soon as possible, regardless of the consequences. She took off her cloak, revealing her dark blue hair. Her voice sounded very familiar. The young woman introduced herself differently this time. She is the owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, Princess Melissa Elencia. He was surprisingly calm at the revelation. Melissa just laughed softly, amused to see that he already knew who she really was. It took Soc a little while, but he put the pieces together. The princess had reduced her external affairs, but she attended his congratulatory banquet. This happened shortly after Cliff Reinhardt hinted that he was trying to cure someone from the Elencian royal family. Only a fool wouldn't notice what was going on. With all the pieces visible now that they know each other, they can skip the introductions and get straight to the point. She opened a map and explained a reason for this urgent meeting. She wanted to ask for his help in a serious matter. Before getting into the details, she asked Soc to review the documents on the table. Lately, the appearance of the rose disease has increased on the kingdom's borders. That's why they hired the Nirvana family to study the disease. In front of Soc were the documents detailing their findings. If what these pages say is true, then the Empire's plan might already be in motion. The Nirvana family's research indicates that the rose disease comes from a magical pathogen. Of the three transcendent families, the Nirvana family is the most expert in magic. Their research is thorough and reliable. Soc never thought the rose disease was a man-made plague. Furthermore, its spread is faster than before. Melissa marked locations on her map as. She explained that the disease was first documented in a town on the border between the Kingdom of Elencia and the Roman Empire. But for some reason, the direction of the spread is not towards the Empire. In fact, they seem immune, while the disease devastates the areas around Elencia. The conclusion is simple once you look at the big picture. The Roman Empire created the rose disease and is now terrorizing Elencia with this magical bioweapon. In the previous timeline, one of the main reasons for Elencia's fall was the spread of this incurable plague. Soc easily discerned the purpose of the visit. Melissa now wants to obtain the rights to mass-produce and distribute the treatment for the rose disease. She was pleased that he understood her goal so easily. In the previous contract, the merchant group only obtained production rights. For the kingdom to legally distribute the treatment, it needs an additional contract. Soc doesn't want to void that initial contract, and neither would Melissa if she were in his position. As a businesswoman, she knows they're the ones who lost out on this deal. She just wants a fair contract for both of them. As the leader of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, she knows how to get Soc to sign over the distribution rights. Her rise to the top is no accident. She's the real deal. Melissa said her main goal is to distribute relief supplies to her people. Soc won't have to worry about lifting a finger, and he'll be well compensated for his contribution. He will receive 20% of the total shares of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. That figure made even Soc stagger. This is a business that can already be considered one of the top 10 merchant groups on the continent. They're on track to grow even more if they don't go down with Elencia. If Soc converts the value of that 20%, it should amount to at least millions of gold right now. And if he finds a way to stop the war, the business will grow even more in the future. That 20% could reach into the billions. Although the offer was tempting and he only needed to sign a paper, Soc wanted to ask the princess a few questions before deciding. He asked her why she shared such vital information when he could be on the Empire's side. Also, offering 20% of the group's shares as compensation didn't seem like a good deal for them. Melissa listened to his questions and answered calmly. First, she assured that Soc would not side with the Empire. One advantage of being a princess is that she was trained to be very perceptive from a young age. After their brief interaction at the banquet, she kept observing the golden boy from afar. It was very subtle, but she noticed that Soc's actions towards those affiliated with the Empire were cold and calculated. He even rejected a handshake from the fourth imperial prince of Rome. Although his bow seemed like a gesture of respect, she interpreted it as rejection and disgust. That's how she knew Soc would never join the Empire. It was an accurate read. Regarding Soc's second question, as for the price she's willing to pay, no further explanation is needed. Her people need to be saved, and she can make it happen. 20% of her business is nothing compared to the value of the lives that would be lost if she doesn't act. It's worth every penny. Soc was moved by her determination to do the right thing for her people. This was a true leader. He recalled his last interaction with Alicia. Soc had tried to convince her to retreat. He didn't want the queen to die a senseless death at the hands of the expanding Empire's queen. Alicia was aware that retreating would be the wisest choice, but she believed that if she could buy time for her people to escape, she would gladly risk her life. It would be worth it. That unexpected memory shook Soc deeply. He didn't want to think about her right then. However, Melissa and Alicia are the same type of monarchs. Knowing how stubborn this young woman is, Soc accepted the deal. He only asked that they prevent any leaks and conceal his identity when the cure is released. Time flew by, and 2 uneventful weeks passed. During these 14 days, Soc only trained his swordsmanship. He has been tearing apart his private training room every minute of the day, nonstop. If someone with an expert I were to see how this boy moved, they'd notice his movements were similar to the dragon-slaying arts, but not quite. His slashes were sharper, his footwork faster, and his intensity much greater. Every attack carried an immense force that would make the most experienced knight weep in fear. This guy was bending his surroundings with his swordsmanship alone. Upon reaching the final move, Soc entered a state of complete stillness in the aftermath of his training. His rest was interrupted by a system notification. 1 month after he began training his new technique, he finally reached the initial threshold of the true dragon sword art. The conditions for the heir of Shelton Quest were met. He was given 3 months, but finished it in 1, so he received a time bonus. He obtained a report radar of the Kingdom of Kronos, the successor of the Sword Saint title, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes. Those boxes mean he can feed his gambling addiction again, and those karma points will compensate for the points he used to destroy Soma of McCain's business. Excitedly, he first took out the report radar of the Kingdom of Kronos. To his surprise, the system warned that the coordinates are not accessible right now. He must find the seal that activates the coordinates. The locations of the scattered seals will be on the minimap. Opening it, he saw that 2 seals were in the center of the continent, while one was to the south and another to the north. There's a considerable distance between each seal. Collecting them is going to take a while. Fortunately, gathering them is linked to his next chained quest to find the treasure of the legendary monarchy and get a chance to obtain the successor of the Kingdom of Kronos title. He was very disappointed that the reward for such an extensive quest was just a title. Perhaps he's already counting on whatever treasure he can get from the loot. Besides, he had just seen that artifact can also respond to titles. Maybe these things have more value than he thought. However, it's too big of an undertaking. For now, the treasure hunt will have to wait. There's no time limit, so he can focus on urgent matters. Besides, he just received news from Kay. It's been a long time since he saw those southern junkies. Soc is excited for the field trip. He put on his usual disguise, boarded a ship, and sailed to the southern continent's port city, Port Gulf. Soc inhaled the strong scent of blood, mixed with the salty sea air. It was just like the last time he was here. Nothing had changed. As he got off the ship, he was greeted by a line of loyal subordinates, bowing their heads to the assistant manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. They were shouting in such a grand manner that Soc worried about standing out in the crowd. Walking through the bustling port, he noticed that the similarities between before and after his regression weren't just limited to the salty southern air. One must keep their mind sharp. Just in time, he ran into the guy he had hired for a crucial job. The Northern Rangers were waiting to report to him, dressed as merchants, so as not to stand out in their stealth gear. They detailed that all preparations are ready for the day of the operation. They will take advantage of the chaos to rescue McCain's female prisoner. Soc told them to protect and escort the target. It's also a part of the job, so you need to stay sharp until the end. Curiously, a ranger asked if there would be any southern festivities soon. They don't know anything about the incident that would cause the chaos set to unfold during the operation. He called the chaos that would erupt during the operation a festival. Soc smiled. He's planning something even more chaotic. It'll be the day McCain crumbles to dust. After the incident with the cookeries, the Rangers feared Soc. They have no idea what goes on inside this guy's head. During the meeting, a guide from the merchant group timidly approached the assistant manager, Soc, who is now using his alias, Murray. The guide led him to the carriage for their next meeting. The Rangers asked if he was planning to go to war with one of the biggest crime families in the South. Soc urged his employees not to overthink it and just focus on their jobs. He said he was just joking. For some reason, both Rangers noticed that the young man was not joking, so they gave him the safe house he requested. Although it looks worn down on the outside, it has plenty of storage space. The interior was also renovated to the standard of a luxury hotel. Since today is Don Juan's birthday, there's a lot to do. Sure, it'll be a festive day on the surface, but it's also a rare day when all of McCain's executives will gather for business. Soc, as Murray, will be Kay's support for this meeting. Led by the guide, he's heading to his 5th meeting about how things will unfold. Even a Soma addict would have memorized the events by now, but Kay wants to make sure everything goes according to plan. She doesn't have nerves of steel like he does. This is the least he can do after dragging her into this mess. She's been stressed about this for weeks. She is afraid they've already been found out as the ones responsible for the warehouse fires. She heard that McCain paralyzes traders and leaves them to die in a shock dragon swamp. Seeing her panic, Sick decided to joke with her. He said that since she's a mage, they'll treat her differently if she gets caught in the south. They believe that preserving a mage's corpse helps ward off curses. They wouldn't leave her remains to be dragon feed. They'd cut her into pieces and sell her body parts. Already on edge, hearing that gruesome story nearly made her soul jump out of her body. She asked if the necklaces worn by McCain members aren't just finger-shaped ornaments, but actual fingers. Instead of being sold off like meat, Kay asked her partner to gather her parts and bury them in a nice, quiet place. How could he know such a disturbing story, you ask? No one knows the South better than C. Draker. He raised McCain to prosperity and brought it to ruin in a single lifetime. His toxic relationship with the criminal organization began after he was expelled from the academy. That's when he was captured by a slave trader. They sold him to a McCain Soma plantation. There, you can only obey and harvest the drug. Eventually, Sick rose from a slave to a human shield. On the battlefield, he managed to be the sole survivor of deadly skirmishes on several occasions. He didn't question anything. He simply lived each day, guided by his survival instinct. Thinking back, he probably had a hint of a healing ability that activated subconsciously. He was deployed and survived 6 times as a human shield. Fascinated by his resilience, Don Juan promoted him to hitman. The old man was a thief, but he had a good eye for people. Sick was trained to be a ruthless hitman. Although his power was limited, he could take down the Purple Knights with poison. However, the Blue Knights were tougher. Even if he snuck up on them with his presence concealed, they always detected him. A cut from a poison blade barely did anything. They could use their internal mana to burn out and expel the poison. But even a Blue Knight is human. Sick finally mastered the art of exploiting any tiny opening, invisible to most. He managed to defeat the Blue Knights despite the power difference. After eliminating more than a dozen of these knights, he cemented his position as the top hitman for the McCain cartel. Later, he would achieve great success in the war against the Pavlos cartel. He would rise through the criminal ranks and increase his standing. In the end, he became Don Juan's adopted son and was named the man's rightful heir. It seemed he had finally found his way. But on the day all the cartel's top executives gathered to reveal the successor, Sick decided to kill every single person, including his adoptive father. Sick wiped out the McCain cartel in one night. That's all in the past now. He's on a very different path. As he was reminiscing about his bloody past, Kay was fidgeting, trying to get his attention. She wanted to know if he was a spy for the cartel, or something similar. She thought he was trying to use Kay to take over the syndicate. It was a valid concern and a plausible theory. Sick doesn't want to answer her. Although the Kay of today is still a clumsy woman compared to the calm and serene lady from his past life. Sick is having way too much fun teasing her. Finally, after many rehearsals and meetings, they arrived at Don Juan's mansion. In the banquet hall, catgirls were waiting on the guests. Several key figures from the underworld were mingling openly. Upon arriving, Kay brought Sick to pay their respects to the birthday boy, Don Juan. Sick looked around the mansion and couldn't help but admire the luxurious interior. He didn't just see McCain's hitmen watching the floor. There were infamous outlaws and fugitive rangers on the security team. Beyond the mansion's banquet hall, the real party was about to begin in the secret room. Don Juan received Kay with enthusiasm. He knew she was a mage, but not that she was a woman. He believes a beautiful female mage is rarer than a jewel. The head of the McCain cartel, Don Juan, is eager to hear what she has to say. Composing herself, she got straight to the point. She brought up a sensitive topic for the cartel, the unsolved fires at the warehouses in Soma that occurred several months ago. Don Juan put out his cigar and asked her to explain further. The atmosphere in the secret room became very hostile. Kay had to choose her next words carefully. She swallowed. Her fear and confidently revealed that a traitor caused the fire, and that traitor is among them now. To say that the renegade who conspired with Pavel to burn down the warehouses is in the room is no joke. As expected, the executives protested such a bold and serious claim. They demanded Kay be taken out of the room to be taught a lesson. They would have acted on impulse if Don Juan hadn't slammed the table, demanding silence from his men. The old man didn't need to say a word. His fist spoke for itself. Looking into his eyes, you could see the boiling rage bubbling menacingly. He asked Kay if she could take responsibility for those outrageous words. Six seized this opportunity to take the spotlight. Grabbing the sacrificial fool and holding a knife to Joaquin's throat, he casually revealed the culprit. He called the traitor El Mencho. Now, the two-faced executive starts putting the pieces together as he's being forced to confess. This was supposed to be a celebratory meeting until some random guy exposed his side hustle. El Mencho yelled at his subordinate to stop gawking and get a move on. He pays them a fortune, and they couldn't even anticipate one lone madman. He called them overpaid, incompetent ingrates. One subordinate made an excuse, saying that even if they wanted to act, their hands were tied. Caught in the escalating tension, Kay let Sick take the lead. Deciding to let the situation play out, Don Juan told his unruly guest to speak up and spill the beans. The McCain executives were stunned. They had never seen the old man so open to dialogue while under threat. Sick's opening statement was a respectful greeting to the seasoned godfather, Don Juan. He introduced himself with his alias, Sick Moray. He stated that he had come to offer assistance regarding the hot topic in the underworld. Ever the gentleman, Don Juan respectfully returned Sick's greeting. He calmly took out a cigar and clipped the end, while chiding the young man for bringing a knife instead of a gift on his birthday. Everyone could tell that Sick was a professional. He left no openings. If they attacked from a distance, he would use Joaquin as a human shield. Then, the king accused him of being a spy sent by Pabella. As McCain's second-in-command, he commanded a lot of trust in the room, despite being the very spy he's accusing Sick of being. But when the young man mentioned the existence of overwhelming evidence, the traitor felt his heart skip a beat. Sick gave Kay a signal, and she used her magic, summoning the reports, detailing Joaquin's shady dealings with the rival organization. Don Juan picked up the documents in silence and reviewed them page by page, his frown deepening with every turn. He admitted that what was in those records was interesting, to say the least. It explained how Joaquin got involved with the syndicate to betray his own. It also exposed the true nature of Pabella as a crooked, thieving pirate operation, just as Sick expected. As soon as the word pirates was mentioned, the atmosphere changed instantly. Nobody likes pirates, but Southerners, in particular, hold a deep-seated grudge against them. The South is a hotbed for maritime crime due to its proximity to pirate outposts, and they suffer more losses than any other region on the continent. Most importantly, Don Juan lost his beloved family at the hands of pirates. His resentment toward them is immeasurable. He can't ignore an incident involving the very thing he hates most. The ball was now in his court. It was now up to the old man to decide what to do. Joaquin could feel his position worsening by the second. Included in the documents were photos of him with the Pabella pirates. That's as incriminating as it gets. That part was true, but he insisted he had nothing to do with the fires at the Soma warehouse months ago. In this situation, the suspicion against him would only continue to grow and pile up. After a moment of reflection, Don Juan thanked Sick for bringing him something interesting. However, it wasn't enough to pass judgment on Joaquin, whom he considered a brother. Sick knew this would happen. The old man was stubborn. He had another trick up his sleeve. He didn't want to use it, but now he had no other choice. As he tightened his grip on the blade, he whispered something ominous in El Mencho's ear, draining all the color from the executive's face. Don Juan refused to blindly believe the document and intended to punish the guests who had insulted and threatened his brother. But before he could, Joaquin spoke up. After hearing Sick's whisper, he obediently confessed to everything he was accused of, outing himself as a traitor who had allied with Pavel. The old man rose from his seat and accepted the confession with composure. Since the conspirator confessed, he is willing to show respect. Don Juan moved fast. He grabbed one of his lavish axes from the wall and threw it at Joaquin's face, brutally spilling his brother's blood. A death that was swift and gruesome, shocking everyone in the room. It was a shocking exit for the second-in-command. Sick has always been fascinated by how Southerners act. That earlier whisper was a clear threat. He forced El Mencho to admit his treacherous dealings. If he did, Sick swore to God that his hidden family would not be touched. A hardened criminal, he believed an oath to God is absolute. Well, Sick never intended to mess with civilians from the start. Seeing the old man retrieve his axe from the corpse of his sworn brother, Sick couldn't help but admire Don Juan's decisiveness. As the head of a large criminal organization, the old man doesn't really believe everything they say. In those pages, he punished El Mencho simply because he had no other choice. The fires from several months ago burned a huge hole in McCain's pockets. They suffered heavy losses in one night. They knew a traitor was involved. It was easy to link Pabella's spy to the fire using Ka's testimony. Besides, Sick's swift and decisive actions forced El Mencho to bite the dust. The shocking revelation that Pabella's cartel was actually operating as pirates also spiced things up. Under such circumstances, the Don maintained his composure and calmly analyzed the situation. The same couldn't be said for his impulsive subordinates. Even if El Mencho's confession didn't cover the whole picture, leaving him alive would be a mistake. If the old man didn't deliver justice, the organization's discipline would crumble. The Don may seem brutal and savage, but he's still calculating. He reached the top by doing what was necessary, even if it meant betraying his sworn brother. Don't mess with Don Juan, who raised and molded Sick in his past life. Since Joaquin has been dealt with and the report is to be taken as true. That means the people from a syndicate are also a bunch of lying traitors. The document detailed that the fire at the Soma warehouses is just the syndicate's first step in moving away from McCain and towards the competition. Don Juan gave the syndicate executives a chance to confess, just as his brother Joaquin did. If they do, they'll have a painless death, shaken by the unexpected turn of events. The syndicate executives stammered, desperately trying to blame the spell-casting redhead. Suddenly a blade flew at supersonic speeds, claiming another life and adding more color to the floor. Gah watched in horror as her boss's blood splattered on her face. She trembled as she saw the corpse fall in front of her, instead of Don Juan's axe. The syndicate executive was taken out by Soc, who claimed he was simply following the boss's orders and punishing another traitor. They have all the evidence and confessions they need to punish the syndicate for their schemes. Don Juan wondered what the brat was planning, but it's clear they're using him to get rid of the syndicate. The Don had to accept that the sudden execution was justified. Turning to the young man, he asked if Soc was a divine messenger or an agent of the devil sent to cause ruin. Smiling, he replied that he's neither of those. He's just a business partner who came to propose a deal. A lucrative one. It's all about the money, baby. Don Juan didn't expect that absurd answer. Soc said he shares the same vision as the boss. They both want to eliminate the treacherous syndicate and restore order to the underworld. However, with Ishtar's exile and Pabella's control over the lucrative sea routes, the only distribution channel for McCain is the syndicate's route. The old man isn't a fool. He's already crunching the numbers with all the variables. That's why he hesitated to punish the syndicate executive who was in cahoots with the traitor. He won't admit it, but the Don was impressed that the young man read his thoughts. Soc also assured him that up until now, all the Soma distribution that went through the syndicate was handled by the brilliant Ka. From now on, they can negotiate directly with her about the Soma deliveries. She will lead the syndicate and continue business as usual. Don Juan processed the words of Soc as he sank into his throne. Soc Murray's offer was quite attractive, but that would only be if he's telling the truth. The Don is an old-school crime boss. He believes that any deal, it has to be built on a foundation of trust. That's the problem. He has very little of it right now. This is their first meeting, and their floors are already stained with blood. How could trust possibly flourish under these circumstances? Soc accepted the old man's reservations, so he suggested another idea to build goodwill. He grabbed the axe, got blood-stained from the table, and threw it down theatrically. He also threw down the documents detailing the conspiracy to burn down the warehouse. With a flourish, he skillfully drew his dagger, and pinned them to the Pabella pirate flag. Instead of wasting his breath on empty words, Soc mentioned a certain Paulo Santos. He swore to raise that coward's territory to the ground. Paulo Santos. He's aptly nicknamed Paulo the Coward. He's infamous for taking every possible measure to reduce risk, which is why he isn't well known in the organization or the criminal underworld. Don Juan was impressed that Soc knew not only about the coward, but also more specific details. As long as Soc fulfills that oath, he'll be considered useful, and nothing else will matter. Don Juan accepted the condition the young man proposed to re-establish trust. Although he respects Soc's courage, Paulo's territory is too dangerous to attack alone, so he'll send a group of elite assassins to help. Soc instantly detected the lies. Assistance is just a fancy term for surveillance. Furthermore, Mackin will look after his friend while he proves his bravery against the coward. It's just another indirect way of saying they'll take Kate hostage. However, Soc accepted the terms and politely played along. Things moved quickly. A few days later, Soc and his watchdogs found and reached Paulo Santos's Soma factory in the Pabella cartel's territory. Upon reaching the highest point with the clearest view, Soc signaled for them to stop. Manuel, the commander of the assassination squad, didn't know what had happened. Before he knew it, Soc was already dictating the entire mission, and all of his men, including himself, were following the young man's orders. Well, you'd have to be a complete fool not to follow his orders after seeing his capabilities, Manuel observed. Soc's inhuman stamina. That was beyond what an elite assassin is capable of. His movements are fast and precise. He navigated as if the layout of the vast southern lands was imprinted on his brain. And above all, he's more skilled in combat than even the strongest beastmen. During the journey, Soc eliminated every threat with ease, even the most difficult encounter, werewolves. This guy, Soc Murray, is a monster through and through. The next order surprised Manuel. Soc told him and his men to stay put and wait. He tried to protest, but Soc revealed the truth. He knows these assassins don't want to help. They were tasked with observing his every move. Soc was kind enough to guide them to the one spot where they could see the entire factory at once, a prime spy's nest. They should just shut up and watch what's about to happen. Before Manuel could speak, Sick was already gone. The commander sighed. The young man's words made perfect sense. So, he turned to his troops and gave the order to wait, just as Sick suggested. They're here to observe. There's no need to put themselves in danger. He was about to order the troops. Thought to set up an outpost and focus on camouflage, but it no longer seemed necessary. Sick was already in the heart of the factory, setting it ablaze. Manuel, that knew the kid was skilled, but this madman really just jumped into action in the most ostentatious way possible, right in the middle of the factory. The flames roared as they devoured everything. Sick's first attack incinerated the guards. It was an open-air barbecue, and the flesh of the Pabella pirates was on the menu. The lookouts who survived the initial impact that warned the others about a mage among the intruders. They saw a tornado of fire and assumed it was magic. This was too much for the grunts to handle. They needed to call the magic weapons squad for help. Sick's elemental sword. That is too powerful for these low-level thugs. When one of them saw him cultivating that his aura in front of the burning buildings, the entire factory was alerted. At the end of the day, Pabella is still that an organization that caused a rift between Makine and the South. They may be weak on their own, but they work together quite well, not to mention their rapid response. Unfortunately for these nameless thugs, no amount of trash could stand up to a deadly incinerator. With his elemental sword, Sick, that used the hellfire of flame field to burn their heads and boil their brains in one fell swoop. Upon arriving at the other side of the factory, he complained that this exercise didn't even serve as a warm-up. Then he noticed a strong vibration from the ground. The coward Paolo is crazy to protect this valuable territory. They even have many magic tanks at the ready. Paolo must be rolling in all his wealth. What a life. Hiring a mage would have been much cheaper, yet he chose to employ these magical monstrosities. Locking on to the target, the magic tanks launched their arcane artillery. Sick responded by brandishing his sword and slicing the explosive shell perfectly in half. This left the shell useless and the target completely. Unscathed, Sick thought these tanks were for the cartel's dirty work. He changed tactics, dropped the flames, and transformed his elemental sword into Windfield, summoning deadly tornadoes with the Tempest sword. As tough as the tanks were, they crumbled easily when hit by the lethal whirlwind of sharp air. In his past life, Sick would have had no choice but to run with his tail between his legs at the mere sight of these behemoths. But things are different now. Very different, in fact. After doing a thorough sweep and burning every inch of the surface, he focused on a hidden underground passage. The thugs guarding the entrance were taken out with no difficulty. Each one died in the most efficient way possible. Sick showed his skill as a one-man army, effortlessly slaughtering all hostile forces. At this point, he was getting irritated. He had taken out so many pawns that the main event should be showing up soon. As expected, a surprise attack came from behind. Sick was targeted by an arrow flying fast through the air. He didn't miss the chance to boost his aura. A little more and caught that thing inches from piercing his brain. The attacker must have anticipated that inhuman catch and added something to the arrowhead. It exploded into a dense fog of lethal poison that enveloped Sick. The system recognized the cloud as toxic black mamba venom. His poison resistance activated instantly and neutralized it. When the vapors cleared, the mask and hood of Sick were torn by the small explosion. To lure the enemy in and hide his cards, he paused his healing factor. Finally, the main event appeared. Paulo Santos put away his crossbow while cursing his men for letting an intruder get this far into their territory. Paulo Santos, the fool, approached confidently and explained that the poison gas Sick was exposed to is a very potent killer that can even take down aura users. Holding a vial, he offered to trade the antidote for information on Sick's team. This idiot thought Sick was just a diversion, with how quiet everything is upstairs. He tries to trick Sick by offering him a way out before it's too late. He takes our boy for a fool. Everyone from the South knows that black mamba venom has no antidote. Any normal person exposed to that smoke would die in minutes. Even the Blue Knights would struggle to remove the poison, leaving lasting side effects. However, his poison resistance had already made it useless. To him, it was just an extra stinky fart. So, Sick threw his dagger and shattered the fake antidote. Paulo started to panic and stumble over his words as he tried to act tough. He looked at the intruder for a second, and the bastard was petrified. He realized he wasn't cut out for this. With an ominous look, Sick said that poisons are useless against him. Besides, the reason it's so quiet upstairs is because it's filled with corpses. Paulo's cowardly instincts kick in. He wants to run to his mommy. He refuses to believe his men were wiped out. After all, he had the Pavila's elite and magic weapons ready to defend him. If he has any doubts, he can check for himself on the surface. However, Sick wasn't willing to waste any more time. Overwhelmed, Paolo confronted the intruder, asking whose orders the masked man was acting on and so on. After putting some pieces together, he realized this was a McCain operation, the only organization that could threaten the Pavlos. They are rivals, after all. Paolo insisted there was a mutual pact to respect territorial boundaries. An attack is ridiculous. Sick couldn't stand the nonsense he was spouting. This slippery thief, the Pavlos, have been encroaching on distribution routes they don't own. This man tries to preach a mutual agreement when the line has been crossed. There's more than enough justification for war. Don Juan won't stop until the Pavlos are crushed and reduced to ashes. The eradication of the southern pirates is near. Realizing that everything had been discovered, Paolo fled like the coward he is. Sick quickly followed, as they ran through the underground paths. After a few minutes of constant pursuit, he found himself in a chilling room supported by large underground pillars. He had been moderating his speed, hoping to get more information. Now he's in a room different from the last one, on the way to this mysterious space. He faced many prepared traps. He could have destroyed them all, but he held back in case there were curious eyes nearby. In contrast to this room, of ancient ruins, those traps seem new. Someone installed them recently. Whatever the Pavlos are doing down here can't be good. As Sick suspected, there were curious eyes. Around, hidden in the shadows, he barely feigned an opening, and the hooded figure that was following him attacked by surprise. He dodged the incoming slash, surprising the hooded figure. Sick closed in on the aggressor and shook the guy with an inquisitive whisper. Instead of finishing the failed assassin in one blow, he tries to drag out the fight to get information. Since the aggressor didn't talk, Sick, he drew his sword and cut him to pieces with the sword tempest. He had lost count of how many thugs he killed tonight. As he calmly walked towards the aggressor's body, more hooded figures revealed themselves. Zick recognized them as the house dogs of the Empire. These pups always show up wherever he goes. The leader cursed the incompetents from the south for ruining their operation. He seemed annoyed that these cartels couldn't even settle their disputes away from the Empire's mission. Since Zick had already seen the dogs, he couldn't leave them alive. On second thought, he saw some places in the south marked on the house dogs' maps he found in the giant mountains. These ruins might hold one of the artifacts the Emperor is looking for. The leader of the pack warned his men about the wind-invoking dagger the intruder was holding. They must face the enemy thinking the dagger is some kind of artifact to keep them on their toes. Zick pulled out a magic scroll he had prepared beforehand. The pack leader growled at his men to brace for impact, but Zick assured them the scroll didn't contain an offensive spell. It's a simple soundproof barrier spell with no lethal effects. In short, the next 30 minutes will be a silent hell. No one will hear these dogs scream. Since Zick doesn't get many chances to test his new skills, he decided to pull out his Stygian sword for some real fun, without any external forces meddling in his affairs. It's time for some deadly training. The leader of the pack grew uneasy seeing the intruder pull a great sword out of thin air, rather than from some means connected to a subspace pocket. The intruder was too unpredictable. First, he wielded a strange weapon, then manipulated the elements like a mage, and now he's pulling out a huge sword. When the leader of the pack saw the glow flow from Zick's hands to the sword, a flicker of fear emerged. This intruder can actually use an aura blade. Remember, the perfect use of aura indicates the level of a blue knight. That's enough to unsettle the dogs, turning their fear into despair. Zick unleashed the first chapter of the true art of the dragon sword. This technique hasn't been seen since Shelton Draker. The dogs were helpless. Zick easily eliminated the entire pack. The leader couldn't even draw his sword before falling to the overwhelming attack. The soundproof magic scroll was very effective. No one could hear their roars of agony from outside the barrier. When 30 minutes had passed, the magic dissipated, and Zick was already in the final phase of erasing the evidence by burning the bodies. This way, it will look like McCain used knights and mages to attack Pavel's Soma factory. This will intensify the conflict between McCain and Pavel, sparking a war that Zick can profit from. With that settled, he wondered why a cartel and the Roman Empire were collaborating. It's safe to assume they're cooperating to uncover ancient artifacts in the south. Before his regression, Zick had been to this place before, but there were no such traces. That would be in 3 years, so it's possible the artifact has already been unearthed. Maybe it was a coincidence, but it's always good to thwart that mad emperor's plan. After making sure that the ashes of his enemies were thoroughly burned, it was time to head back. Before he could leave the ruins, he was stopped by the sound of armored boots, clanking against the ground, wearing a full suit of red armor with a flowing red mane. Another challenger has emerged. The unknown warrior claimed he was drawn by a strong, chaotic energy in this place. This thing is dressed like a final boss that will kill you repeatedly. The final boss was complaining that an intruder had reached the hidden ruins. Look at that mask. It looks like something out of Power Rangers. The final boss stands menacingly behind Zik with the darkness as a backdrop. He instantly recognized the striking red armor. It looked like the magic armor Orion mentioned was only given to the Red Knight of the Roman Empire. It's inscribed with many auxiliary enchantments, from weight reduction magic to automatic restoration. The Hershins are supreme artifacts. The crucial thing is that it looks sturdy, but the Hershin this guy is wearing has noticeable differences compared to the Empire standard. Hoping to get some information, Zik threw out some tentative questions to find out who's in the armor. Seeing the sword approach his neck without warning, it seems the final boss doesn't want to talk. Zik backed away and skillfully pulled Bahamut from his storage space. He held his sword firmly to defend against the initial attack. The boss stared into his soul without speaking as Zik slowly lost in a battle of pure strength. Bahamut was overpowered, and its wielder was sent flying into the nearby underground walls. When the dust settled, Zik emerged from a large crater, looking like he needed some milk. Without pause, the boss leaped into the air for a follow-up combo. By the time Zik noticed the incoming blow, it was too late. The impact of each of the boss's attacks reshaped the area, filling the ground with new craters. Though at a disadvantage against the stoic enemy, Zik held his ground with his sword. Feeling the boss's strength, Zik was convinced he wasn't fighting a human. Perhaps this was the power of Hershin's strength-enhancing magic. No matter what ingenious defensive maneuver he used, Zik was still overwhelmed by brute force. Getting beaten in a direct fight, Zik decided to use some tricks he learned from the Hero King by using the elemental sword. He conjured the Field of Steel. A prison of solid steel emerged from the ground, limiting the boss's movement to a small circle. At first, it seemed like a promising method of containment, but pure steel can't hold a real big shot captive. The final boss managed to shatter the prison into tiny pieces, and in doing so, continued to push Zik Draker to different levels of combat. Knowing the Field of Steel would only buy him seconds, Zik prepared the next part of his disruption. Hidden among the steel debris, he threw a grenade. Stun grenade at close range. It was fast and effective, forcing the boss to readjust his vision. At this point, Zik Draker almost patted himself on the back. Unfortunately, taking away a demon sight doesn't change the fact that you're fighting one. He tried to use the stun grenade to land a devastating slash with his aura blade, but he was deflected like a rookie. At least his efforts weren't in vain. He scratched the armor, better than nothing. Fearing what was coming next, Zik put on his dragon scale armor. It covered his arms and hands just in time to withstand another crushing blow. The successful parry gave him some distance from the impossible point. This final boss has several strange abilities. Those are the worst kind of enemies. Breaking the silence, the final boss spoke, repeating Zik's insistent questions from before, now that he considered the young man skilled enough to deserve a real fight. It's only fair that he at least introduce himself. Beneath the armor is a man named Cain Jimin's Constantinus. He bears the names of Guimans and Constantinus, the bloodline of the Roman Empire. The imperial line has carried the name Constantinus since its inception. The middle names of imperial blood are reserved only for noble houses with the right to choose the emperor. Cain's existence suggests that House Guimans, a pillar of support for the Drake family, had already sown its seed in the rise of the empire. While Zik was trying to understand the complicated situation, the system gave him a worrying notification. A miasma has been detected, and eliminating a target possessing this miasma will grant additional points. He had never witnessed anything like it in the environment, but he could feel its debilitating effects. The miasma is completely fused with Cain's aura. Just trying to get close to this armor seemed like an impossible task. Surprised, Cain never would have thought he'd find a knight who could match him in such a remote part of the world. As a sign of respect, he wants to fight with all his strength to give a worthy adversary an honorable death. He will deliver that honorable end using a giant avatar of a celestial sword. Normal techniques won't stand a chance against that giant sword. Although he has the elemental sword, his skill isn't developed enough to face something so unnatural. In that case, there's only one option left. Widen his stance and raise Bahamut over his lowered posture. Zik Draker embodied the true dragon sword techniques. Chapter 8, Verse 2, Dragon Scale Thrust. It sounds powerful on paper, but Zik knew it wasn't enough. Cain Jimin's Constantinus has a physical enhancement that seems like a cheat. It deflects aura blades, is almost impenetrable on defense, and is nearly immortal with abnormal regeneration. As long as that strong armor is in play, it's impossible to land a fatal blow. At least, Zik needs to bring Cain down to his level somehow. He has the ideal skill to do it. Kane instantly noticed the armor failing and some functions shutting down. It was as if an EMP bomb had gone off and the super enchantments were turning off. Amused by his methods, Kane raised his sword, laughing. He believes that discovering the enemy's tricks is part of the pleasure of battle. With enough power gathered, Soc moved as one with his sword. Both combatants went from 0 to 100 in an instant, meeting for a clash in the center. Soc, having exhausted all his options, gambled on this final attack to make any kind of difference. Kane, on the other hand, looked calm and unbothered behind his mask. Two opposing forces tried to devour each other. One man's aura took the form of a dragon, while his opponent conjured an equally dominant image, tinged with miasma. A shockwave swept across the underground floor, testing the stability of the ruins. Flashes of light and rampaging auras tore the hallways apart. As the clash subsided, the ceiling was riddled with holes and the structure looked shattered. Soc Draker found himself sitting in a pool of his own blood, cursing himself for making such a mistake. The administrator's miasma corrosion rate has exceeded the allowed limit. His healing factor has greatly diminished, with his body full of life-threatening wounds. This is the worst possible time to not have regeneration. Holding a sword to the young man's neck, Kane praised the Draco lineage for raising someone with such skills. He realized he was fighting a Draco when his armor failed out of nowhere. The only force that can alter the Empire's masterpiece is Draker's mana separation. Plus, the technique Soc used in the last clash looked a lot like the dragon slaying arts. The dragon sword art is the foundation of the Draker technique, but the dragon scale thrust is in the second half of the dragon slaying arts. That part isn't supposed to be revealed outside the family. But here's Kane, a knight of the Empire, easily recognizing Chapter 8, Verse 2. This means those damn Jimmies have already handed over the dragon-slaying arts to the Empire. Realizing this, with the miasma spreading rapidly through his body, Soc spat out blood. The corrosion had progressed significantly, and the pain was intense. Kane believed that leaving a fellow knight who fought bravely in this state wouldn't be honorable. So he finished the job, slowly plunging the sword into Soc's chest. Kane Gomez. Constantinus kept stabbing until he reached the heart and felt it stop. Pulling the sword from the open chest, he prayed for the young man's eternal rest. After finishing him off, Kane proudly turns to leave, still speaking of Soc as a worthy rival. Before he takes another step, a dagger comes out of nowhere and pierces his jugular. As blood flows from the mortal wound, Kane stumbles forward in disbelief. He turns, only to see that Soc's body has vanished without a trace. Clutching his neck, Kane tries to stop the bleeding while trying to understand what happened. Behind him, Soc silently reappears, ready to send him to the afterlife. Using a top-quality healing potion, Soc's body is already recovering. Without giving Kane time to react, Soc cuts off his head in a single clean slash. The moment he's finished, Soc drops to his knees, coughing violently. The system is still repairing the previous damage, and forcing that final blow pushes his body to the limit once again. Soc, struggling to breathe, remembers how he used the Holy Grail healing potion called Salvation. This is the item he saved in a shortcut for emergencies. It can only be used once to recover stamina and from mortal wounds. Plus, it can grant an unknown effect. Although this potion saved him, it didn't completely heal the wounds to his aura. Moments later, the system glitches as if it has a virus. Soc suddenly feels unbearable pain just as the system tries to shut him down due to overuse of skills. Refusing to pass out in enemy territory, he fights the system's shutdown protocol with all his willpower. For a brief moment, it becomes a struggle for consciousness between him and the system's safety protocols. As his body nearly gives out and collapses to the ground, he forces himself to stay awake. Soc struggles to stay conscious at all costs, just before collapsing and passing out. He remembers the body of Kane and instantly activates Gluttony. In that instant, a dark abyss opens up beneath him and devours Kane's remains. Since Kane was a demonic human corrupted by miasma, the system transforms the absorption into a major recovery, recharging Soc's energy and mana. In addition, he obtains an A-grade lightning ability from Kane's bloodline. After completing the absorption, Soc wakes up with a sharp gasp, as if he'd been freed from the Grim Reaper's clutches, relieved to have stopped the forced shutdown. He's glad he remembered to activate Gluttony just before passing out. The system immediately informs him that he has obtained Kane's armor and urges him to register as its user. To Soc, it's quite curious that he can't find any name or detailed information about the armor in the system interface. Without worrying any further, he accepts the registration. Upon equipping the armor, Soc discovers he can change it into different forms according to his preference. He also learns that he can currently activate 3 of the 28 magic circles engraved on it. After testing its lightness and functionality, Soc is satisfied. However, to avoid attracting unwanted attention from the Empire, he puts it away for now. He plans to use it only after changing its form. Later, as he is about to leave the underground ruin, Soc perceives the stench of blood and decomposition and goes out to investigate, only to stumble upon a laboratory. An active human experimentation lab. The sight instantly enrages him. He can't believe the Empire has stooped so low with its deplorable behavior. The lab workers are busy, not noticing Soc. Just then, a mad scientist spots him and alerts the others. He orders them to attack, and they use a magic poison against Soc. Due to the nature of the poison, the system cannot neutralize it. To counteract the poison, Soc drinks a potent antidote. After annihilating everyone and causing chaos in the lab, he decides to take the research documents, since they might have something on the rose disease. Just as Soc is about to finish up, the lead mad scientist appears, enraged at Soc for destroying his laboratory. Without listening to him, Soc unsheathes his aura sword and lunges to finish off the old man. Despite his surprise at seeing someone wield an aura sword, the old man, who turns out to be a mage, blocks the attack using a magic circle. Soc immediately recognizes the emblem on his cape. This emblem belongs to the Desert Scorpion clan, practitioners of forbidden magic. From the skill of his abilities, Soc deduces he is a 6th-circle mage at an executive level, meaning he's a tough opponent. He also notes that the Empire is willing to ally with every sewer rat it can find. Not wanting to waste any more time in this territory, Soc activates Mana Reflection, nullifying the old man's magic. The moment his magic is shut down, the old man realizes that Soc is a pure-blooded Draker. With his magic disabled, the old man panics and uses a magic artifact to summon a grotesque chimera. As the abomination attacks, the old man tells Soc, with pride, that it is his greatest creation. He says that not even a pure-blooded Draker can defeat it. The creature attacks relentlessly. Its claws slice through the air as Soc struggles to block every blow, activating shadowless steps. Soc jumps and counterattacks, slicing off several stingers. He then studies the creature, looking for a blind spot, but finds none. Frustrated, and knowing that reinforcements could arrive soon, Soc unleashes a flurry of attacks that barely leave a scratch. He didn't plan on wasting more time in enemy territory, but this problem is hindering his evacuation plans. Reaching his limit, the system sends an unexpected notification. It informs Soc that he can activate the innate draconic authority control. The system asks if he wants to subdue the target, pointing out that the creature has draconic origins. Looking at the enraged abomination lunging towards him, Soc can hardly believe it. The idea that he could control that damned thing seems unreal. As the grotesque creature gets closer, Soc accepts the system's suggestion and orders the ugly, bird-like abomination to submit. Just as it's about to rip his head off, the creature suddenly freezes mid-motion. Fear floods its instincts as the command takes hold, strengthening Soc's control. With his authority now established, Soc orders the system to proceed with the subjugation. In an instant, a magic circle emerges beneath the creature, and glowing chains wrap tightly around its body. Once the process is complete, the once uncontrollable beast becomes obedient. Soc approaches and pets it as if taming a pet. Meanwhile, the old man cowers in a corner, shouting desperate orders at the unresponsive beasts. Peeking out, he watches in disbelief as his greatest creation acts like a docile pony for Soc. Ever ruthless, Soc orders his new pet to take care of him. In an instant, the creature attacks, forcing the old man's soul from his tired and weak body. Soc checks the old man's bag to find his identification. He discovers the old man's name is Giruf. Now, he wonders if Giruf is the second in command of the Scorpion clan. He's still trying to figure it out when that chimera gently nudges him, just as Soc wonders why it's being so clingy. The system notifies him that he needs to give it a name. This is to make summoning it easier later. Without much thought, he simply names the creature Giruf, and the system registers it. The creature isn't happy with the new name, but Soc tells it that it can't be changed. After his near-death experiences, Soc returns to report to Don Juan, who congratulates him for completing the mission. Don Juan says he wants to treat Soc like his own son, but Soc hates those words. This is because he knows a man like Don Juan only uses people as tools. He seethes with rage, remembering how he was used as a human shield in his past life. This memory renews his determination, and he swears right then and there to put an end to Don Juan. Then, Don Juan gives him a few packages, saying he prepared them as gifts. He explains that it's his way of building trust between them, since Soc is seeking a partnership. As Soc prepares to open the gift, Fear fills his heart. Deep down, he already suspects what's in the boxes because they are dripping with blood. He opens one and finds the remains of a syndicate executive. Zik already deduces that the other boxes contain the remains of the other executives. Don Juan asks Zik if he likes the gift, and after a brief silence, Zik replies that he likes them. Inwardly, Zik is absolutely ecstatic because everything is going exactly according to his plan. With the syndicate executives out of the way, he plans to bring K to the top. Then, Don Juan tells Zik that Pabella has discovered his involvement in the attack on Paolo's territory. He also adds that there's a rumor circulating that they used mages and knights in the raid. Although he feigns ignorance, Zik is secretly pleased because this was all his doing. Don Juan, feeling like the world is his playground, tells Zik he wants to go further. He explains that he wants to attack the Pabellas again as a warning. Besides that, he wants them to know that Zik is now the master of the southern continent. Zik immediately sees through Don Juan's plan to use him, but he still agrees to carry out the mission. Although Don Juan wanted him to accept, he is surprised by Zik's willingness. Determined to take on the challenge, Zik promises to convey Don Juan's will to the Pabella cartel, in exchange for accepting the mission. That he asks Don Juan to give K the power to become the new leader of the syndicate. After some thought, Don Juan agrees to sponsor K. He also assigns the cartel's best team of hitmen to assist Zik, stating that they will be useful for his mission. In an instant, the squad of assassins bursts into the room without warning. One of them, wearing an eye patch, immediately catches Zik's attention. Meanwhile, Abel is inspecting the underground ruin where Zik confronted Kane. He arrived with the Imperial Investigation Bureau to find out what happened in Paolo's territory. Abel examines the ruins, searching for evidence, but his friend William tells him the team already searched and found nothing useful. William continues to explain while Abel studies the ground, not paying him any mind. The investigation reports indicate that his colleagues think a group of knights caused the damage. After collecting some sand residue, Abel informs him that only one person was involved in the attack, not squad. William finds this unbelievable because, at first glance, there are traces of swords and magic. All of this convinced him the attacking group had knights and mages. However, Abel insists that the attacker was just one person. And a red knight at that. He adds that something suspicious must be going on, because according to his investigation, it seems the Intelligence Bureau conducted their research hastily. Abel thinks they're hiding something. Even more curious, he tells William that they need to find out what the Empire was hiding in these ruins before leaving to unearth the truth. William tries to stop him, warning Abel that it could be dangerous to snoop around the intelligence office. But Abel refuses to back down, claiming there's something he must find out. Abel yells at William, saying his instincts are telling him to keep investigating. With a haunting look, he reminds William of his great desire to be the supreme ruler of the Drake family and the Empire. Elsewhere, Sick and his squad of assassins arrive at the Pabella cartel's port in a small boat. A guard watching the port spots the boat and demands to know their identity. In response, Sick leaps into the air and takes him out in a single blow. As the guard falls from the rampart, the assassin, with the eye patch, uses his sword to slow the descent, allowing the body to slip into the water without a sound. Seeing the quick reaction, Sick compliments the man, Simon, then signals for the others to move forward. But Simon just watches him in silence. When Don Juan introduced the squad, Sick recognized Simon instantly. In his past life, Simon was the one who taught him Southern martial arts and assassination techniques. Back then, Simon was the only person he trusted within the McCain cartel. Since Simon trained him, their fighting styles became similar. Even now, Sick is impressed by how well they complement each other in combat. As Simon and the team disembark from the boat, Sick wishes he could win Simon over to his side. Shortly after, they infiltrate the port city, only to find guards all over the area. Simon asks if Sick has a way to infiltrate the central district, and Sick says he does. He explains that the city was built on old imperial lands, which means there should be underground passages all over the place. Simon agrees with the idea, but mentions that those paths are a labyrinth. He asks how Sick plans to navigate them, and Sick just tells him to watch. Moments later, they follow Sick into the underground labyrinth. Unbeknownst to the others, Sick secretly uses the system's mini-map to guide them. He avoids heavily guarded areas as he moves forward. Although the system shows enemy positions, Sick proceeds with caution. This is because Red Knights and higher-level individuals aren't marked on the mini-map, which is why he couldn't avoid Kane before. Soon after, Sick tells the group they're near their target Mateo's office. Mateo is the second in command of the Pabella cartel. Sick orders the squad to split up and plant bombs in as many places as they can while he deals with Mateo alone. They accept the orders, and Sick moves on, leaving them behind. Later, Sick arrives in an underground sewer, where he stops to think about his plans. He wants to eliminate Mateo to enrage the Pabella boss and declare war on McCain. After confirming the plan, he rips off a manhole cover and slips inside. As he moves through the pipe, Sick wonders why Don Juan proposed this mission. After reflecting on how he eliminated Joaquin to control his subordinates, Sick understands his true plan. He concludes that Don Juan wants everyone on this mission to be eliminated after helping him do his dirty work. He reasons that the madman just wants to use this attack as a warning to Pabella, so sacrificing a few operatives doesn't matter to him. As Sick moves forward, he decides to ruin Don Juan's plan by killing Mateo. The mission was supposed to be nothing more than a simple disruption, but Sick has no intention of holding back. Just then, he emerges from the pipe system, alerting the nearby guards. Before they can react, Sick quickly eliminates them. Afterward, he finds it strange that there are no Imperial guards present. Given that Pabella worked with the Empire in the past, he expected to see them here. He checks the mini-map, but sees no trace of Imperial forces. Suddenly, a bright light flashes in his face. As several Imperial soldiers burst in, their captain orders them to capture Sick alive. Overconfident, they charge straight at him. Sick takes down the swordsman in a second. The mage squad follows, activating magic circles, but Sick uses swift steps, and closes the distance instantly. With the elemental sword, Winfield, he easily eliminates them. Sick feels disappointed by their mediocre skills. He expected more from the Imperial army, but this group of cowards is too weak for him to enjoy destroying them. Finding the fight boring and unimpressive, Sick stops attacking and uses the skill, Dragon's Dignity. This ability can petrify even the most stubborn dragon with its pressure alone. He terrorizes the remaining guards, ordering them to flee if they want to live, or advance if they want a one-way ticket to the underworld. With a fierce glare, the guards scatter, leaving the room in silence. With that settled, Sick wonders what the Empire is doing so far south at this time. He feels a horrible aura in the room and turns around to see a hooded figure. Watching him, the hooded figure calls Sick an annoying cockroach, complaining that he's ruining his plans. Sick is surprised, because he hadn't sensed any presence before. He asks the hooded figure who he is. The man ignores him and moves his hand, releasing the same dark and unpleasant aura from a ring on his finger. The dark aura extends towards the corpses on the floor, turning them into furious zombies. He again threatens to take Sick's soul for interrupting the plan. He then commands the zombies to finish Sick off, and they immediately charge, growling like hungry dogs. Sick springs into action but can't help but be amazed by the hooded guy's power. He reasons that raising so many zombies at once is something only a high-level mage can do. Sick faces the zombies while studying the Dark Mage. Based on his observation, a mage of such a level should only be from the Scorpion clan, like old Giraf. However, he notices that this mage doesn't have the Scorpion clan's affiliation circle, which puzzles him. Like a puppeteer, the Dark Mage keeps feeding miasma into the soldiers as Sick cuts them down. After destroying several zombies, the system gives Sick 10 karma points for each kill, which makes him feel euphoric. Energized by this, he eliminates the rest with renewed vigor. He gets so absorbed in receiving free points that he barely notices. When the last zombie falls, expecting more, Sick waits in silence, but the hooded mage retreats, leaving Sick disappointed. Unwilling to accept that his fun was cut short, he decides to catch the cloak guy later and turn him into points. Without wasting time, Sick resumes the mission by approaching Mateo's office. He senses someone approaching. In that instant, a knife nearly grazes his neck, but Sick doesn't react. Anticipating the attack, the assailant reveals himself to be Simon the One-Eyed. Sick had already expected Simon to follow him here. He wonders if Don Juan sent Simon to stop him. Before he takes things too far, Simon ignores the questions and grabs Sick, bringing the knife to his neck. He explains that Don Juan plans to eliminate Pavel completely, but that Sick won't live to take the credit. Sick points out that McCain would have lost Pavel's distribution network without his help. Simon calmly replies that the operation will proceed smoothly without him, adding that they will use K's influence in the syndicate. Ignoring the threat, Sick suspends his healing ability and moves closer to the blade. He goads Simon to kill him, and calls it by his secret codename, Shadowless Ghost. Simon, shocked, demands to know how Sick knew his old name. Sick replies that he knows Simon's past, and why he really worked for Don Juan. The revelation unsettles Simon, as he didn't expect a stranger to know about him. Sick claims that Simon's real goal was to protect the last bloodline of the Kingdom of Cusco. Simon, stunned, asks how. Sick knows that. Seeing Simon distracted, Sick acts. He quickly draws his dagger and aims at his neck. Simon doesn't back down and counterattacks, demanding to know how much he knows. He presses further, asking who Sick is. Sick reveals that he is a direct descendant of Draker, Upon hearing the name Draker, Simon stops and asks if he is the same one, who is said to be the youngest Blue Knight. Simon then resumes his attack, thinking that the presence of a Drake would only worsen the situation on the southern continent. Soc clarifies that he isn't acting on behalf of the Drake family and insists he works alone. Simon is still doubtful and asks why Soc revealed his identity instead of hiding it until the very end. Their swords clash again, but Soc refuses to fight seriously and disarm Simon. He proposes an alliance, urging Simon to join him instead of Don Juan. Soc promises to protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the fallen kingdom. Upon hearing this, Simon freezes as Soc continues to explain why he shouldn't join the McCain cartel. He asks Simon to think about what will happen after. He fulfills Don Juan's request and eliminates him. Soc tries to convince him that Don Juan only sent them here to die after helping him achieve his goals. He assures Simon that the bastard won't send reinforcements after the mission. Reflecting on his previous missions, Simon realizes that Don Juan has never sent reinforcements. They always had to find a way to survive after every mission, no matter how desperate. Soc, adding more fuel to the fire, reminds Simon that the cartels took over Cusco after the kingdom's collapse. He says that Don Juan wants to eliminate the remaining royal knights in order to sell the princess to the rebels for money. 10 years ago, when the kingdom fell, Simon took the baby princess to the border to protect her and to grow stronger. He became an outlaw to gain power, defeat the rebels, and restore the princess to the throne. This is why he became a hired killer under Don Juan. Although Simon hid his purpose, Don Juan had already discovered it long ago. Soc recalls that in his past life, Don Juan eliminated Simon and sold the princess to the rebels. Before he died at that time, he asked Soc to take care of her, but before Soc could find her, she had already died in a fire. Still regretting his failure to keep his promise in his past life, Soc wants to save Simon in this one. After hearing Soc's speech, Simon decides not to ask any more questions about how Soc knew his past. He admits that allying with McCain previously seemed like the best option. Now, with Soc, he sees the cartel's foundation crumbling. He adds that the chaos began when Soc arrived at Don Juan's birthday party, leaving him uncertain about everything. To decide his next move, Simon asks Soc to reveal his true objective. Soc explains that he wants to force Pavel and Mackin into a war and then eliminate Mackin when the conflict is over. Simon understands that Don Juan was the target of Soc from the very beginning. Soc invites Simon to join him, and Simon accepts with several conditions. Soc invites Simon to join, and Simon accepts on certain conditions. He asks Soc to protect his subordinates, fulfill his promise to safeguard the Cusco bloodline, and help rebuild the kingdom. Soc accepts without hesitation, swearing on his honor as a knight. Once Soc gives his oath, Simon bows respectfully, pledging his loyalty to his new master. Soc finds this formality annoying, so he tells Simon to get up quickly. He says they need to finish up soon and asks about the other assassins. Simon reports that the others are ready, waiting to detonate the bombs on his signal. Soc asks Simon to give the signal and gather everyone at the entrance to the underground path. Simon then reveals that he has already captured and tied up Mateo inside. After exchanging information, the two separate to finish the plan. Shortly after, Soc finds Mateo in the office, wrapped up like a sack of meat. While trying to free himself, Mateo tells Soc that his boss will undoubtedly go after the McCain cartel. Soc, trying to put on his usual show, tells Mateo that no one will be safe if a war breaks out between the cartels. He then shoves a note into Mateo's mouth, making it clear that the attack was McCain's doing. After securing it, Soc quickly eliminates him and takes the secret book of Pavel. Outside, he meets up with Simon, who informs him that the signal has already been sent. Sensing danger in the hallway, Soc orders Simon to get behind him. He quickly transforms his sword into a shield, just in time to block the attack. At that moment, members of the Pavel cartel burst in with simple weapons. Soc activates his elemental sword and unleashes the field of flames, eliminating the pirates in the hallway. Afterwards, Soc and Simon regroup with the rest of the team. Simon orders them to acknowledge their new leader, and the squad bows to Soc without delay. Soc orders them to evacuate before the trackers arrive. As they flee through the tunnel, Soc senses the tracking team in pursuit and orders the group to split up. He instructs Simon to guide the others outside while he diverts the trackers. He also asks Simon to look for Kai and say his name. Simon hesitates, reminding Soc that the princess is still with the cartel. Soc calmly reveals that he had already planned for this a long time ago. He had tasked the two rangers, Gorka, to rescue the princess. Soc informs Simon the princess was rescued a long time ago. Meanwhile, Don Juan is having a hard time back home. A month has passed since the attack on Pavlos, but McCain is still suffering from constant retaliation. Blow after blow has chipped away at their influence, and Don Juan can barely contain his frustration. He unleashes his anger on the remaining executives as the pressure from pay loss continues to intensify. The empty chairs around the meeting table make it clear that nearly half of McCain's executives are gone. Seeing the current situation, Don Juan regrets trying to pit Simon and Sick against each other. Because he saw them as dangerous variables, he sent them on that risky mission to get rid of them. Instead, they took the situation far beyond his expectations, causing Pavlos to unleash a storm of retaliation that now threatens to completely crush McCain. During the tense meeting, an executive carefully suggests that Don Juan step away from the cartel's affairs for a while. Don Juan rejects the idea, immediately refusing to retreat like a coward. The executive clarifies that it's not an escape, but a strategic retreat. He explains that Pavilas's revenge will be relentless, and staying exposed will only worsen the damage. He suggests moving Don Juan to a safe villa in Tawanai, while they lure Pavilas's forces to the main mansion. That way, they can eliminate the attackers in a decisive counterattack. After considering the suggestion, Don Juan agrees to the plan. Once the decision is made, Don Juan gives a bold speech to calm the shaken executives and restore their confidence. After the meeting concludes, the executives file out, leaving only the man who suggested the relocation plan. As he tries to leave, Sick appears, suddenly behind him, pressing a dagger to his throat. Terrified, the man frantically explains that Don Juan has already been taken to the Talhuani villa, just as instructed. Ignoring his desperate pleas, Sick eliminates him without hesitation. In a low voice, Sick happily thanks the man for helping him set the stage for the main course. Later that day, Don Juan arrives at the villa in Tawanai, completely unaware that he has walked right into a trap. As he steps out of the carriage, he furiously curses Pavlos for forcing him to hide in what he considers a worthless place. That night, while enjoying what would be his last bottle of premium wine, a shadow silently appears in the room. Thinking it's a servant, Don Juan ignores the figure without turning around. When he gets no response, his irritation grows. He barks another order and finally turns, only to see a masked figure shrouded in a dark miasma. The figure removes his mask, revealing Sick and leaving Don Juan frozen in shock. Recovering quickly, Don Juan scoffs and raises his wine bottle, clearly underestimating the threat before him. He dismisses Sick's intrusion as a childish prank and pours himself another glass. Sick shatters the glass, instantly breaking it to pieces. Expecting fear or pleas, Sick finds satisfaction in Don Juan's arrogance and decides to end things without delay. Approaching him, he comments that it would have been boring if Don Juan had begged for his life. Furious at the disrespect, Don Juan curses him and orders his guards to force Sick to his knees. Sick calmly tells him that all the guards at the villa have already been eliminated. Preparing to finish Don Juan, Sick moves closer and mentions his past life, regretting that he didn't make Don Juan suffer enough back then. He recalls years of humiliation, abuse, and the murders he was forced to commit on Don Juan's orders. He admits that those memories still haunt him endlessly. Don Juan, not understanding the absurd talk about past lives, denies everything in a panic and begs Sick to stop. Ignoring his pleas, Sick attacks, saying the voices of his victims still echo in his nightmares, all begging for mercy just like Don Juan is now. Rage consumes him as he remembers their last words while he chokes Don Juan. As Sick prepares for the final blow, Don Juan rambles about being chosen, which only enrages him further. Sick, not wanting to hear any more, cuts him off and leaves him to die slowly. He then seals his remains in a body bag like a piece of meat. Before going down to meet with Ka and Simon, Sick asks Ka for an update on the syndicate. She reports that everything went smoothly. All the executives who sided with Pavel have been eliminated, and evidence was planted to make it look like Don Juan organized the purge himself. Kali tells Seek that the syndicate is under control. Seek hands over a contract from the Reinhardt group while taking off his usual disguise. He explains that the contract is for transporting refined soma. According to Seek, the group, Reinhardt wants to create a pharmaceutical company. He plans to produce quality soma and distribute it since refining soma well creates good medicine. Before leaving, he tells Kali that he'll entrust the logistics plans to her. Confused by the incomplete explanation, Kali insists on getting details about production and how to move the products legally. Seek tells her the permits will come when the Cuzco kingdom is rebuilt, adding that the rest is already planned out. But he doesn't have time to explain. Kali is left frustrated as he quickly departs. Later, Seek arrives at a secluded location, wearing his Valhalla uniform. Decker has summoned him urgently on behalf of Prince Khalees, who has remained in Atlas since the banquet. Seek plans to use teleportation to the central continent, as traveling normally would delay him and raise suspicion. Any delay could trigger an investigation that traces him to the south. Seek suspects they might already be suspicious of him, hence the invitation. Deciding to be cautious, he plans to create a convincing alibi. To achieve this, he uses the system's portal and spends 600 points to go to the Atlas ruins. Shortly after, Seek arrives punctually at the Atlas Hotel Sky Lounge to see Khalees. Seeing Abel doesn't surprise him, as they rarely see each other. Maintaining his composure, Seek greets Khalees and asks why he was summoned. Khalees says it's a serious matter, but to Seek's surprise, it's just to get drunk. The Mad Prince slings an arm around Seek, as if they were long-time drinking buddies. He starts complaining that Abel and William are excellent at their jobs, but absolutely useless when it comes to holding their liquor. He explains that he called Seek because of how well he handled himself at the banquet last time. Just listening to Khalees ramble already drains Seek's energy for the rest of the day. Being stuck in a room with so many dangerous people also makes him uncomfortable. As he observes the group, Seek suspects that Abel wants to speak with him. Alone, Khalees quickly hands Seek a drink, urging him to chug it. Seek accepts, and they clink their glasses, marking the beginning of a long night. Soon, Khalees drinks himself unconscious, forcing William to drag him away like a sack of potatoes. Seek remains unfazed, thanks to his ability to neutralize alcohol. He almost feels bad for having such an unfair cheat. When the others leave, Abel apologizes for dragging Seek into this mess. He mentions hearing that Seek was in a long, closed-door training session. Seek plays along, saying he wasn't making progress anyway, so the invitation didn't interrupt anything important. Abel accepts this and invites Seek to have a drink together. Seek finds it strange. He never thought he'd be sharing a drink with the future Butcher Knight. Right away, he senses that Abel has something important to say. Before Seek can take a sip, Abel asks for his honest opinion of House Draker. Seek remains silent, confused by the question. Noticing his confusion, Abel clarifies that he's looking for a personal answer. When Seek still doesn't respond, Abel suddenly declares that he plans to destroy House Draker one day. The confession shocks Seek so much that he jumps up from his seat. Abel ignores his reaction and continues, saying Seek smells just like him, a scent of blood, battle, death, and victory. He adds that this is what a true, pure-blood Draco should be, even calling Seek a predator. Seek gets irritated by the obsession with bloodlines and predators, deciding to play along despite his irritation. He asks if Abel's closeness to the Empire is also part of his plan to destroy it. Abel answers vaguely, saying that ruling a city is meaningless and that true strength comes from expansion. Abel continues to praise the Empire, saying they're the example of true power. This is because they claim to build roads, but in reality are uniting the North, South, and even the Eastern continent into one. He praises them for their plan of unification under a single government, saying that when everything is united, the world will be a utopia. He speaks with the enthusiasm of a politician looking for votes. Hearing this, Seek feels like he's listening to an emperor in the making. The speech also reminds him of Cain, who also shares the Simons surname. He remembers that Simons is also the maternal family and sponsor of Abel. Seek perceives it clearly. Abel, the Simons family, and the Empire are intrinsically connected. After several more bottles, Abel reveals that his real goal is to have Seek as an ally. Seek calmly thinks over his answer, then politely refuses and walks away from the drama. Abel warns him that one day he will regret this decision. Seek responds without hesitation that he never will. Deep down, he vows that he will never become a butcher like Abel. Later, William returns and finds Abel alone like a sad puppy. He asks about Seek's whereabouts, and Abel tells him that Seek has chosen a different path. With a fiery expression, Abel declares that the only option now is to crush Seek before he gets stronger. The look on Abel's face unsettles William, who can only watch as the man sinks deeper and deeper into madness. Afterwards, Seek goes to the dean's office for an interview about his early graduation application. Seek is 17 and in his second year at Valhalla. However, he doesn't plan to stay at Valhalla for the full 5 years. That's why he applied to graduate early. In his letter, he said he needed to graduate soon to help his family. The letter was well received, and he was immediately scheduled for an interview. As he approaches the office, Diego calls out to him and joins him with a blonde boy who looks like life has personally offended him. Seek has never seen the boy before and is curious about who he is. The boy doesn't respond when Seek asks who he is. Moments later, the three of them enter the office to see the dean. The dean calls the blonde boy Asta, and Seek realizes he is the future illusory Knight, one of the 5 divine knights from his past life. Sick never found any information about Asta, hence his surprise. He feels somewhat uncomfortable being next to one of the great knights from his past life, as Asta apologizes to the dean for missing class due to his severe insomnia. Diego offers to sing him a lullaby to help him sleep, but Asta, his head spinning, tells him to shut up. Sick observes Asta in silence, remembering his future alignment with the Empire and thinking it might be worthwhile to recruit him. Finally, the dean gets to the real reason he summoned the three of them. Apparently, Diego and Asta also applied for early graduation. He informs them that the professors have also approved their requests. The dean then gives them a document to collaborate with Delphua, saying he plans to send them on a mission as a final evaluation. He asks if they know Jaksha, the Black Knight. Diego didn't, and Asta can't even focus because of migraine, but Sick answers. He explains that Jaksha is an outlaw wanted across the entire continent. Jaksha is public enemy number 1, and the entire continent has agreed to eliminate him on sight. His recent activities have been traced to Delphua, so the dean says they must cooperate with Delphua's knights to capture him. The dean says that outlaws only awaken their aura to kill because of their insane fighting style. Delphua requested purple-ranked knights or higher as reinforcements. The dean tells them they can still back out, as it's a dangerous mission. Diego asks how many stages this final evaluation has. The dean replies that it has 3 rounds, and this is the first, with no more questions from them. The dean concludes that they all want to participate, so he tells them to get ready. After the meeting, Asta walks out, still dealing with migraines. Sick catches up to him, offering medicine for his insomnia. Asta is surprised by the offer and decides to refuse it, driven by deep skepticism. Over the years, he had tried countless remedies to fix his condition, but every single one of them failed without exception. Seeing his hesitation, Sick urges him to at least try it, assuring him that he would only sign a future supply contract if it actually worked. Asta continues to refuse firmly, but upon catching the scent of the bag's contents, his body finally gives in. He immediately collapses and falls into a deep sleep, letting out soft, peaceful snores. When he wakes up, his attitude completely changes, and he happily signs a contract with Sick without hesitation. Sick is surprised that Asta would even accept such a one-sided contract, and urges him to read it carefully. Asta refuses, stating that as long as he can get some rest, he doesn't care about the contract's contents. Upon examining the agreement, Sick feels pleased, realizing he's found something valuable in the system shop. The item he gave Asta is a sleeping pill called Sandman's Dream Sand, while Sick celebrates gaining another useful ally. Asta is busy staring at Valhalla with a clear mind, as if observing a beautiful girl. Seeing the weird guy in front of him, Sick wonders why almost all the divine knights he's met are so unusual. This leads him to think that Reyna might be the most normal one among them. After putting the contract away, Sick decides to test Asta's combat ability before they leave for the mission. Shortly after, Asta takes out his spear and starts warming up. Sick instantly notices that Asta's demeanor changes the moment he grips the weapon. He orders Asta to attack him with his full strength, even allowing the use of aura. Asta accepts and rushes forward until their weapons clash. Because of Asta's choice of weapon, Sick immediately notes that his threat range is quite wide. He notes that although Asta's blocking technique is solid, he focuses more on defending than attacking when wielding the spear. Sick activates Shadow Steps and disappears, reappearing behind Asta. Anticipating the attack in time, Asta splits his spear and uses the detached section to easily block. Sick launches another strike, but Asta, now with both halves of the spear, continues to cleanly deflect every attack. Sick is amazed that the spear can be separated. What surprises him more is that Asta's technique is associated with outlaws, not knights. As the exchange continues, Sick becomes more impressed and even starts to enjoy the fight. He switches to a dagger, causing Asta to join his spear into a single weapon and deflect the blow. When Sick draws his sword to continue, he pauses for a moment as Asta prepares to split the spear again. Even so, Sick charges forward, using the sword of the true dragon. Chapter 2, Verse 1, confident that Asta won't be able to block it. As Sick unleashes Earth Slash, Asta hesitates, confused. Instead of splitting the spear again, he uses a counter technique called Cross-Current Spear. Besides strengthening the weapon, the skill also extends its length. The attacks collide, and a brilliant flash of light erupts from the impact. After the duel, Asta is bandaged and covered in pain relief patches. He curses Sick, calling him a monster for beating him so easily, especially since he's a genius. Sick tells Asta that his fame has dulled his edge, causing his skills to stagnate. He informs him that they will undergo rigorous training before the mission in Delphua. Sick's expression as he says this makes Asta feel uneasy. Later, Soc returns home, and Decker tells him that a guest is waiting for him inside. Soc enters and sees the blacksmith, Galleon, amazed by the mansion's size. Ignoring the comment, Soc gets straight to the reason for his summons. This makes Galleon feel uneasy, fearing there's a problem with the Stygian blade. Galleon has gained renown after using the magic brazier from his previous life. Soc is happy that Galleon has started forging quality weapons sooner than before in plans to secure him as an ally before someone else does. Noticing Galleon's nervousness, Soc calms him down, saying there's no problem with the sword. He then puts on Kane's old armor to show it to Galleon. Galleon shouts in surprise, asking what that armor is, but Soc admits he doesn't know it. He explains that he summoned Galleon so that he could identify the peculiar armor he had obtained. Taking it off, he hands it to Galleon for a detailed inspection. Soc needs Galleon to check it, as he can't go to outside experts, for fear of being discovered by the Empire. After examining it for a while, Galleon can't find a clear explanation and apologizes to Soc. He asks him if the armor has any special or unique properties that could aid in his investigation. Soc recalls his fight with Kane and remembers that the armor deflected his aura sword. Upon hearing this, Galleon is stunned, but that detail allows him to narrow down the options to a single rare metal capable of such a feat. He concludes that the armor must be made of orichalcum, known as the metal of the gods.